Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Happy, what day is it? Thursday.
Good morning.
What's up?
How's everything?
Fantastic. Fantastic. All is well again.
Yes, sir. I just got that buy on Tesla downside.
Buy on Tesla downside.
Now, we should
Caesar
have it
C.
rolling.
What's up, Caesar? Says that intro is lit. That's what I'm talking about. Jane Hammond, what's up? What's up? What's up? Thank you, Caesar. Yeah, it's been a wild week since the last time I talked with you guys. crazy times. All right, what you looking at? Tesla to the downside, huh? Off this, what's it up? 5% almost pre-market here.
Yeah. I'm just adding it, sorry. Yeah,
so Tesla 117.60 right now.
I took Tesla upside. Or I'm sorry, downside, right off that 119 area.
A little bit early today. Give the people a chance to get in.
A lot of people got questions right now.
You got questions? We got answers.
Or we can give them to you at the best of our ability, anyway.
They're covering that right now. We were talking about earlier. Musk to his Tesla staffers saying, "Don't be afraid of the stock prices. No worries. Everything is good."
Oh yeah. Don't worry about it.
His words, not mine.
Don't
Mullen's
be concerned.
up 8%.
Hey, and real quick, that's it's not financial advice. Real quick, yep, not financial. We got a new non-financial ticker. I'm playing with a new platform this week.
Excuse me. Playing with a new platform. What platform would that be?
I'm not gonna tell you until
Okay.
I scope it out, but I'm definitely going to see if it's worth it, especially for options trading, that kind of stuff. See if it's good for the community, that kind of thing. But I want to make sure before I go and start giving out free brand deals.
Word.
We are very popular. A lot of people like to steal our ideas.
All the autos are up in the pre-market here. Centro up almost 4%. Mullen up just about 8%. Lucid up 3%. Neo up 2%. Rivian up almost 2%. Tesla up 4.5%. The song's got a Knight Rider feel to it.
Right.
You belong to the city.
That's what we call She's for the Streets now.
Okay, so when you're saying there at the bottom of the screen, are you saying that's where you like to grab the short position is at those prices?
I think the SPY is going to basically go to 378.90, and that's where I'm taking it short.
Right.
I think that, however, that is kind of confusing because I do think that Microsoft will go 230 and NVIDIA will go through 230. Here, hold on.
So Microsoft and NVIDIA and those were more price targets. You see them falling to that. And then Tesla was when you think it's going to run to 119 or the SPY. Was it the SPY?
Yeah.
No, I like where you're going with this, though.
Hopefully that kind of looks better. Hold on. Fuck me. Excuse my French. That was quick this morning. I want this to, oops. How's that? Price targets.
Perfect.
But we did take the SPY short. SQs are coming back for support. I think those are going to probably drop 360, or excuse me, 50, 640 on at the SQs. That'd be pretty beautiful. But I think the SQs are going to try to go north right here off the bottom. I think they're gonna try to break the 70 or 40, 57.15 area, and probably get stopped 15 or 40, 57.50. So, let me add that one. Nope, that's not what I wanted. We are trying a new system. By the way, what do you think of the background?
Phenomenal.
I got you better think so. I got an original light bright, son.
That's an original light bright back there?
Unopened. Yes, sir. I honestly don't know where I got it.
Oh, Caesar C coming in hot with that super chat.
UK, look, I can't do what I normally do when you throw some ones, you know what I'm saying? So. Ooh. Is that the money printer right there?
Caesar printing out there, baby.
Uh-oh.
Caesar, congratulations for the second year in a row.
We might be taking,
you have now taken me out in fantasy football. And good luck to you against my fellow co-host here in the finals this week.
Yeah, no, him and I cannot avoid each other. We play in both leagues.
You and Caesar play in both leagues?
Yeah. I play him in the first league for the championship, and then the third league for the third place. I also knocked him out both times, or both games we played the same week in both of those leagues. So I'm sure I'm going to get toasted by 14, 15 points, something.
Let's look at the news. What's the news? Not a whole lot in the news this morning. On mainstream news, anywho. Let's see what the top 5 things to see in the market are. I love CNBC's stock photos of like how they want to portray the market. Like if you look at their futures page, they always have like somebody at the NASDAQ like looking stressed out or something. You know what I mean? This guy looks like Charlie Kelly. But this is what the club's top 5 things to watch on Wednesday are. Stock futures are pot. Oh, this is Wednesday. Okay. We don't want to watch. We don't want to look at that. That's a day old. I'm sorry. I'm a day behind. AMCs are out of 14 leagues. You're in 7 championships. In my big league, I broke even. I got my money back and lost in the first round of the playoffs, unfortunately.
I was about to be so pissed. I thought I just deleted that. Alright, let's see what this chat's doing. Absolutely good morning.
I don't know where everybody's at. Everyone's being quiet this morning.
Yeah, no, they don't like us this morning. It's fine. Oh, you know what? I could.
Well, I mean, most people are probably used to us being on at 9, and then we haven't been on the last couple days. I've had issues out here. But we back now.
We're always here. Just in spirit. You know what's crazy, though? Is obviously people like our video and then go back to sleep for a little bit. Because we have 16 likes with...
No, that's because this same... it was up yesterday, because I was able to get everything up, but when I tried to start the stream, it was saying my signal was too weak, because I was trying to use my phone as a hotspot. Jobless claims is 8:30, Ace Lee. Jane Hammond's TCB and taking care of business over there. And good morning, Jane. I hope you had a fantastic Christmas. And appreciate our little conversation the other day very much. And we're going right from Christmas right into New Year's, man. It's like, man, I haven't talked to you guys since Friday. We went pretty hard Friday. We went all day. We didn't take any break or anything. And then blizzard of 22 hit up here, and now all of a sudden we're rolling right into New Year's, passed right over Christmas. Let's go.
I am just sending all of these out now. Did you happen to put jobless in the...
No, I didn't. I can change that. Hold on. Hey, Germ Corp. Good morning, buddy.
Yes, sir.
I hope you had a good Christmas, my friend. Yeah, we figured since we've been unable to be on the last couple days, figured we would get an early start today. And with Nikki on school break, me not having to take him to school, same with Enzo, made it a little bit more convenient. So, Germ Corp, let me ask you this. Let me get the article, because I don't want to misquote the numbers, the revisions. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about here. Where's the exact numbers? So these were reported for Q2, the Federal Reserve, but now this week, the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia said this week that only 10,500 new jobs were added during the second quarter, rather than the 1,121,500 jobs estimated in previous employment reports. So how are you off by that many? How could you be off by that much on anything in life and continue to exist? Is what I don't understand.
Yeah,
I get that that's estimated, so I understand there's a margin of error. So even if you come off, if you're 100,000 off one way or another, I can understand that. But over 1 million. So I mean, do we put a lot of stock in these numbers? And then for that matter, do you think, being that it's the end of the year, do you think the market's checked out? If I had to guess, I would say that we see sideways downward trading the next 2 days. Now something could cause a rally, absolutely, but
I mean, I would be impressed.
yeah, I mean, I don't think we're gonna plummet, but I just don't. I don't know, but maybe we do see some stocks pump because we see companies like Apple that hit a 52-week low yesterday. Are people gonna want to take that chance now and be able to pick it up this year as opposed to next year? Who knows? I don't know what you mean, Aceley. You mean people that went back to work, and instead of a new job being created, they just went back to work for whatever reason? Could be. So the U.S., that's kind of not big news, but the U.S. will require airline passengers coming from China to show negative tests for COVID-19 as global concerns ratchet higher over the virus's spread since the country lifted its restrictions. Hard to trust what's coming out of there. We've seen that news came out a couple days ago with Tesla limiting some production in China for the next 2 weeks or something, or the first 2 weeks of January. But you don't know what to believe about all kinds of crazy numbers as far as COVID goes coming out of there. Caesar dropping some of those runners to watch there. Appreciate that, Caesar. Avatar crossed $1 billion, so it's only got to make 1 more billion, I believe, to become profitable. I think it costs $2 billion to make, something along those lines.
Not a big deal. Just don't worry about it.
Oh, really? U.S. rules for UK citizens not allowed on without vax proof. Interesting. Maybe that's why I'm not seeing a lot of UK people strolling around the US these days.
It's true.
Oh, Taiwan's going to test arrivals from China as well. Everyone making them test, huh? Okay. That's it. Not a whole lot popping in this news section this morning.
I am trying to fix something that I feel like I know exactly where it is, but can't seem to find it. Have you ever
What's
had that
that?
problem?
Yeah, I've had that. That's crazy, Germ Corp. Absolutely crazy. Crazy time to be alive. Crazy time to be alive. That was what I seen this past weekend, Germ Corp. The weirdest weather event of my lifetime. And then the reaction was even stranger from people with the looting and stuff like that. It was very strange.
What? That's what it is. Okay.
Mark Cuban wants wants Bitcoin to tank so he could buy some up.
Smart play.
Yeah. Junk Savvy, good morning, good morning, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Savvy. Can somebody check if we're in subscriber only mode, and why is it not letting me change that?
I can change it. What do you want it on? Not subscriber only mode?
Let it open.
Yeah, I could change that.
Because right now I can't talk. Like, I haven't been able to talk for over 5 minutes, and we've been for 20. It's just saying it'll let you in 5 minutes, but it never does.
Maybe you should be subscribed.
I am. I even was able to like the video, and it's still not letting me in. Said no thanks. What?
Maybe I don't know how to change it. I thought you could change it right in here. Hold on. Huh, very strange. Hills Bills, good morning, Hills Bills. Yeah, we're up early, on and popping, and just trying to resolve some little difficulty right here.
I'll look at this. I'll figure this out.
Junk Savvy coming in hot with that super chat. Glad to have you back. Well, we are glad to be back.
Absolutely.
Always tough.
Starting early this morning. They're ready.
They are now. If we can just get.
So.
Yeah, I do not know how to change this. Very strange.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Tell him, Caesar. Tell him. Give him hell. Give him hell.
It's in our live control room.
Found it?
Nope. Hold on.
3 minutes till we get the jobless claims continuing and new jobless claims. 8:30 and then 10 o'clock we get some home sale data. Futures still in the green. Dow up about 100 points. S&P up a little bit. NASDAQ up a little bit. That could change real quick in 5 minutes. Again, don't know how big of an impact this could have. It could cause a little bit of a rally because of so many seasonal jobs and people picking up second and third jobs. So these numbers may be elevated. You may not get as many jobless claims, especially people work through the holidays. I would think next week and the weeks to come is when we'll see those jobless claims of all the seasonal workers. That's when we should be worried, because that's, January is a slow month for employment as it is. And, this year especially, I think with people only finding employment, it was seasonal. So keep an eye out for that, but we'll see what we get here in just under 2 minutes. I like the watch to like ratio. We're in the plus. 20 likes, 15 watching. That means you're doing something.
Yeah, yes sir. Yes sir. I found it, by the way.
Oh, okay. Okay. I can stop looking then. All right. Back to reality. How's everybody feeling? We got 1 minute till the jobless claims.
Yeah, it looks like we're about to either run right back into that Tesla 119.30, and the SPY looks like it's trying to hold support here, but in my opinion, that just broke down. It's gonna try to probably come get these gaps. I think this is gonna break back low 376. It's hovering over VWAP right now. There should be numbers.
Breaking news. Initial jobless claims. Gonna leave me hanging here, CNBC. Up 9,000 to 225,000 initial jobless claims.
So the market's not gonna be. It's probably not going to make a decision about it right now, right? It's just going to sit here and wait for a couple more minutes and then go right through, right?
Yeah. I guess up 9,000. I don't think it's going to be that much of a huge impact.
I'm looking for the SPY to break low 378.06. No question about it. I don't care. I would take it even if it goes long over 379. I'm taking a 379 12. Let's call it 379. Let's just say, all intents and purposes, 379.30, right? We take 379.30. Anything like close to that and not above it, I'm taking short. Anything above that, that might be concerning, and I want to see us probably go up to like 380 and then get rejected.
Well, we might come down. Those continuing claims are a little high. 1.71 million real against an expected 1.69.
I could see it happening right now. SQ is going to go and try to hold support right here. If it wants to give it a little bit of downside, I did say it would go 56.50-ish. So play that how you will, but I'm definitely taking the SPY's trying to break up right now. Okay, sure, buddy. So let's get rejected because I'm very confused on this entirely. This might just run to 380. So you're telling me that jobs we're missing? Give me that the 56.
Well, there's two ways to look at that, though. There's two ways to look at that because the higher jobless claims lead to the Fed not to to not keep raising interest rates, because that's what they need. Even though they don't say that, that's what they need, is high unemployment. So, yeah, 1.71 million unemployed people, continuing claims. Seems like the market likes it. The Dow jumped about 30 points on that news. So
yeah, this just further makes it just more to me that we probably end up downside.
It might be a Festivus miracle. I don't know.
No, the most
Santa rally incoming.
370. Yeah, Santa rally happened last week, G.
There was no Santa rally, and technically you're supposed to rally. And I didn't know this, but I'm going by Andrew Ross Sorkin's word that the Santa rally is supposed to happen the week between Christmas and New Year's.
Who is that guy? Andrew Ross Sorkin.
Dude on CNBC.
Yeah,
it's got two different color eyes.
Yeah, tell him to shut the hell up. Tell him to stop feeding people bullshit.
Hey.
Let him know. Let him know that Enzo from outside the charts. Let him know. You know what I'm saying?
He gained a little street cred in my book. He was the one that interviewed SBF at first, the big one, the hour-long interview.
That's
when the
why,
shit first hit the
okay,
fan.
you have my YouTube. Okay, this makes a lot of sense. Okay, so I'm sitting there watching that exact interview, right? The one where he's like they're in a conference room or like a lecture hall.
Yeah.
Oh,
he was.
My God.
That dude was on camera, but yeah.
Yo, that guy was spun on more Adderall than I've ever seen in my life. Homie couldn't even sit still. Like,
yeah.
That's called drug abuse, children. That is called like, oh, my favorite part. If you go back, homie just dribbles all over himself. He goes to drink his Shasta or whatever that thing is, LaCroix, and he picks it up and he dumps it on himself like 30 minutes in.
Yeah. That's a real problem with, legal drugs like that. And
no, it's if you need them, you need them. If you don't,
yeah, if you need them, I mean, but abusing something that you openly have available to you is tough. That's what I'm saying.
Right. It's just I don't know. It's unfortunate for the people that actually need the help, but I also think that they're giving out way too what's the word? Voilà. Whoa, where's the SPY going? Hello. Yo, tell me that this does not go and get rejected off of the 379.60 and ends up probably hanging out right here where my short would be. Oh man, this is gonna crush my puts. Yo, chill out. Well, these are going to be good buy areas.
Enzo's voice kept quiet for a reason.
Yeah, because usually I'm saying stupid shit. Sorry, no, I'm away from my fault. Ace, what's up, baby? How's your Walmart doing?
My Walmart?
Yep. I know you have such an affinity of them.
Well, after this past week, they're probably going to have more credence to not wanting stores. I mean, you know, it's all going to get blanketed together, but a few of the Walmarts here got straight looted to where there was nothing. Yeah, so Walmart made that statement, about a month ago, where they said because of theft and stuff like that, you can see increases in prices and potential store closings. So all the more reason that they will dominate in the, and that was another thing. I told you about that. So they won't even, I had bought something online for Nikki at Walmart for store pickup because there was only a few left in stock. I was out and about and I bought it online. I go in the store to get it, wait in a line, and they tell me you can't pick any items up in the store that you buy online. I had to get back in my car, drive around the whole Walmart, go park in the outside space for an employee to bring one item out for me. So it's all happening. It's all happening. It's going to be full-blown either. Huh?
What are they hiding in there?
They just don't want people in the store. They don't. It's with.
Is it their stapler now?
With theft, with the possibility of lawsuits, with people slipping, shit like that. I know people that just go out actively looking for that. With, you know, all that kind of stuff. It makes sense to just be a distribution center.
That makes sense, though. Oh man, I would really, really, really love this to come all the way back down. I am shorting the brakes off the SPY right now. I do not want this to hold 39.66 though, because I'm going to be super pissed. But AMC is breaking out. AMC is, that's a breakout if, that's going to be what? Yeah, no, if AMC wants to move, what, maybe?
Oh, that could be big news there. U.S. to introduce incentives on January 1st for delivery firms and other companies to switch to EVs. Tax credits is $7,500 or $40,000, depending on the size of the EV. I like that for Centro. I like that for who else do you think is gonna benefit for that? Is it depending, I guess, if on the reaction to that Tesla semi? I've seen kind of a mixed reaction, but you don't know what to take it right now. There's so much Elon FUD out there and vice versa. So tough to really know if that's going to be successful.
Yo, I'm shorting the brakes off of Tesla right now. AMC I would be taking long over the $4 area, but it's got a really, really nasty place at 4 that it's got to get through. SQs are looking decent right here. Like I was talking about earlier, 56.26 looking good for that hold. I wish
Damn,
it
Ace Lee.
50, but I could see it giving the 4 back. What's up?
I don't think anybody deserves to die for over a candy bar.
No, dude, he was telling me about the customs there that like
that's crazy.
They're straight up killing people for nothing.
I mean, Ace Lee, for as much bad shit and excuse my language, and if you really cared to look, you can find tons of videos out there of looting in Buffalo and the surrounding areas. But there's just as many feel good stories of people that, you know, rescued people. There's a video out there of one guy that comes across people looting a Family Dollar, and he scolds these young bucks and not only makes them stop looting, he makes them take the stuff back in and put it back on the shelves, and then he came back and boarded the place up himself. So there are some people, it baffles my mind, you know, when people destroy stuff in their own community during times of crisis. And it would be one thing stealing bread and milk, okay? That's, you know.
Different.
Yeah. But when you're, my favorite's the video of this dude in the middle of a blizzard pushing a giant gumball machine. Like
that was in a familiar neighborhood, no?
Yeah, it was.
Homie's got
hilarious.
Somebody in his neighborhood right now, right this second, who's got a new gumball machine. Let's go.
And we're not talking
There's
like a
no
little,
way.
we're talking like a big industrial ground round type gumball machine, you know, 5 feet tall, 4 feet tall, whatever. Just middle of a blizzard, pushing it on a dolly like everything is good.
Tesla's trying to break. I still think it's going to get rejected. I think everything's about to get the most unreal wake up of its life when it opens.
Oh, wow, look at that. Tesla's worst year ever brings $17 billion windfall for shorts. Elon could offer Tesla owners 1 share of Twitter dividend. Kill the shorts. They can't deliver a share of a private company. Interesting. That's very interesting right there.
Somebody bought 40 or 75,000 puts, or 145 puts yesterday.
Oh.
For Tesla. That's taken a huge. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. They took 1 day options, and they picked up 25,000 155s, 23,000 150s, and 75,000 145s. Roughly, if you're doing the math on that, that's a what? That's a 3,200, or excuse me, 3,200. Hold on, $3,228 contract. Time. Oh, great. That's over $242 million right there at tomorrow's expiration. 145 puts. It's $242 million.
Wow.
Now, I don't know if those were bought or sold, but I look at Tesla being up 6%. And I'm watching the SPY decide to break upward, but let's see if it actually gets to 380.24. I'm gonna short this thing at open and just average down on my puts, but we do have places of 180.49 and 180.80 or 380.80. But if it does not want to go and get big very quickly at 382 or 380.26, this is going to be the 380.30 area. It's going to still be a short. Tesla's starting to piss me off though. I think this is going to be a bunch of shit. I think this is going to go and just reverse against people. But what I would be more concerned about is that if we do end up having a green day, that's all good and well. But let's say on the SQs right here, I think that even if we do have a green day, or if we come back against the market, this could very easily on the SQs get rejected from the 56 on the way back up, which would go and give me a better feeling about let's say a 379 hold 379.40 hold on the SPY. And if we can get Tesla to actually not get rejected and come back to this 116 area, I would think that it was probably bullish. Let's call it 117.30. It's probably going to want to go back there immediately, but the 116.30 area is where I would look for it to hold. If it doesn't, you're coming back 114, let's call it 114, 112 area. I don't know that Tesla's had a bottom. I would probably assume that you could find Tesla for about $90, $98, $99 at some point. It's just my assumption, not financial advice.
So Junk Savvy, with that, EV incentives are part of the Inflation Reduction Act, applies to commercial delivery vehicles, trucks specifically, Amazon, UPS, FedEx, DHL. I would throw Walmart into there, and I would keep an eye on Ford.
Ford's getting smacked.
Yeah, but so if you're talking that big of a difference in the incentive, so the difference before was all those tax credits were capped. So like Tesla, only the first I forget however many people that bought Teslas could get that tax credit. I know they upped it in the last few years for GM and for Ford, but it would make sense that they would wait to ink any kind of big deals for both ends. So maybe you see Mullen reveal that Fortune 500 buyer, which we still haven't got, but say it is somebody like Amazon or something waiting for that tax break to kick in. I like Ford because Walmart was in talks with Ford over a year and a half ago. There hasn't been much follow-up on it as far as the autonomous end. They were slated to start a 3-city beta program with self-driving delivery vehicles through Ford with Walmart. So maybe we see something big here roll out. Maybe maybe that plays
it's
into
about
it.
To shit the bed. Look at Ford. It has the ability to just drop out and probably end up with a 52-week low. I would call Ford about 930. But I think that anywhere around that 880 to let's say 990 range, I mean, you're buying Ford, so who the hell cares? It's something you just buy for a long time.
I mean, they're stable. They don't increase, right, but they don't decrease.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good investment. I think that right now you're watching this nasty move on the SPY. I hope they give this to us, because what I'm gonna watch for is the 380.50 area and the 379.43. If I come racing back down and start touching, let's call it 379.10 area. Yeah, 379.10, 379.11. I'm going to be taking that, and if it holds that area, I'm going to be taking it long. If it does not, then I'm going to just wait until this thing comes right back in, let's say 380, and take it short. But I'm shorting this directly off of the first candle this morning. I'm taking SQs long and the SPY short. Yeah, no, I'm looking like a goldfish. That is correct. Glad that you noticed, Caesar. Hey, can you make sure that when I'm standing on the podium to get my fantasy trophy taken and I got to do the big applause and stuff, can you make sure that like you get my good side when you're taking the pictures? You know what I'm saying? Like make sure that I look good. We're gonna be. Oh yeah, go ahead. SQs bounce perfectly. Look at this. I did not draw these today. I know these from way out in the past, but these bounced perfectly from about, I want to say it was 3 or 4 months ago. That's where I'm looking. That's a perfect little move right there off of these. These aren't hot spots, but they aren't support either. But the fact that we ended up coming and holding that support, if we hold 56.22 and get through it back up to the upside, that would be spectacular. Oh, that feels good. Oh, buddy. 30. Oh, hold the 30 right there for the. No, yeah, you're bad. That's not good for you, market. Whoever just thought they were about to make a lot of premium, who went long, you're getting sucked out right now. I'm gonna grab something to drink and figure out how to like dumb down the sun real quick, and I'll be right back.
Arctic Fox, good morning, my friend. Merry belated Christmas. Hope you had a great holiday, buddy. They're versatile, Acely, I believe. I'm not sure how that works. Russia fires heavy salvo on Ukraine, ruling out peace talks. Ukraine reports more than 69 missiles launched by Russia. 'Tis the season, huh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What else? We got any breaking news?
No, we need a like and subscribe, though. Share the content. Make sure they know that jobless sucked. How bad was it, am I, in your opinion?
I think it's all bull crap anyway, so
Well, I know your opinion on them, but I'm saying, like, what's your thought about now seeing more of the market this morning, and then what you're getting now?
I think the market's just looking for anything to celebrate. So I think maybe we even get a little pump at the open, but I think I still think it'll slow down and sideways downward trading for the whole day. I mean, maybe we get something blockbuster out of the housing data that comes out at 10, but I mean, unemployment is a double-edged sword right now, because either way you look at it, it could be looked at as a good thing or a bad thing, because like I said, high unemployment puts the pressure back on the Fed to at least halt raising interest rates, let alone maybe bringing them back down. So I guess that's a good thing. But drive down any city in any main, big city in America and tell me the unemployment's at an all-time low. Oh, these people just choose to be homeless, right? Like, I don't know.
I always wonder, do these people like just not get out?
Well, that's a weird paradigm that we're finding now, because there are a lot of homeless people that work full-time, and even with a full-time job can't afford even a one-bedroom apartment, and are forced to live on the street. You see that video of that homeless guy playing with a Meta Quest? It's like, it's funny, but it's ridiculously sad at the same time, because that's the state of the world. Awesome. Glad you had a good Christmas, Arctic Fox. Yeah, this was one for the books up here. And today should be an interesting day, Arctic, because so yesterday you have people that were standing on snowbanks, like touching street lights and stuff like that. That's how high some of them were. Now we got projected 50-degree weather today. So Buffalo's going to go from, I don't know, there's probably going to be some flooding issues. My area should be good. It's melted slowly. Wow, that's big news. Now, that might answer your question, Caesar. So Caesar said Bitcoin has never had 2 consecutive red years. You guys think 2023 will be good for Bitcoin? I think it hinges on the outcome of FTX, how if people are made whole, if trust is restored. Another part of that, I think, Caesar, is where we see the regulation go. People are kind of crying for regulation now, but that old saying, be careful what you wish for. It's not to say that it doesn't need regulation, because I think it 100% does, but we've yet to see real regulation that works. So, but then the other thing, this part, MicroStrategy sells Bitcoin for the first time, but remains a net buyer. MicroStrategy says it's holding around 4 billion. Sell at the bottom, not a good sign for MicroStrategy. Tax harvesting, possibly. I would imagine Junk Savvy, because they have to show. I don't know. It surprises me that he would sell, or it could have been to fulfill loan obligations and save the company money that way. So we'll have to look a little bit more into it, but I agree that it's definitely a red flag at the very least. Michael Saylor, is that his name? He's an OG Bitcoin bull. He's as bullish as it comes on Bitcoin. So at the very least, like I said, I think you got to look at that as a little bit of a red flag. Yeah, tough to say. I mean, we've seen a lot of it with the big oil companies, Junk Savvy. We've seen a lot of share buybacks, and yeah, I think some of the other companies. I think when you get into like tech companies, stuff like that, I think there is I don't think they're running out of cash anytime soon, but I think their cash burn rate has gone up so high. And then we've seen them get themselves in trouble and have to lay off with the continuous layoffs, plus the scrutiny. Maybe some companies just avoided it for that reason, and will try to find other ways to potentially give back to their shareholders. We've seen, who was it, USEA do it with that special $1 dividend. Maybe we see companies do that, because, and even that'll be scrutinized. But we've seen big oil get rolled in front of Congress, and yeah, I can agree with that, Junk Savvy. I think you'll see money pour back into crypto, but I don't know the time for. I think the FTX set that back. Hopefully not a couple years, but I think it's definitely a minor setback. But if anything, the media and stuff like that knows how to spin things, and obviously with big firms and stuff like that involved in crypto, there's going to be a positive spin on this when it's all said and done, I think. But it's going to take regulation. It's going to take more than just one person going to jail. And even with that, I think SBK, whatever the hell his name is, him being out on bail, I think is in itself kind of telling. Now on the surface, you might look at that like that's a bad thing for crypto. I look at it the complete other way. Maybe tinfoil hatty, but I look at it like, if they're giving this guy these kind of privileges, obviously there's high people in high places that are invested in cryptocurrency in general. And I don't mean just invested monetarily, but I mean invested fundamentally, things like that. So
yeah, it could definitely make people look stupid too.
It could.
I'm saying, like, I could see it going and being like, nobody wants to throw their name on it, so when somebody prestigious does,
yeah,
that could make all the difference.
BlackRock, I don't know if you guys seen that. Let me pull up that. Maybe that you get that article up there, so it doesn't look like I'm talking out of my ass.
I mean, I'd like to see that. Just full of Jim Carrey and Ace Ventura.
So here you go. Zelensky and BlackRock CEO Fink agree to coordinate Ukraine investment. BlackRock Financial Markets Advisory and the Ukrainian Ministry of Economy signed a memorandum of understanding in November. Zelensky and Fink agreed Wednesday to focus in the near term on coordinating the efforts of all potential investors and participants in the reconstruction of our country, channeling investments into the most relevant and impactful sectors of the Ukrainian economy. So, I don't think I need to even say anything about this. Moving on. We want to stay on YouTube today, so we'll just let that one pass. Nothing to see there. Oh, yes. So you got that, the 2K USEA dividend in January. Yeah, so did they make any announcement on that tanker that they just sold? Is that going to be paid out in another special dividend? That would be pretty cool. Really, Caesar?
Go back up over 380.25 on the SPY.
Really, Caesar? Already with the car jokes, huh? That's a touchy subject. Touchy. Morgan Stanley cuts Tesla price target to $250 a share.
From what?
Yeah, they're not saying that. That's not part of the headline. They don't want us to know that. From 255. It's probably something like that. I mean, now, how do you look at that if you're an investor? Do you look at it that like, okay, well, this is still a no-brainer. Morgan Stanley obviously just analyzed everything about the company and still comes up with a $250 price target while the company's sitting under 120.
It's funny because they haven't even come out with it for Weeble News.
But you see what I'm saying? It's presented in a negative way. Morgan Stanley cuts Tesla price target, but then in all reality, if you look at it like, okay, if they're right about this price target, I can buy Tesla now and double my money.
Tesla 120 right here. That's short.
Lobo, I know. I don't think he's going anywhere. I think this was 100% to keep him from getting hurt. Because if he got hurt, he was guaranteed $30 million next year. Granted, I think Stidham, whatever his name is, he can come out and maybe do something. That's McDaniel's boy. He came with him from New England. But I don't know. We'll wait and see. Well, and maybe Junk Savvy on that, the special dividend will be better for them than doing any kind of share buyback with that 1% tax going into play. So maybe you will see him continue to do special dividends. Or at the very least, though, Junk, I think you got to agree, you got to have confidence in that company because you see them putting that money right back in, whether it's through a dividend or maybe another way to expand the company, something like that. But when you see those profits go directly to the shareholder, you got to love it.
So I'm looking long right now on NVIDIA and NVIDIA and Tesla. If they want to go, I'm going to be looking at
Soda Man. What's up, Soda Man? Good to see you in the morning, my friend. And it's good to be back, buddy. Hope you had a great Christmas. Hope everything is going good. And we're rocking and rolling, getting ready for the new year now.
I'm going to be shorting Tesla anywhere north
All right, guys, 24 minutes. 24 minutes before the open. Enzo, I am gonna go grab a fresh coffee real quick. This extra hour thing's throwing me off, so my cup's empty.
I got you.
So wow the folks for a few minutes.
Okay. I mean, I usually just take my shirt off. No, I like the market coming back here if we don't get these immediate pops. If we get rejected over and over again, I'm gonna be looking for these little things on Tesla. I want to start seeing Tesla get driven back down towards 116. But I am still watching long. I just watched a puncture candle above NVIDIA, above the 145 area. But I would like to see that actually get up a little higher. That's not what I wanted. NVIDIA is a scary one. I think NVIDIA gets smacked right at open, 145.90. I'll put that one in there. I'm actually going to be taking the video as well. Here, short shares and waiting to see what's going on for puts. Let's get this market moving back. Oh, what a perfect tap. I'll come through. Yeah, I feel like this is gonna come either just shooting out of the gate and just come right back against us, or we are going to see this run, or I'm sorry, this is either going to run straight through that 380 area on the SPY, or because Tesla's going to go with it, or Tesla's going to basically move it first. I would assume that we're probably coming downside no matter how green they tell me it's about to get. I'll just grab positions on the way in. Good morning, Lobo. Good morning, Randy Sav. Randy. And oh, Nick DePrima, what's up, baby? Turn my volume up, please. I don't think anybody's ever said that. Jane, how's that? Can you take a look? I got you. Oh, that thing's moving. I want that thing to settle 380 or 683. I would buy it at 621. I'm going to basically want to throw a bag right at the 504 area, I think. But yeah, I would wait until that came back down a little bit because that thing's running. Give me like 530, I'd call it. That might, yeah, 530, 540 area. C's. GMC seeing a big cost to borrow increase. Good, thank you, Miss Jane. I appreciate you, Lobo. Yeah, Nick, I'm kind of waiting for the same thing. I just want to make sure that we get some good movement first. I'm gonna be looking off rip that $7 on HTO or HOTH. Jesus. We're gonna get rejected the 790. If it wants to continue to go through that, I mean, I don't know anything about this stock, but it has absolutely no chance of getting over $19 right now. It probably won't go 850. If it goes through 850, it'll go to 950, but I mean, I would be impressed if it got anywhere close to that. I think it's best chance we just filled the gap and we're gonna go back down to the downside. No options. Yeah, I would assume that this is gonna just be a little bit more downside, unless yeah, that's more downside unless we break up over. Oh, excuse me, it already did. I need at least 530, 540 area. Sees. Mullen is up 7% in the pre-market. I still think that if we end up getting 24 cents back and start move through 23 going to 24, I think we could easily get the 25 cents. I would like to see this thing back in the 30 range. I don't know anything about Mullen, so take that with a grain of salt, but Mullen is definitely doing things this week, percentage wise anyway. So, little trends that I'm seeing everywhere. Let's go Tesla. Tesla's got this little pattern here. Flat bottom with a little angle to it. It just broke the bottom of it. So we're gonna look for this to hold 119.35 here, and the bottom of this, which would be 118.89. I want to see this thing come through 1850 so bad. What it's going to try to probably give you is a artificial look, like, hey, we're probably going to hold right here at 1835, and then it'll immediately come back and immediately come back. I just need this thing to go actually through the 1712 area, because that's where I'm worried about a bounce, is the 17, 18, 12 area. There comes NVIDIA coming back to VWAP very quickly. Make sure you guys are showing MIA some love. We almost lost our popsicle, dude. He almost ended up out here looking like an absolute popsicle, like one of those little joints you used to cut off at the top with the plastic. He was looking. He was out there looking frigid. I bet them like back muscles shoveling all that snow. No, thank you. No, thank you, sir. Oh yeah, come on, market. Let's go. I want to see the SPY break through 378. That would be so special. What's up?
What's up? Had me out here looking like Eddie Murphy.
I don't think I did that. Nobody, you don't want to zoom in? I think you look great zoomed in. Yeah, I gotta figure out something to do with this glare, but. Oh, you watching Knives Out?
No, apparently that's news. Oil prices slide. Here's the next mega tech stock to likely fall into the bear market.
That's probably a lot like Palantir right there. So jump on, dude.
Let's see who they say it is. Oh, that brings us to our call of the day, which says Apple indeed could be the bear's next possible victim. Shares of the iPhone maker, and I'll tell you why I agree with this in just a second. Shares of the iPhone maker have fared relatively better. That's one of those things. This definitely possibly could happen. Better than its big tech brethren, down only 29% year to date. Here's the chart report's Patrick Dunawilla, summing up a note by John Roque of 22V Research. Thanks to this guy, Apple has held up better than most FANG stocks this year. However, John points out that it could be the bear's next victim. The stock closed at a fresh 52-week low on Wednesday as it sliced through key support around 130. It's below a declining 40-week moving average, and it's already broken down on a relative basis. So that's their pick of the day. Apple to the downside. I agree with that because they were shilling Apple earlier on CNBC, talking about, I wouldn't even be worried about the numbers. I wouldn't even be worried about them. I think the numbers are going to come in great. We're going to see great. And actually, the supply chain issues could turn out to be a good thing for Apple. Okay, blow some more smoke up.
You should have asked. Would you like me to spread them?
Yeah. So I think Apple's numbers, I don't think that it's going to crash or anything, but I think their iPhone production, I think, they've beat around the bush as far as the situation in China affecting them. Now, sure, they're making moves to pivot out of China, but this isn't going to be anytime soon. Yeah, Apple's going to start buying chips in the USA. Okay, those factories aren't even supposed to be up and running until 2024, maybe. So you're talking years down the line. I mean, as far as right now, China is a big concern for Apple, and it's been downplayed. Michael J, aloha, yes. The Steelers, it wasn't good. Talk
to him nice. Let him know how the Steelers were looking. They were looking crispy.
I didn't even watch the whole game. I have to admit, I fell asleep. I was in a shitty mood. It was Christmas Eve. I was supposed to have Nikki, and I couldn't get to him because of the weather. And the Raiders just capped that off. And I was losing in fantasy. It was just a bad day altogether. But I digress. 2 more days of this nonsense, and we're on to a new year, fresh start. How's it going? New year, new me, new whatever.
Something like that. Yeah.
Randy! Mr. Stagner. It was good to see Randy all grown up, too, in Christmas Story Part 2. He made an appearance. I highly recommend it for any of you guys. If you didn't check it out, check out that Christmas Story remake. Heartwarming tale. All right, 9 minutes, guys. 9 minutes.
SPY trying to break up.
Southwest Airlines up 0.5%. How on earth could that company be up anything? I realize it's already lost 7 or 8% this week, but you tell me how you cancel like the most flights in history throughout this last week and continue to, and somebody's pushing your stock up. Unbelievable. Nick DePrima. What's up, Nick? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Hope you had a good Christmas, my man. Yeah, 2023 is going to be a good year. Going to be a good year. Anybody know what it's the year of? The year of the monkey? The year of the... I don't follow that, so
Probably
I don't know.
Snake.
The year of the snake?
Seems like a fit.
Yeah, I think we already had that one. I think that was like 2020. Yeah, we're thawing out big time. We went into overdrive this morning, Randy. It's going to be pumping 50 here today. So there are going to be people doing the backstroke in the shallow end of a kiddie pool on the streets of Buffalo.
Look at Tesla take that big old move. I'm wanting this to go through 1890. I'm looking for it to get hung up right here at 1901. But right now, it looks like everything in the market is just going to either, it's going to try to resemble I'm about to leave, and then it's about to break against us. It's almost like here, we're going to be good on this one little peg of the jobs claim, but hey, everybody now gets to read the full article. And then it's going to come right back, let's call it 10 minutes in. Year of the Rabbit, Germ Corp.
Year of the Rabbit, okay. Awesome, Nick. Awesome. Glad you had a great Christmas with the family, brother. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about, baby. Nick says he was looking at ExxonMobil. Didn't realize it was up 85% this year. Yeah, and those companies that did that, now, I don't think that they have any, you look at these companies here, you look at oil, where it's at, you have to think oil is going to go up in price. But I really think the smaller companies will benefit more when we hit that rocket. Sure, I think there's upside, but I think there's also a reason why Warren Buffett got in and out of Oxy for the most part. Yeah, he may still have a position, but for a while there, Oxy was the biggest position in Berkshire. I know they sold off a big chunk of that and moved it to, I can't remember. I'm not going to try to bullshit my way out of this one, but they sold that and moved a big chunk of that into something, and for the life of me, I can't remember what it was. I like it. Year of the Randy. Let's go. So those companies, Nick, they did big share buybacks. They came under a lot of scrutiny, but I still think for the long term, I think there's upside in companies like ExxonMobil. But as far as when or if oil does spike, I think it's going to be the HUSAs, the smaller companies like that we've seen really run wild at the beginning of the invasion, and then kind of, plummet deeper than any of the big boys did. Just my thoughts.
Be careful right here on the SPY for this thing to not only break to the downside, but I think it's going to try to resemble a bounce right here around the 378. But if this starts coming to the downside, I'm going to be worried about it just bouncing and trying to hold support in a couple of different places. I do not think this, if the SPY breaks north, I think we go 380.25 or 387 or 380.57. But I do not think we go and give it any more than that. I would be surprised if Tesla wants to continue. But if Tesla wants to continue, the SPY could just get a huge lift off that. Just all of a sudden and completely random. We got 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Oh, Lunar New Year begins on January 23rd. The shift in energy will be significant as we move out of the year of the tiger and into the more patient and gentle rabbit. I like the eye of the tiger, so I don't know how tigers do as far as when they get assigned a year. I'd have to go back and do some charting.
When this goes and breaks this little lavender line on the SPY, I'm shorting it.
Lavender line.
On the SPY, yep. With all
3
the
minutes.
right
3 minutes.
Get your scratches here.
Butt scratcher. Butt scratcher.
Right.
Remember to hit that like button before the bell. It counts as double if you get it in before the bell.
Tesla's doing its thing right here, the 120. Let's say the 120 30, 120 55. Watch them both end up going and getting rejected right here. Ooh, it did not. Uh-oh. Let me get that 120 106. That makes a lot more sense. 120 106. If it wants that, we're going 122 55. If not, maybe 120 180. But I would like to see it get rejected right here. 120 106. Give me a rejection. That'll work. Yep, we are definitely about to either get really hurt and need a counselor after this, or this is about to be a huge play. But right now, do not take my financial advice, but I am going short on the SPY, Nvidia, and Tesla on my screen. I'm going long on the SQs as long as they hold 5608. Well, let's call it 56 flat.
All right. Under a minute, guys. Under a minute. As always, be sure to keep an eye on your own charts. You will get that little bit of a YouTube delay. So let's close it out good. We got 2 trading days left in the year, guys. Let's make this a good one either which way. Good luck, everybody.
Tesla's trying to hang out over that 120. If Tesla wants to hold 120, or let's say at least the 119.80 area, that's scary and that's bullish. It's open.
And we are off and running. Market opening up green with the Dow opening up 0.5%, S&P opening up 0.7%, and the NASDAQ opening up over 1%. Tesla dipping here on this open back below 120, 119.24 on Tesla, 119.36 now on Tesla.
Be careful here. Tesla's gonna probably go long if the SPY bounces right there.
Hoth, what's Hoth doing? Hoth halted to the upside at 985 on HOTH, Hoth Therapeutics. We got AMC at 388 down 1%, Ape down 5% at 137.
I just took Tesla short 119.
Okay.
I took 115 puts.
Tesla down now at 118.30. Rivian showing some gains. Mullen up 6.5%, 22.5 cents on Mullen. Centro up 3%. GameStop just broke into the green, 17.92, 17 back to even. Try to get through that $18 mark. Across that S&P top 10, you got Apple up 1.75%, Microsoft up just under 1%, Amazon up 1.25%, Tesla hanging on to 4.5% gains, falling under that 118 mark, 117.75. Google up just under 1%, Nvidia up 1.5%, 142.51. Berkshire up.
Already up 30%. I look for the SQ to bounce here, but, or I'm sorry, I'm looking for the SPY to bounce directly where this green dotted line is, but if it does not, I would look for it to almost wick 378. It might try to go long if it does, but I mean, Tesla is just falling. It did tap. We want it to fall through though. I don't know what is good with my chart today, but like it's lost its mind.
XPEV up 4% now, Randy, 9.75. Hoth still halted. Sabrina, good morning. Nuwellis
Right
and UWE halted to 13.59.
We went green and ran right into that one, that 318.25. I took it short. Oh, thank you for filling that real quick.
Thank you, Caesar. Nuwellis has announced an exclusive U.S. license and distribution agreement for C-Star Medical Holding Corporation's selective cytopheretic device for acute kidney injury in children. Nuwellis will market and distribute the SCD through its direct sales force. C-Star Medical expects the FDA to complete a substantive review of a humanitarian device exemption for the use of SCD in children under 20 kilograms with AKI during Q1 of 2023, with a potential commercial introduction in Q2 of 2023. So Nuwellis halted to the upside, 13.59. Hoth Therapeutics still halted. And this is on news. FDA has accepted the investigational new drug application for Hoth Therapeutics. HT001 therapeutic for rash and skin disorders associated with epidermal growth factor receptor inhibitor therapy. So FDA giving, so be careful with this one. I know Hoth is a little bit bigger company, but with stuff like this, you see the initial reaction. All they're doing is signing off on the trial application. Now it has to go through the trials, all that kind of good stuff. Expects to begin phase 2A trial in Q1 of next year. So still a ways out. These things tend to plateau and then come back down until the next data comes out. So always keep an eye on that. S&P now up 1 full percent. The NASDAQ up 1.38%, and the Dow up 0.72%. Nuelis unhalted, shooting up through the $15 mark, $15.27. Now, again, Nuelis, you have to look at in a different way. Okay, so two medical plays, two kind of different things. This is going to get to market, hopefully, Q2 of 2023. That's a big deal. Whereas Hoth, you look at the news on Hoth, you're talking potentially 2024, possibly, something that's going into the trials in next year. So just kind of two different plays. And if you're somebody that likes to play biomeds, these are kind of two good ones to follow. Follow them, for the next couple days, next couple weeks, whatever it is you like, and just see kind of the different reactions. And I guarantee you'll see Nuelis hold these gains a lot more than Hoth does. Yeah, Mullen up 8.5%, just under 23 cents.
Does not want its VWAP. So I'm looking at things to come back here. Don't break, Tesla, please. This seems like a big fake out to me, but what do I know? I'd be looking for this to break back over the 380 and take everything you can get.
So Hoth still halted. Nuelis at 15.85, and Mullen trying to break that 23 cent mark. 22, make it 23 even on Mullen. EWAC hitting those lows, and is what Elon's doing at Twitter. Does that put an end to Truth Social? Especially, and I kind of feel that way for two reasons, right? So I think people are getting what they possibly would have been seeking at Truth Social on Twitter now, as far as freedom of speech, all that kind of stuff. And then I think you have a bunch of other smaller social media kind of apps coming out, giving people other alternatives. And maybe those people weren't necessarily the demographic that Truth Social was going to attract on the surface, but I think, it was part of it. I don't see a pathway to success with DWAC now. That's just my personal opinion. I can see this thing going back and them having to possibly find another partner. I don't know. I don't think it looks good. Hoth might be halted again. Upside on Hoth, halted at 11.77. Nuelis, meanwhile, coming back down, 13.75 on Nuelis. Tesla trying to cook, 119.85 on Tesla.
Yeah, it's about to touch me. However, I would really like this SPY to turn around. 180 or 380, 106. I don't know why I didn't listen to myself. Go ahead and close that candle.
Amiris, I don't know much about them, Nick. I just added them to my watch list, though. Something I'll look into. And okay, so they're down 6.5% today after announcing a $50 million registered direct offering and private placement. What was this at? Combined purchase price of $1.50, and the warrants will be immediately exercisable at $1.80 per share. So what's going to scare me about that, Nick? And this is just after just kind of seeing this happen, these offerings with warrants, and I kind of told myself I'll never touch a stock with that again after having it broke down to me how the short sellers buy up these offerings, sell off their shares, and then short the stock with their warrants. Now, I'm not saying that's happening here or anything like that, Nick, but it is a red flag for me when looking at this. So just something to look into, but I will definitely check it out. Martin Apollo caught that Hoth train. Choo choo. Were you looking at this earlier, Enzo?
Yep.
Hoth?
Mm-hmm.
What you got?
Oh, I was nowhere close with that. I didn't think that thing was getting over like $7.
So it's up at 11.77. I swear this thing was a meme stock for a spell. Hoth Therapeutics for a while. Yeah, like I said, though, if you're this thing, it could run amok today, but I just don't see. I don't see it holding these. Now I'm talking over the next days, weeks. You know what it does today, coming off this news. I don't see the news as being as big. Like I said, we've seen it time and time again with these biotech plays where granting permission for the trial to start, sure, it's a great step, but it's still a long time coming before that hits the shelves. But I would say, Martin, I don't know, maybe I don't know. I'd have to see how it comes out of this halt. Maybe $13 ish next, and then if not, maybe run up into the 1560, 1570. And I was man down yesterday, so I didn't see what Cala Pharmaceuticals did. Let me take a look. So this was yesterday on them. They went from 6 up to 1760. And what was the news on them? Similar news? Yeah, so same exact kind of scenario. This was Wednesday. They announced FDA acceptance of an investigational new drug application for KPI 012 for the treatment of persistent corneal epithelial some kind of defect. And I mean, it's holding up at still around $15. Okay, so Hoth, what happened here? We came out and halted to the downside. ran up to 1250 and then halted back at 1086. Well, yeah, and that's typical, Nick. Like I said, I'm being a little bit sinister because of what happened with MMTLP and kind of listening to that CEO. It's just something that kind of stuck with me, and it could be completely irrelevant in this case as far as the warrants go, but it was just something that I told myself, like I said, I'm gonna, anytime there's an offering with warrants involved, kind of double check who's buying that, where that private placement's going. GTA, what's up, GTA? Weird, wild stuff. AMC running with Ape. Yeah, I got a little clip from CNBC from yesterday. I'll put on in a minute with them talking about AMC and stuff on there. Good morning, my lady. Good to see you. Good to see you. Merry late Christmas. So Ape up 9% now. AMC up 5.5%. We're at 405 on AMC. We're at 158 on Ape. GameStop up 2.5%. You called that, Nikki D. So 1832. Let's get GameStop back over this $20 mark. Quick clowning. Mullen pushing up a little further. 9.3% gains for Mullen over that 23-cent mark. Centro Automotive up 5.5% at 451. Market still cooking. The Dow up over 0.75%. Nasdaq up 1.75%. S&P up just about 1.25%. So hey, Festivus miracle. Only, what was it, 9,000 more people than they expected claimed unemployment. So yeah, it's tough. It's tough, GTA. I don't blame you about being a little bit hesitant. Especially with, the potential vote, potential reverse split. I don't know. I think it comes back to having faith in Adam Aaron for right or wrong. I don't think there is a clear cut. Is he a good guy? Is he a bad guy? I think people are in different positions financially, and I think that affects kind of how they feel Adam Aaron's doing. For example, somebody that bought AMC at say $7-8 and maybe held through this whole thing may look at it like, okay, they're not down money at this point, so Adam Aaron's doing a great job. Whereas somebody that bought in at $20-25 may be looking at it in a different way. I still think that he's doing what he can to just say, to keep the company afloat. I think the bankruptcy fears, I think like that kind of stuff was always swept under the rug. I think AMC was a lot closer to bankruptcy than they ever let on. And I think he's just been doing a great job of keeping it afloat. And it's just how long is that sustainable? KPRX. What is that? Kiora Therapeutics? Kiora Therapeutics. Up 19.5%. 277. Hellbiz on the move too, huh? Hellbiz up just under 15%. 13.05 cents on Hellbiz. AMC back under that $4 mark, $3.99. No, I think they have to. I think there has to be a vote on the conversion. Cheers, Nick. on the conversion, and then the other vote will be on the split. And I don't know if there's going to be any stipulations, if it's going to be a if and only if, you know, in the sense of we'll convert these shares only if the split's in place, as to not it'll still dilute the stock, but it won't as far as the actual numbers, if that makes sense. AVCT back up over $1. Will it hold? So they did that reverse split and then came back down. How long have they been back over $1 for? So they weren't under for too long. I could see them getting back over there. They only got to get 10 days in a row, Junk Savvy, and then they're clear for, I'm not sure the exact time frame, but that would be a relief, I think, for ABCT holders after that reverse split and then coming back under the $1 mark. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on this. Senseonics down here at 104. And you have to like that. But, you know, Junk Savvy, I think Senseonics is a perfect example of how DD, how expectations, how things like that can change without you being a flopper. You know, I talk a lot of times about Kramer 1 week saying one thing and then completely contradicting himself the next week. And those short time frames, to me, that is that's flip-flopping for whatever purposes. But now in a case like Senseonics, where I still think tremendous upside, but we've seen other competitors kind of step into the arena since then. And when you're first of your kind in anything, there's going to be people that are looking to make a better product, make a less invasive product, things like that. And who is it? Junk Savvy Metamaterials that's involved in that competitor to Senseonics. So I would just say that kind of tapers the expectations. But with it being such a specified market, I still think Senseonics has the right marketing, has the right insurance connections, all of that they're still going to be successful. And yeah, like I said, it's just it's you know, so if you see something change, it's not always that people just, you know, people could be wrong. Things change. Other stocks come into play, other companies come into play. Okay, so 10 days buys them another 30 days. QTNT. Quotient. Oh, yippee-ki-yay, mother clucker. Up 156%.
There we go. Come on down, Tesla. And don't hold that.
I don't see any news on this, Caesar, this quotient. Damn. All right, well, let's get it back to at least even, Arctic Fox. Come on, baby.
Oh, Tesla, yeah, baby. Oh, touch me. Oh, if this breaks back, I want you to know this might be the biggest set of brass balls I've ever had going through a move here. I have not felt good about this play to the downside all morning because it's just tearing ass. But as soon as we see like things start falling through VWAP, like right here, you see, Tesla right here. You're seeing the SQ starting to find this little bottom right here from yesterday. The fact that we closed inside of it and inside this little green candle, on the 27th. I'm gonna try to see if we can hold that. I would really, really, really appreciate Tesla if it just started dragging things. Because I don't want them to go. I think Microsoft's one of the most overvalued things in the world right now, and it should not be at any given time holding 200, much less 230. I'm gonna look for the SPY to get rejected real quick. Yo, on the 15 minutes, give me that candle. Fill me right here. Let's get that bounce right there. Or just absolutely shit with me into existence. That could be a very good possibility too. So, not financial advice, but I'm going short. QN or QT NT. Yep, it's moving. It's breaking the high of 64 cents. Came back down, didn't want it. It'll give it a second. Give me that 15-minute transfer candle into the green. Oh yeah? Go ahead, give it to me. Scare a bunch of people. Do your thing, but give me that green candle. I'll wait. I got time.
Yeah, Junk Savvy, that metamaterials, non-invasive glucose reader you hold between your fingers, working on FDA approval. And I think both of those can be successful. You know, I have to imagine that, and having never, you know, suffered through any kind of diabetes or anything like that, I have to imagine. What's that?
I'm just saying this is the scare.
I have to imagine there's different levels to where the surgical kind of implants may still be better for some people. So I don't think that that'll crush Senseonics per se, but I think it definitely, you know, takes away market share. But I'm stoked about both of them. I like both of them in the sense of not just from a stock market standpoint, but, you know, I think those are both products that will vastly improve quality of life for people out there. So. Well, in Arctic Fox, another thing we need to look at as we get into the new year, and maybe this weekend I'll see what kind of data we can get our hands on. But having people close to me in the pharmaceutical industry, a lot of lockout periods will end with the new year. So you'll see what you got to do. You got to break it down into these companies that are more heavily invested by outsiders or insiders. And a lot of times you'll have these insiders who they rely on that money. You know, that's part of their salary. So we'll try to see if we can predict any kind of sell-offs as we go into the new year with some of these pharma companies. And again, it's not anything that's across the board. It's not like, oh, this day we're going to watch all pharmaceuticals sell off, but we might be able to find some diamonds in the rough and be able to make some predictions that aren't financial advice. Got to remember that, guys. There's an endless amount of tools that you can put in your tool belt when it comes to the stock market. Obviously, me and Enzo try to do as much research, stuff like that, as we possibly can. There's only so many hours in the day. But when it gets down to specific stocks, specific plays, you know, the DD it's limitless. And not everything is going to come into play. And you could do the deepest dives and still come out with a result that you weren't expecting. But there is more out there than, you know, just looking at charts and just looking at, you know, mainstream news, stuff like that. There's a lot of info out there that can benefit you on a daily basis.
Apple looks really weak at view up.
Last Kazi standing. Good morning, my brother. I tried to message you back 25 times, Rich, and it just kept spinning. I appreciate the message, though, brother. I appreciate the concern. I am good. It's been a hell of a week. Today's the first day that things are kind of calmed down. I got my internet back. Sun shining. There's some birds out there doing stuff. So yeah. But I hope you and Karen and the fam had a fantastic Christmas, buddy. Luca Bamba, what's up, brother? Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, we were buried. we were in dire shape, but you know what? We were prepared. We only lost power a few times, nothing major, and you know there were people a lot worse off, so I can't complain. Tough go with Christmas. You know, it absolutely amplified everything. It made it, and you know, I'll criticize the city's response and the state's response, but at the same time, they were fighting an unwinnable battle. Had this storm happened on a random Tuesday, it still would have been devastating, but we wouldn't have seen the drastic effects. And you know, fingers can be pointed all over. Um, it's just a tragic situation, and
Look at Apple take off under VWAP, and it's going back to 128.14. If it doesn't stop there, it's going to keep going. Tesla's getting dragged down because of it while it should be popping. SPY's coming back down right now currently. I'm actually looking at a play that I'm going to have to average into, but I got smoked for like 80% of a contract overnight, and I didn't have the ability to do anything about it. But it's for tomorrow. I might actually go and double into it if Tesla breaks through VWAP and continues to the downside under 1987 right here.
Junk Savvy talking about that HYMC. When the world goes back to the gold standard, this could be $100 stock. Do your DD, not financial advice. I'm stacking shares. Well, I seen on Twitter yesterday, funny that I had to communicate with Birdie on Twitter. I seen him stacking everything yesterday. HYMC, AMC, maybe a little GME. He got it all.
So this contract might rip back real quick. It might find a double here at the 37. If that's the case, then that's a nasty contract. That's gonna run. It'll double itself.
Yeah, Luca, I still think Apple in the midterm has a lot more downside to go.
Look at
I think it's got to be caught up a little bit.
Yo, I was asking for this 15 minute transfer candle right here into my green box, because I made that green box literally right after I saw this red candle. I want to see this transfer candle start coming back. Now you can see this entire. I'm crushing right now on Apple. I need the SPY to make the bigger move that Tesla right here is making probably. Oh, nope, Tesla's trying to fight, but Tesla's more than likely getting rejected. Unless it just tears right now, but I don't know why it would be doing that with. Oh, Apple's trying to find support at the 128.19. Watch what happens when it goes through it. When this goes through 128.12, I think everything else kind of gets the wind sucked out of it. Nvidia coming right back to VWAP right there, going through it right there. That's red. This will end up going through 120 or 128.12 if you get some downside on Nvidia. AMD's right now trying to hold VWAP, but it'll more than it's already kind of looking weak to me. From it, I mean, it needs to come down 63.36, but as I say that, everything decides to grab I mean, if you want to go and
QNRX,
grab
baby.
the one,
QNRX up 25% of the day. Sabrina, it's up 25% of the day, and I'm still down 99.78% on it. That's 99.78%. That is a reminder. Don't do dumb shit.
right?
Everyone should have one of those.
Oh man, please do it. Please get rejected.
You know what we need to set things off here?
I need Jeremy Powell to jump up on the stage right now and literally shit his pants. Tesla. No. Don't do it, you rat bitch.
Let's go. Captain MIA is trying to get a crew together for a treasure hunt. Type heist, exclamation point, heist, and an amount to join. Let's go.
I'm about that. I'm always down for some heist. Yo, Apple, get actually.
Sabrina saying, when did Waiter Holdings become ASAP? That sounds right. You want your waiter there ASAP?
Fair play.
No, I didn't get burned on the CTRM, Rich. I got burned for a little bit. I made money off it, and then I sold on the way down and lost money. I about made even on that. Birdie Hunter, good morning, Birdie. Hey, we all do Junk Savvy, but Junk Savvy, you have a brilliant mind, and when we do dumb banana stuff, we learn from it. We learn from it, and I still say a loss like that for me. And when I say I'm down 99.78%, guys, I think I lost maybe $50 on this whole deal. So it's not a situation like that, but it was a stupid move. And I keep it just for that reason.
Please get worked. There's no reason you should be up here right now. No, that's not good. NVIDIA, a little help? A little help? Just a little bit?
So I think we got to get the vote first, Luca Bamba, before the actual conversion. And you know, I don't really know if it's going to pass with flying colors or not. If it's going to be something that just unanimously passes, or if there's going to be some pushback.
I'll take you. No, thank you for 200, Alex, please.
Okay.
Can I get a can I double down on my daily double and say where the hell are you going, Alex? Get a GPS for 500, please.
Not only is that wrong, but we are all now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Excuse me? Who said this?
You're that goes back too far in Adam Sandler's catalog for you. That's a Billy Madison reference.
Yeah, I mean I've seen Billy Madison, but that's a little deep.
It's his best work. Some of his best work.
I beg to differ.
Hey, Lionel. Good morning, my buddy. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. We are safe and secure now. But some rough times. But hey, it builds character, right? There was only one scary part of the whole thing, and that was almost getting hit head on. The day that I finally was able to get Nikki. So that wasn't...
Nikki had a memorable time, though. He was fine.
Nikki remembered it. Nikki and Nikki was able to identify exactly what
The
kind of
VIN number
vehicle it
off of
was.
that car. Nikki comes home with the VIN number of that vehicle.
Yeah, so.
Spy, I quit.
Oh, come on, Soda Man. Click was not a million times, and I'm a fan of Click. A lot of people don't like that movie. I think I think it's kind of when Adam Sandler jumped the shark because it was such a stupid premise. But I still found some funny parts in it. But Billy Madison, that's got to be my number. I mean, there's so many good ones. I can't even go down the Adam Sandler rabbit hole. I sound like an Adam Sandler fanboy. But you know what? When you need a movie that just tunes everything else out, doesn't have any political undertones or any crap like that. You want some just good. And even as I got older, the grown-ups movies, being a dad and stuff, as cheesy as they are, I love them. I'm a sucker for an Adam Sandler movie, I guess. I'm not sure if I ever seen that one, Lobo. Is that one of those made for India only Adam Sandler movies?
Probably.
Okay, so Luca Bamba, let's talk about this. Why couldn't you fix it? Did you not have the proper supplies? Were you not able to get your hands on the proper pieces? Or was it lack of know-how? What can we do to get this $900 in your pocket today? That's what I'm trying to figure out. CBS Frog, good morning, CBS Frog. Happy belated Christmas. Hope you had a great time. Michael J just got some CBIO. Looks bullish. What do you think? Catalyst Biosciences up 7 1/3%.
I like it.
So let's see. Had some news in the last couple days. I love this right here. And I'll tell you why in just a second, without looking too much into it. And again, this isn't expert advice or anything like that, guys. This is just kind of looking on the surface of something. But we talked about this months and months and months ago. If anybody pays attention when the idiot up here talks, you guys might remember this. But we talked about
those are harsh words.
We talked about companies, biotech plays that would get bought out. Maybe not their whole, as far as company wide, but we looked at drug trials that were farther along. So we basically ruled out phase 1 drug trials, things like that, because there's still so much that has to be invested into them. We talked about companies that were closer to FDA approval. So with this CBIO, with them acquiring this F351, a phase 3 drug to treat fibrosis. So you're picking up something late in the R&D stages where most of that money will already be committed. Now let me see this. It looks a reverse merger plan. Of course, Seeking Alpha. You want to put it behind a paywall.
Yo, how about you fucking work? Excuse my French. I don't know what is wrong with my Weeble, but that better hold. Tesla better hold 120, 112. But we got a big wick on the SPY. Are people just realizing that the numbers weren't very sexy? Is that a double top on the SPY right here too? 107. Yeah, 2 highs of 107 right here on Apple, excuse me, not the SPY. Nvidia looking like it might want to Give a little back here if it doesn't want the 200. 200 rejection's fine with me, dude. I'm completely okay with that. You're way too high. You're way too high. Everything's way too high right now. It needs to come back to A, VWAP. B needs to come back to its 200s if it's already like away. So you can see the SPY is 200 and VWAP are down here at the 380. You have VWAP here, but you have the 200 and all of its indicators on Apple way down here at the 227 area. Seems like everything a little high right now. I think everything should be coming down, but I don't know why they're holding it out like this. Oh.
Michael J, just to wrap that up on CBIO, let's keep an eye on it as far as where this reverse merger is going to take it. So I would play that. I just added it to my watch list, so I'll keep an eye for any news that comes out on that. That could be a great thing, but just anytime that we see merger, we got to examine all angles of it, because sometimes it usually seems like one side of it gets the short end of the stick on that, whether it was through the metamaterials torchlight, the support.com, blah, blah, blah. I can go on and on. So I like where it's at now, but let's keep a good eye on that to see where it's going in the future. That acquisition, though, huge. And now this merger, we'll keep an eye on. That could be big news. Back to you, Enzo.
I don't have any good things to say right now.
I almost pulled the trigger on a Frogger one last Kazi. I almost pulled the trigger on it, and I ran out of room. One day, though, one day, this will be turned into a proper arcade style arcade. Okay, so Catalyst Biosciences and GNI Group sign agreements for sale and purchase of F351 program, announces 7.5 million special dividend and contingent value. Yeah, again, it all looks great. It all looks great. Just seems like when there's big catalysts like that involved, it can go both ways. So I like the move, Michael J, like I said, and you're already up on the day. It's up almost 10% now at 57 cents flat, and we'll keep tracking this with you. Okay, Lucas, so they were a lot of water damage. The components were rusted. Would have cost more to fix than what it's worth. That stinks. That stinks, but you got 2 PS5s that came in, HDMI port replacements. That's 300 already, so there you go. You're back in the saddle in no time. Back in the saddle already. Plus, give it a week, man. There's kids out there everywhere breaking new toys right now, Luka Bamba.
I broke one last night.
Yeah, see? So you're
about to break
gonna
another
be
mouse
just
and a couple more keyboards if this doesn't figure it. This is ridiculous, man. Go and
also
look
got a new coffee cup, a new Raiders cup there.
Go and look at all the volume to the put side of things. Tesla has calls up to 125, but go look at the puts on Tesla. All the way down to the 118 area for $154 right now. The price could be yours. 20,000 contracts have gone in at 118 for what? I think the open price of those were, I don't know, I can't tell.
What are you looking at? Puts $118
I was
puts?
looking at the $118 puts for tomorrow on the spot or on Tesla, and somebody has piled in 218 puts. They've piled in 20,000 more volume, so it's basically 20x volume, whether it's selling or buying. But thinking that you had 17,000 contracts at 120 and now you have 43, well, somebody's got to be buying something. because you can't just be selling the 17,000 that were there. You could be selling contracts, but still somebody's buying those contracts into the market.
Touche.
There's got to be a shake of hands. But right now, Tesla's
This
just
cup
gonna
does
hang
have a
there.
lid, Junk Savvy. It does have a lid.
Wait, what?
She asked if the cup had a lid, but I did have a lid on the cup when I spilled coffee on the other one too. So a lid doesn't even protect me sometimes.
Luca, I broke a Elite Series 2 controller.
Yeah, let's go. Luca, I'll show you what I'm working with. Where's my controller here? I don't know where it is. I'll show you too, Enzo, so you can see why I'm not great at video games.
Get absolutely just stroked. Go ahead, Tesla. Come on down. Oh, something didn't like that. Just be nice. Be nice. Come through that 121. Come through the 120. Come see me back at 118, and I'll put my mouth on you. What do you got?
Yeah, look at the left joystick. You probably can't see it like this, but there's not even a cover on it, like this little rubber piece. So it's just straight plastic.
Oh,
you're
new at this.
Straight plastic.
Oh, you're new at this.
Doesn't work.
I got literal metal nubs. Let me show you.
No, I'm just cheap. And
This is literally the metal nub that is underneath the plastic or the little rubber thing. Yeah. No, that is literally...
Yeah, but metal don't get as slippery. That plastic thing without the rubber on it, it's tough to use. I still dominate, but
go spit on your door handle, see if it's easy to open.
it's plastic just gets. I mean, you shouldn't be spitting on your controller.
I mean, I never did, but like you're saying, it gets slippery. I don't know what falls are coming out of your hands, but no, that's weird. Right now, Apple's trying to retest right here at that 129.42 area, 382 on the SPY. It just seems to not want it. 382.60 area. We're trying to find some support right here on the SQs at 54.26, and I really need Tesla not to sit up here and stair step this right now. I need it to go through the 121.18 or 15, excuse me, carry through the 121.06. Yeah, this isn't good on Apple. If Apple just comes and touches something like 129.21, that's not good. It'll give me a wick, and then it'll probably hold the candle at above a quarter.
Goldman Sachs warning mass layoffs coming in January.
Good.
All those people that took that extra week vacation this week.
Tell them to write a couple more articles and send a FUD newsletter so I can get out of these. Tell them like China's a buy, like Lucid's a buy or something like that. Get the market going for Tesla. Don't give me that double bottom right there. I'll slap your grandmother.
Man, that escalated quickly.
No grandmothers were hurt in the making of any of these. They were all props. Low, yeah, no. So we just created a higher low, but that's gonna be fake. That's gonna come right on down. Yeah, buddy. Come on, seriously, Spy, don't play with me. Don't hang there, please. That's such a stupid spot. That's such a bad hill. That's such a bad hill for you to sit on. Please don't. Oh, you asshole. Tesla, just be the cruel mistress that you are and come on down. Oh, Spy's coming back a little bit. Come down. don't hold here either, but just come right through like the 380 and we'll talk.
Wow,
I'll take
look
you
at
out
this
to a nice-
heat map.
Yeah, no, it's very irritating. None of it makes sense though. I think it's about to give it all back, but I would like to go and say that I knew that pre-market, but we are only in about an hour and a half into the day. But so I mean, if you don't hold right now, you're giving 2% on Apple, you're giving 1.5% on Microsoft, you're getting 2%, you're getting 7.5% on Tesla. Like,
This heat map is glorious.
Hey, take a picture of that. I hope that's the last time anybody else sees it like that for at least 2 months.
Oh,
see it
so you
in
got to
2
understand when you're saying that, you're basically telling everybody that's watching, hey, fuck your portfolios, guys. I want to see you lose money.
Fair, but I also own the same things. I would just prefer to see the market get to these buy spots better or quicker so that we can go and buy them and just get this over with. Like it's just like
that's fair.
for tick
That's
for
fair,
tat,
but
like,
you know,
I understand the loss, but I don't look at it necessarily as. I mean, they always say, if you sell, you lose. You only lose when you sell, or you only take the loss when you sell. I'm looking at these areas as like I don't mind averaging down into blue chips that I'm looking at because I don't really play just random things. But right now, I look at everything at a good buy spot, but also other things in the market right now that can come down massively. But I'm looking for those things I'm looking for the same things to go down that I own so that I can buy them at a better spot because these prices are beautiful.
I like them.
Hopefully they I just would like to see them do it quicker so they stop screwing people in theta and we can go and just get that big rip back. No.
Yeah, you don't ever see
want
heat
anybody-
maps like that, all green. Even on the best of days, even on days when we've seen those 5-6% gains on the NASDAQ, there was usually at least a little bit of counterbalance somewhere. You know, something usually took a hit.
Look at that on a 15-minute. Does it hold it though?
Germ Corp asking about the Avalon, ALBT, Avalon Globocare.
That was something else a while ago.
Up 33%.
No,
No
I don't want
catalyst.
anybody to lose money. Let's just be very clear on that. I don't
No,
want
I'm
anybody
not.
to
I'm
lose
not
money.
saying you are, and I know you're not. But you gotta.
I look at the market as like I can make money anywhere in the market. So
Yeah, I mean, people do that too. But anybody, if you're holding any stock in your portfolio, sure, on a daily basis, if it's going down, you may play with that. But I don't think anybody that's here wakes up and says, "Man, I hope this market goes down today."
well,
You know, the
I look at
401ks, stuff like that, and it's not just the stocks that they're trading. You know, odds are if you've worked, and if you worked your whole life, a lot of your savings is tied up in a 401k that you can't call them and say, hey, the market's down today, I want my 401k to get short the market. You're
Sure.
in it to win it.
No, I think that the way that I do things is whenever I make money, I really haven't thought about this, but like whenever I make money off of puts and they're like a long, let's say they're a leap or something, and I've watched a stock go $30 to the downside, I will more than likely pick up a couple of shares of that company, even if I know it's overvalued at the point. But it's just averaging down because I know that if it's under my price that I've already bought it at, I'm getting a better price at it now. I have the ability to grab a couple here, grab a couple there, but I do really, really, really like when I make money on puts and then I'm able to buy and own those shares for a longer out in time if I wanted to exercise or not, or just wanted to dump them and run. You can choose to do whatever you want, but on Tesla, If you're sitting there holding 150 puts 2 weeks ago, you're feeling king. But then when you watch it go to 120 and you had to get rid of those or whatever it was, I would much rather want to buy them at 120 where I have those puts where I just made a couple grand off of them. Why not just go grab a couple shares while your original buy was at what, 210 on Tesla or whatever it was. So I just look at it as a better opportunity. Maybe I'm a little more optimistic to getting screwed. I mean, if it's gonna
Well, I
happen,
think you got to have
why not bet 'em?
a good mix of that because yeah,
Right.
on a daily basis, even on a weekly basis. But like I said, I mean, I think 401ks are the biggest example of stuff that's out of people's hands, and you know,
Yeah, they're
it
not
sucks
very
doing what we
movable.
do because you know when we can predict clear downside and we can make money off it, it's awesome. But there's also, you know, it's always in the back of my head, well, okay, this is great, we're profiting off the downside, but somebody that's watching right now is taking a hit on this at the same time. You know, it's just balance, that's all.
48 to 59, 59.61 area. If it gets up above that, germ, 73 to 80 plus. If it breaks
Grumpy
over
old
that-
man, long time no see, buddy. Hope everything is good. I thought you left us for a reunion that we heard about. So I hope you had a great Christmas, my friend. Hope I don't know what kind of weather you guys got down there. I hope everybody was safe, but I hope the family had a great Christmas. Because of the weather, Grumpy, you have not received your MIA Sings the Blues LP yet, but that'll be coming to you real soon, buddy. I even threw in some hip hop classics for you.
Yeah, that's what you were doing?
Mm-hmm.
That was very, very interesting to listen to. I'm sure the recording is beautiful. Tesla looks like it's breaking under this little trend that we were running for the beginning of this morning. We broke down a little bit and we're going towards VWAP. We're also breaking down a little bit, but touching perfect on Apple right now. It seems like everything's just cycling to where it's just holding the SPY up just ever so perfect. It looks like we got a rejection off the top of the screen wick with a bunch of downside here. I would like to stay underneath that 64 and 69 area on AMD. I'm willing to give it 64.92. I'd love a rejection right here off Tesla at 121.11. And don't hold the 121.06 that I've been wanting all morning. That was my original buy, is 121.06 to the downside.
And every sector up. Communication sector up 2.25%. Industrials up 1%. Consumer cyclicals 2%. Financials 1%. Tech 2%. Utilities almost 1%. Real estate
Tesla
1.6.
right
And we forgot all about that. My bad.
What?
Those housing numbers.
Also, Randy is talking about some GROM. All right.
Oh, wow, Grumpy. Well, I hope you're back on the up and up, brother. Very sad to hear that, but I hope it didn't ruin the holidays for you.
Yep. Glad to see you back. Glad to see you at least moving around. But yeah, identifying it as an old man is never a good thing.
Yeah.
That tends to do some work on your joints and stuff. I don't recommend. Not financial. What do we got news-wise coming?
I forgot about the pending home sales.
There's something's not right. I feel more sure about that than anything else. Is I like something does not feel right. To where it seems like, oh yeah, everything's gonna be great. It's gonna be green. I'd love that. I could make money going green, but I'm concerned that it's not going to stay green as soon as I want to get in at green, which is like right now. I don't want to see Apple hold this support again. Just my personal preference. I'd like to see Apple come down to like, let's say 110.
I think there's companies that are still overvalued out there, and once
Right.
it's going to take them coming down, and some
Right.
people argue that Tesla's still overvalued where it is, and
I
I think Apple is going to see. I think everything's catching up with Apple more so than any other country. Like I said, they've kind of downplayed.
Are you saying negative sentiment?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I just don't know how soon it's going to happen, because eventually these production woes have to catch up with them. They keep saying, they're talking out of both sides. They say, okay, we're going to be way short on the iPhone. First they said, well, we're just going to make more of the Pros because that's what people want. Then it came out, well, no, that's because you had to cut production somewhere because your factories keep getting shut down, this, that, and the other thing. And then they came out and kind of finally admitted that. But when we're going to see the hit, I think will be maybe not till even next year, but when all these providers, because that's the numbers that I'm interested in. I don't care how many people waited in line to buy an iPhone. Those people wait in line to buy another iPhone. It's the providers where if Apple wasn't able to fulfill, say, 25% of Verizon orders around the holidays for that new iPhone, how many orders how many phones are Verizon going to order this time next year when they put out the iPhone 27G Plus Pro Edition or whatever the hell the next one is? Because that's where their sales are guaranteed. Everybody always thinks, oh, people are out there spending $1,000. Sure, there are people that go to an Apple store and buy an iPhone. The majority of the sales, people don't come out of their pocket per se for. They're bought through the providers who buy them all up. So if they're not able to fulfill those expectations, you're talking about something that'll be a more long-term switch. So if you're an average customer, you're new, your parents wanted to get you an iPhone for Christmas, it's back ordered. Who knows when you're going to get it? But we got this Google phone over here, maybe you want to try, or we got this Samsung, maybe you want to look at, and because Apple screwed you, we're going to give you an extra $100 off this one. We'll get you set up for this right now. We'll even throw in the case and give you a magnifying glass and something else that goes with it that you don't need, and just an additional $14.95 a month on your bill. You can handle that, right?
Wow, thank you so much.
So now all of a sudden, other numbers are inflated when it comes time to order these phones. They're going to say, okay, well, we sold an extra X amount of Pixel phones and this one and that one. Does that all eat into Apple's kind of market share? I think it does.
Yeah, 100%. Why wouldn't it? Like, I didn't think that you were talking about or good things about Apple. Look, dude, Spy. Nothing else is going anywhere though. Like that's what's for the Spy to have run as much as it has. I could understand Tesla at 7%, but like, it seems like Tesla's out gaining everything, or excuse me, the Spy is out moving everything when usually that's not the case, and it's also lagging behind the NASDAQ, who broke low. Look at this move. There's no way. That might be a perfect double right there. Off the inside of this candle and this trend line. Yeah. 15-minute on the NASDAQ right now is looking ready to top out or break.
Oh, they're gonna give him a plea deal, huh? SBF
Oh,
expected to enter a
hell
plea next week.
no.
Criminal charges. He defrauded investors.
We're not doing 14 billion. We're not doing the 14 billion or whatever he did, and no, we're just gonna walk. What are we getting? We getting house arrest at mommy's house? There's no way. There's no way the U.S. government lets him walk. Oh, that's gonna be a travesty, though. Everybody's gonna laugh at us. We're gonna be stupid. Nobody's gonna like us at school now. The other countries are gonna hate us. That's ridiculous. There's no way. I just refuse at that point. I really don't want the NASDAQ 4-hour, but appreciate you. This is a little excessive, I think, Spy. No, because Tesla's not really going anywhere with you. Apple's getting hung up a little bit. NASDAQ's just cooking though. But if that candle just comes back, I'm gonna laugh. What's poppin'? Looking like Jared Vicious out here. Nobody likes me now, Hills? Damn, that's what I did this for. You know? I did this for people to like me. No, not hi. I'm Enzo. Nice to meet you, Hills. You know me better than that.
So, what I was kind of digging into last night before I fell asleep was where these fines go. So we had Facebook has to pay $725 million in lawsuit over. That's crazy. So Facebook gets fined $725 million for giving our data to Cambridge Analytica. And you would think maybe we would get a cut of that money, like, hey, it was our stuff that you sold. Right. I went back and looking at the fines that came out of the 2008-2009 collapse. Very, very interesting. I would recommend anybody that's a tinfoil hatter like me going back and checking it out.
That's a beautiful rejection right there. Because
what they do with these fines is, okay, you get a $1 billion fine. Well, what we're going to do is they funnel it through the DOJ. We've got this charity over here. What you're going to do, we're going to give you an incentive for every dollar that you donate to this charity, which is tax-free. So the people receiving that, they don't have to pay taxes on it. And these charities, these not-for-profits, these grassroots organizations, they give them an incentive. So for every dollar that you donate or contribute or pay to this, that'll fulfill $2 of the fine. So if you owe $1 billion fine, we get you to disperse $500 million to these organizations of our choice. And now you've paid only half. So it works out for the banks, works out for the people that are getting this money. Who does it not work out for? The American taxpayer, whoever is involved in all this. So I'm going to try to put something together on if we can track this money in real time, as Facebook's set to pay. I think that's their biggest one in America as far as this $725 million fine. But that's a question that I think we've all asked before. I ask it in professional sports as well. You're always finding these coaches and these players and stuff like that. Where does that money go? You know, we always wonder, where's the money go from these SEC fines?
Ukraine.
Well, hey, BlackRock's in charge now. BlackRock's in charge now, so they're going to build back better.
No. That's wishful thinking. Spies
10:47, guys. 10:47. We are an hour and 17 minutes into the second to last day. Happy New Year's Eve.
Wait. What? What?
It's New Year's Eve today.
Oh, okay.
Let's get that up there. Birdie Hunter, what's AMC doing? 8.5% to the upside, 417. Adam Aaron digging out of that hole that we got him on a thumbnail in, making himself a snow tunnel ape up 6.5%. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
418 Hills. What did you pick AMC up at the other day? Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? No, Hills Bills jumped back into the AMC pool. I think right around $4 maybe.
Yep, I was able to grab it at $3.89.
See, this is interesting to me. I didn't expect this kind of movement. I expect us to still, depending on when that vote takes place and stuff like that, I still think that we see these two come closer together, AMC and Ape, before the conversion.
Like a holy matrimony or what?
No, and it might not happen exact, but you know, if Ape keeps going up, I would see AMC coming down, unless, you know, there is always the idea of, okay, something's gonna happen, you know, maybe shorts are closing out. And again, I stand by why wouldn't shorts just close out? Because unless you shorted AMC in the last 2 days, your short position is up money, you know. So and maybe I'm being ignorant on this. I agree, the naked shorters, things like that, I don't understand how shorts can be in such a bad position when AMC's down 80% on the year.
Right. No, I'm looking at the market kind of flipping back over. This is like a little extension from where I thought. Like, I think that we're lagging essentially. Like, I think the NASDAQ is kind of breaking low, making higher lows, lower highs, and just consistently walking itself down. I think that, like, I'd rather not fight the trend here and act like, oh, okay, yeah, everything's gonna be just fine. I think we're gonna just do the same thing where we just kind of step ourselves back into the wedge. I'm just looking for a better buy in some certain areas. I look at this 7% area on Tesla.
Hold that thought for 1 second, Enzo. Look at these 3 news articles. Sabrina said, look at the last 3 news articles. AMC stock will likely flop in 2023. AMC CEO's tactics fail to entice investors. Extra. AMC is overpriced, says analyst calling for 48% price drop from here. You see? That's why I'm bullish on AMC still right now, is because of bullshit like that. Because that, you know, again, I look at these when I pull something like this up, I look at this as like,
you haven't talked about it in 4 weeks, and now all of a sudden you want to talk about it when we're moving? Suck my ass.
And you know how?
Nah.
What Adam Aaron was doing wasn't to entice investors. Okay, let's get that straight. That was and again, I always put this disclaimer. You can think how you want about Adam Aaron. I don't think anybody should just blindly trust him, whatever. But, you know, when you put your faith in something, have faith in it. Don't go half-ass. Don't have faith and back out of it.
Don't be fair weather fan.
Yes, exactly. And that tactic wasn't to entice new investors. It was a nod to the shareholders. And as minuscule as it is, you know, him not taking a pay raise,
You know, I know some people overreacted. Well, he should be taking a pay cut. Okay. How many of you people are going to walk into your job tomorrow and say, you know what, guys, I think you should pay me a little bit less. I've been really, you know, and when you look at it,
I know somebody that did that.
On a corporate level, though, right now, just not taking a raise is taking a pay cut because every other CEO out there is taking more than inflation. You know, they're taking minimum 8%, 9%, 10% bonuses, this, that, and the other thing. Now, again, I'm not saying that this makes Adam Aaron some selfless martyr. He's made plenty of money off of this, but I think it's a sign of goodwill. You know, I think it's that headline fails to entice investors. That's so terrible, and we'll show you why. I'm gonna show that CNBC video in here from yesterday on them talking about AMC and see what you guys think. Yeah, Hills Bills. So what's really good, I did read that, but what's really great about it, and Junk Savvy just kind of put us down on this today with as far as the tax credits that go. So with Centro, I don't know how soon they'll be delivering products in America. We know they were setting up shop down in, I always mess this up if it's Jacksonville or Atlanta. One of those. I think it's in Georgia. But with major tax credits kicking in January 1st, Hills, on delivery vehicles, I'm sure that extends to a lot of utility vehicles. So that would make sense on FUD for a company like Centro. And it's, you know, the FUD is to push it down so that other investors can get in cheap before they see something coming. And with something like this, we know about Centro's connections with Amazon Japan, is it? I believe it's Amazon Japan. So we're going to see companies on both sides wanting to jump on these tax incentives. You know, and for a company like Centro, it makes perfect sense. Oh, the FUD article about it being delisted. Yeah, I love that. Not going to happen, Hills. Like you said, this isn't a pipe dream company. This isn't the dream. This isn't a company with a battery idea and a dream. This is a company that has sales. Has been around, 2013, I think, was when they started. Braina. Hedgies might not like that cost to borrow, Birdie. Might not like it. Oh, Tesla CEO Elon Musk just had his first margin call for the Twitter loan, huh? Barrel fee on AMC now at 114%. Now that is high. Oh, that's good news there. If you're a Hellbiz holder, CEO Salvatore Palella purchases 1,568,249 shares of Hellbiz. And we've talked about this many times before, guys, when an insider, especially a CEO, when they sell, there could be various reasons. It's not always, I have lost faith in this company, I'm getting out, I'm jumping ship. Sometimes it is. But when an insider of that stature buys, they usually only buy for one reason. That doesn't mean that they're going to be right, but it shows faith in the company more than anything. Okay, we got Death Row's Snoop Dogg presenting some Death Row cannabis. Bow, wow, wow, yippee, yo, yippee, yay. Death Row's in the mother house.
We're probably going to get copyrighted for that, I'm assuming.
Nah. I think when Suge went down, they lost all copyrights. I think I could probably bust off a whole California Love verse right here and they wouldn't do nothing. Come find me, Suge. What?
No.
I ain't no Vanilla Ice. You gonna dangle me off a roof and take my jewelry?
Did that actually happen?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't know if it was actually Suge Knight allegedly or like some goons, but yeah, they apparently dangled him off a roof and took all his royal between him and Queen. Queen took the rest of the royalties from Ice Ice Baby because he used Under Pressure for the beat. Michael J, that CBIO up almost another full cent, at least from where you got in. Now up 11.5%. I think you got in. It was up about 7.5%, maybe 8%. So probably around the 56-cent mark. Up now just under 58 cents. NUWE settling in after that wild morning, ran up as high as 1627. Now back at 1209. I still like the upside on this one. Then you got Hoth Therapeutics, just the same, 1180. That's up 166%. Don't like Hoth as much for the long term, but Hoth may get the bigger push in the short term. It was that day. It was that day, as a matter of fact, Grumpy. And that's when he came out with the new rhyme when it's like, what's your real name? Robert Van Winkle. Why did you change it? Nothing rhymes with Winkle. Let's go. I'm white, and I'm capitalizing on a trend that's currently rising. Jim Carrey, the best Vanilla Ice ever when he made White Baby. Hellbiz is a Euro-based micro-mobility company. Major Euro cities are pledging to develop infrastructure so the residents have everything they need within 5 miles. Well, yeah, and that plays right into the upcoming look for this. We might not see it this year, maybe not till 2024 when we start to see the climate change lockdowns that are going to be implemented. I know, crazy conspiracy theory, right? Well, they're testing them over in Europe now, so we can look for those to be coming. So yeah, that could be, good news for Hellbiz. Now, see, GTA, I visited a cannabis market off the reservation in my hometown for the first time yesterday. It was kind of weird. I told Enzo about it earlier. I didn't really know what to expect. I've only I bought some legally in Colorado, and then have been to some dispensaries on the reservation around here. But yeah, this one was a little different. Strange. What you looking at over there, Enzo? MMAT to present their tech at CES 2023 in January. Now, is that the diabetes play or something else, Junk Savvy? And then are they just the tech behind that? Is there like an actual biopharmacy that's developing it, and their tech is kind of the tech? Because that was something I always wanted to look into with Sensionics, was the company that makes the pumps that they actually partner with. That's where things get a little bit tricky when you get into these biotech plays, where you kind of have the pharmaceutical company that partners or merges or just buys or sign the contract with the technical end of it. That guy's good, Birdie. The guy is good. You seen him? He was hanging with Elon at the World Cup. Elon, Kenny, and oh my God, he went to Jarrett. Not the best combo. Sounds like the beginning of a bad joke. You know what I mean? So Elon Musk, Jared Kushner, and Ken Griffin go to the World Cup. And then you have to have there's some kind of punchline. Oh, nice. MMAT has a lot of revolutionary tech. Will be huge exposure for their stuff. So, having done all the research and stuff that you've done into MMTLP and things like that, Junk Savvy, let me ask you this: do you have a little bit of worry at the same time with that optimism? Now that we've kind of retracing the Torchlight stock and how things went with that, and we know the shorts, what they've done to metamaterials, what they potentially could still do. And do you think that it's just a financial thing? I guess is the question, Junk Savvy. Do you think the shorting like that is just for financial gain, and the tech suppression is just a symptom of it, just kind of a result of it? Or do you think in some situations that it's not just about shorting the stock per se to make financial gains, but more to hinder kind of that the progression of technology? Hopefully I said that right and somebody could pick up what I'm putting down out there. So AMC back to 410, Ape at 155, still up 7%, GME 1840. And Hoth still the big gainer up there. Quotient up 122%. BXRX, Botox, Biotherapeutics, BXRX up 60%. Palisade Bio up 45.5%. Nuwellis up just about 30%. So nothing but pharma plays on that top gainer list. Germ Corp dropping some numbers. Crude. Okay, so is this inventories? Crude up 718,000. The expectation was minus 1.2 million. Is that correct? So is that saying, if I'm reading that right, is that saying that the inventory is up more than we expected? Oh, look at that. The Treasury said that EVs leased by consumers starting January 1st qualify for up to $7,500 in commercial clean vehicle tax credits, a decision that makes those assembled outside of North America eligible. Is there any caps on those, Caesar, that you've seen? And then that's weird. So you can lease an EV and still qualify for that $7,500 credit. Not bad. More crude than expected. Thanks, Germ Corp. I thought I was reading that right. Been a long couple days. Appreciate you, my friend. Yeah, very true. Shorten to bankrupt companies with revolutionary tech. More so, shorts do not have to close positions on bankrupt stocks, pay no taxes on gains, but use it to leverage other short plays. Yeah, and I think that 100% would have happened with GameStop had the whole thing not got exposed. And wherever it goes from here, that's still up in the air. But Ryan Cohen, Roaring Kitty, GameStop apes, 100% saved that company. I think it was headed on a faster road towards bankruptcy than AMC, because they were able to thrive during the beginning stages of the pandemic because they were still able to do curbside, online sales, things like that. Whereas AMC was shut right down. The problem with GameStop was bloated bonuses, all that stuff at the top for years and years and years, and they would have got away with it if it wasn't for that pesky roaring kitty and his red headband. And it's not always that it's the, I don't know. We can look back and we can say that everybody that shorting GameStop before the big craze was evil, this, that, and the other thing. But the fact of the matter is GameStop was headed there. They refused to pivot to a more online. They refused to. They were like a Radio Shack that refused to listen to what needed to be done and instead continued to just give out big bonuses to the people at the top. So like for in that situation, like I don't think that GameStop had anything that like shorts needed off the market. Like, let's get this GameStop out of here, see? So we can introduce, there was no tech, there was no, except for them being the only real chain video game store, they didn't have much else to offer. Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Diane, and appreciate all of your help and support the last week, Diane. Much appreciated. And yeah, to force sale of patents, real estate, 100%. I think it's a good mix, and I think it's probably every situation is individual, and that's why I say I think the GameStop one was a purely financial one. Now, if they, I think they used undermining tactics on top of what was going on. But again, I don't think that anyone said, man, we need to suppress this, what GameStop's doing over here. But when you get down to, like you said, great point on that too, Diane. Patent stuff like that, almost forcing companies into selling them. It reminds me, Diane, of the scene in Goodfellas when what's his name eventually, when they burn the restaurant. Like, that's how I feel like some of these companies get played, where it's like after all the credit's gone, you can't borrow another dime from the bank. You know what I mean? I'm not saying the mafia is taking these, but I would say metaphorically, and if you guys haven't seen Goodfellas, I don't know how to explain what I'm saying to you. I apologize. But, metaphorically, I think it's kind of the same situation. You get squeezed into doing things like selling off patents. And a lot of times those patents get bought up with zero intention of ever doing anything with them other than suppressing them. Drugs are bad, okay. I like the one, Sabrina, the one early South Park when Mr. Hand got all jacked up and he was walking home singing, "We are young, okay. Heartache to heartache, we stand, okay. Is this my house?" We should have GME arcades and AMC theaters. Oh, so that's just like a live voice channel. So a lot of times, Michael, when we take a break on here during the day for like lunch and stuff, a lot of times we will jump in the live chat in there just to keep it going. Or especially if there's like an event or something like that, if we're watching a soccer match, or as Enzo might call it, football. I like the football. Enzo's just tuning us out right now. He apparently doesn't want anything to do with us. Either that or he's frozen, or I'm not quite sure what's going on with him. No, he just gave me the dirty look like, your mother.
I've been sitting here talking this entire time. I've been muted because of Murphy's stupid ass barking. No, I'm looking for a place to throw money.
I take my shirt off and you can throw it right here, baby. Let's go.
Don't tempt me. Don't you threaten me with a good time like I'm not ready.
That one's great. That one's great, Sabrina. I can't even quote anything from that one because it's bad, but yes. Butters proved that pimping ain't easy. It is football. Football. When we learned it in school, I remember in like Spanish class, Birdie, they would teach us that soccer was football and football over here was football de americano. So yeah. All right, guys, it's 11:12.
Margaret's coming back.
Hill's got $20 for it. Okay. You gonna match that, Enzo?
For what?
Take your shirt off, boy.
Oh, yeah?
I gotta go let my dogs out before I take anything off, though, because I hear that little girl down there wiling out. And it is 11:15. Give me 5 minutes.
Yes, sir.
I think the policy, Sabrina, is no shirt, no shoes, no problem. Isn't that their policy? I think
that's what it is.
If not, you can check us out on rumble.com.
Right.
Where shirts and shoes are always an option.
Yes, they are.
All right, guys, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Seems like a driver's license and a... Never mind. This is curious, man. I got the break finally. I got the break down, but like it's a little late. I'm still gonna take it. I just wonder how low we can go. If we went and put a low in, like on the day, I would lose it. I'm gonna be going short here on the SPY again. Yeah, we're gonna be breaking. I want this buy though, and I want it for 50 a contract. Let's do that. This is probably really dumb, but let's go. I want these. And I want this option for a total of $50. Give me my contract, please. Oh, what do we got? Oh, I'm way behind. Thoughts on $5 calls AMC for next week? I bought fours. You need them to be in the money. And more so than just after hours. The AMC charts, Birdie, tell us that we enjoy jerking off with sandpaper. Give me that buy right here. AMC, I was looking to hold the $4 area, which would pretty much be that break and retest. Yeah, somewhere right around here. I'm gonna be, I think that we're gonna probably climb, where's that other line? Yeah, there's the red one. Okay, so we've already captured that. So I would be looking north, but we need to break through 414, and we need to hold that $4 area. It's the battle of $4. Make you holla. But what I think is gonna end up happening is this thing is gonna end up breaking back against itself like the entire market's going to. Not financial. Watch this thing get rejected from 200 again. And if the SPY wants to give it up right here, give me that 50 buy on that contract, please. Just punch that white little this one. I want it off that red candle. Give me. Or probably the top of those red candle closes or opens. $50 $50 make you holla. Let's go. 49 47 would have been the bottom. Trying to hold 53. Give me like there's got to be a candle in here. Right. Yeah, give me the bottom. Give me the 50 and we'll call it even. Right here. $50. Fill it. Don't you leave without me. I'm gonna be very pissed. My OnlyFans is only $3 per month. That's very sexy. I'll put my shirt on for $20? No, Randy, you gotta show that skin, baby. It needs to give me my 50 buy or I'm gonna smack somebody's whole grandma.
Well, you got a discounted $3 a month OnlyFans?
Yeah, no, GTA was hooking me up with the leaks, the
Holiday
OnlyFans.
special?
Yeah, no, he was. Yeah, his premium's been flying lately. You know, I could make us an OnlyFans pretty quickly. I don't know if that's a good thing though, knowing that we can say whatever we want.
Yeah. Sorry.
You're good.
A little bit of reverb. Check,
me
check.
that.
1 2 1 2.
Check. Not by the hair of my chinny chin.
Reminder, guys, the market is closed on Monday.
Of course it is.
Closed on Monday. That's closed Monday.
Right.
And we will be honoring the holiday of the day after New Year's Day.
Give me buy. Give it to me. And then go. Go 50 and then go. Give me the reach. Give me the reach wig. Come on. I don't have time for this. Give me the old Sarah McLachlan right here.
So it's
No
hilarious
sense.
watching the mayor of Buffalo and the I forget what he is, the lieutenant whatever, Mark Poloncarz, who that makes the decision, and they both keep blaming each other for all the mishaps during the storm. And then the Buffalo Bills come into play. So they they had to fly into Rochester because Buffalo Airport was closed after their game Christmas Eve with the Bears. And they allegedly got like a police escort and were able to drive home from Rochester, and people started questioning it. So big scandal going on with that. It's kind of hilarious. I mean, it's sad because people died and stuff like that, and those people are being used. Not, I wouldn't even say in the political sense, just being used as ammunition against both sides, where they both failed. They both failed. The city did, and the state.
Yeah, I would say.
But if you would have seen Hochul's Botox, she apparently got all Botoxed up, allegedly, for the holiday season and didn't plan on having to do a presser. And boy, oh boy, I don't understand that stuff. I mean, I'm getting old. Is there going to come a point that, like, you think, yeah, you know what? Maybe injecting some chemicals into my eyeballs will make me look better.
You need it. That's the difference.
Oh, there you go. Florida State bowl game against Oklahoma tonight.
That sounds awful.
Wow.
I mean, I can't stand either of those two teams. Oh, but Brina's a Florida State fan, I think.
Yeah, that's why I thought it sounded great. But apparently, Sabrina, you want to go get a dog or something for Enzo to kick while he's at it?
I mean, I can probably find one here. I don't think that taking my anger out on a poor defenseless animal should be it, though.
Well, you shouldn't take it out on a poor defenseless Florida State bowl game. There was a time where a Florida State bowl game used to entice big crowds, big audiences. Florida State, Oklahoma, a couple of staples.
Right.
Oklahoma next year, 14 starters coming back, 22 lettermen, looking tough.
Oh, thank you. You break, you buy.
5:30 p.m. from the Camping World Stadium in Orlando.
Oh, okay. Great. Good.
Ain't no shame in a Camping World Stadium. What else we got tonight? Thursday? Is Thursday night football done? No Thursday night football tonight?
I do believe there is. Hold on. The garbage man is
in honor of football. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I had an old classic playing on the Mortal Kombat machine today. Joe Montana Sports Talk Football from the Sega Genesis era. Just throwing that out there. Oh, they're sweating Tesla now on CNBC. I always love that. The last week, it's Elon's such a jerk. He's running this company to the ground.
Tonight is Dallas, Tennessee.
They're good for nothing. What Elon's doing at Twitter is a disgrace. And now, how to play EV space. Tesla rebounds to end 2022. And there's a guy to keep shaking his head. Yes, it looks kind of like a bootleg Jerry Seinfeld.
A bootleg Jerry Seinfeld, that's not good.
No. Oh, let me tell you why I like Tesla. I mean, up 8% today. It's clear that Tesla will continue to dominate the EV space for years to come.
That's disturbing.
So Tesla back in the good graces. Did Elon hand over the reins of Twitter to somebody or something?
Hopefully.
Let's see.
No, but didn't he just get margin called? On some where do you think the money's going to come from? By the way, Dallas and Tennessee are is the Thursday night game.
Well, Elon's probably got some options. He can go to the government and say, hey, you know those satellites and war machines that I provide you with? We're going to need a little bit more money for those.
Right.
Maybe call the FBI. I mean, that came out. The FBI paid Twitter over $3.5 million to control the narrative of free speech. So I guess
Nice.
he can go back to them.
That's how I like my free speech.
Well,
Can't
and that's
really-
another thing that's kind of being taken out of context. If we're being completely honest about the situation, I think it's horrible that the FBI is trying to dictate that, but it's nothing new. This came out back in, I think, 2013, 2014. And this was when it was disclosed that the FBI had paid Facebook at the time. I think it was around $400,000. And what it was it's incentives. It's they're basically working for the FBI, where they say, okay, we need data on this person, get us this, and this. And Facebook at the time would comply, get them the information, and they would be basically, the FBI was getting invoiced for the work that they were doing. So it's the same thing. It's the same type stuff where our privacy is the currency. And they trade the money back and forth to each other to make it appear like they're being punished. Like I said, Facebook, okay, $775 million fine. What other crime? Okay, so if I stole 775 million from you and it was found out that I did, that I would be considered guilty, be forced to pay that 775 million back to you.
Really angry.
Okay, or if I let's say I stole a Fabergé egg from you valued at 1.2 million. It's found out that I did it. I'm convicted. I've got to pay you the 1.2 million for the object that I stole from you. What happens here is they basically admit to, okay, in this example, Facebook stole your private data, and that granted you give Facebook authorization to, but you don't give Facebook authorization to sell it, obviously, or they wouldn't be getting fined. So you don't give them that authorization. They take it anyways. That's like you told me I could look at that Fabergé egg, but you didn't tell me I could take it, but I took it anyways. They find me guilty. I got to pay you for the egg. They find Facebook guilty. They don't have to pay the victims. They pay the governing body to companies of their choice. So it's...
That's kind of ass backwards is what that is.
Yeah, and I agree with the fact that it was reimbursement, but let's see the receipts. You know what I mean? The FBI, in case you guys don't know, is funded by our tax dollars. But
Seriously?
again, well, yeah. Where do you think it comes from? I mean, I'm sure the FBI raises a lot of money internally with FBI seizures and stuff like that. But yes, ultimately, it's a arm of our tax dollars.
Stupid. That's what it is.
Billy Ray Mullentine, what's up, buddy? Merry Christmas, my friend. Yes, we had an interesting holiday, to say the least, but I hope you had a fantastic Christmas. I think you were planning to get a little bit of downtime to spend with the old lady, if I remember correctly. Or maybe the celebration wasn't going to come till after the first of the year. I'm sorry, Mr. Mullentine. You know I love to be nosy into your life as much as possible, but this last week's been a bit of a blur. Oh, jobless claims inch higher but remain near the 2019 levels. And then the other big story coming up right now, oil falling as traders eye rising China COVID cases. So COVID back in the spotlight over there in China. Interesting how this will play out. So we know China eased their restrictions. Is this all being reported truly? The outbreaks over there, is it being made to look a certain way where we need to have the zero COVID policy? We'll see how this whole thing shakes out. So 2 days left in the trading year. Tomorrow, maybe what we'll do, maybe we'll put together tonight a end of the year, little end of the year, maybe like top 5 biggest stories of the year with the stock market, things like that. Obviously, I think FTX would probably be the number one story. Let me know what you guys think. Old lady. I don't know who Jax Teller is. Hills?
He's from Sons of Anarchy.
Is he the one? Is he Hellboy? As long as he ain't Hellboy, I'll
No, Hellboy
be
is
okay with
Sam Crow.
Okay. Hellboy is proof of evolution.
The Spy is proof of no God. Yep, I said it.
Well, hey, that's your right. That's your right.
Hey, you know, I'm calling it like I see it. I'm feeling like a little ant in an ant farm right now, dude. I'm getting claustrophobic.
That's a terrible thing. I got claustrophobia. UNCY halted violently up. Not
Katie
even just
wanted to
halted
go.
up.
Katie wanted me to go and ask you about our cave diving. It might be like just couple narrow passageways about the yay high. You good with that?
Cave diving? No.
Yeah. Why not?
No, there's no. There's no reason to want to do that.
Bonding. That's the team bonding experience. Come on now.
I'm good. We'll go bowling or something.
Hey, look. Let's go bowling or something. You don't want to be on belay? You don't want to be climbing rocks and... No? Okay, well, you know.
I'll be the cameraman. I'll film you doing it if you want to.
Oh, I'll go break my ass.
You and Katie want to like tandem jump off a bridge or something like that? I'll film it.
Hey, if I go skydiving
with a bungee or something. Yeah, skydiving. I'll meet you at the destination. We can rendezvous at point B. I'll be down there with a YouTube video ready to go. But I ain't jumping.
I'll jump out of an airplane right now.
Listen. I ain't got no health insurance, buddy. I come down out of that plane.
You're not gonna need health insurance if you look.
Hey, listen. Not all skydive injuries are deaths, man. People roll ankles. You know what I mean? There's high ankle sprains. I just don't need any of that right now.
A high ankle sprain? Did we just really go? Okay, all right. You're gonna throw a flagrant on my "let's go jump out of an airplane together," you know?
Hey, listen. You want to pick up my premium? I'll go do a somersault out of a plane. Until then, you know, hey, this body's got to last me. This baby ain't insured right now.
I feel like the one time that the rudder never hits anybody, it'll probably end up hitting you at that moment.
Yeah. I mean, there's a reason why they wear helmets when they skydive, right? I don't think that they're trying to prevent themselves from the chute not opening. I'm assuming that's for when you land too fast. And because you're down in Florida, like they don't have rules down there, right? Like up here, you gotta
I could literally go to the airfield today.
Yeah, perfect example. Like up here, to drive a jet ski, you gotta have like a special jet ski
401k
license. I don't know what it is. I mean, it's basically money, but down in Florida, I mean, the last time I was there, they allowed me to drink fish bowls full of vodka for hours straight and then show them my ID and hand me the keys to a jet ski.
Yes, sir. Hey, look, man, and you could go and bring that jet ski back with half of it missing. They'd be appreciative.
Yeah, we almost did.
As long as it's not up the beach about 45 minutes in a car, yeah, they're good. They don't care.
So you guys, we're kind of not the same.
No, I think that we're perfectly the same. We just need to jump out of an airplane together.
We'll do that on like the Quest or something. I'll like virtually jump out of a plane.
I know that Nunya'd be ready. I don't know if his lady would allow that, but like she might want to keep him safe because I mean he is a good guy and all. But I think that Nunya'd be down.
I think he probably would, but you know, we don't want to put that pressure on. This is the guy that was
Let's-
willing to do the hot chip challenge, knowing
Bro, let's
full
just-
well that it
look.
was most likely going to kill him.
Look, I will.
And I don't mean kill him in the sense of, oh, this is going to be hot. I
No,
mean
it
in the
would
sense
literally
of
kill
he's
him.
allergic to corn, and it would have
Right.
killed him. And luckily, Milady
That's
was
called
there.
a full send.
Luckily, Milady was there to talk some words of wisdom into him. But I can verify that he was actually searching for the chip and considering it, which is an amazing feat of strength. But at the same time, yeah.
No, I think it's a great idea. Maybe like we just duct tape your golf clubs to your chest and push you out of an airplane, and then we follow.
No, Arctic
We end
Fox
up on
just
Myrtle
said it
Beach.
the
Hey,
best.
look, we're in Myrtle Beach.
There is no good reason to jump from a running plane. Unless
Why?
you're in the military and you're going to do some crazy stuff, there's no reason. There's
Oh, we can go get Doc. We can go 0 Doc 30 and go back there.
No, we don't need to do any of that, man. Listen, I did all that dumb stuff as a kid. We didn't have fancy things. I told you, I jumped out of a window with 2 Tops bags, which are plastic grocery bags, as a parachute, and broke my leg. Okay, I
just
did
poor
all the
planning.
fun stuff.
What'd
We
you do?
played-
Hit terminal velocity within the 4 feet?
No, this was about 20 feet. This was a 2nd-story window, and I was like Nikki's age. Because the
fair
kids
play.
across the street convinced me that it would work. Same
Were
kids
you-
that would put me in a friggin' shopping cart with a sail built on it, and
Right.
I was the test dummy. I was the youngest kid out of the bunch, so it was, let's make him do it first. If he survives, we probably won't do it
Yeah.
again, but at least
No,
we
it's
know
like
that
the
it
rock.
was.
When you jump off a cliff, you throw a rock in the water. DMZ aftermarket before the game. Yeah, no, don't play with me. I've been out here. That's what I was doing before he woke up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. GTA is. I think there's a lot of jokes out there. There's a lot of comedians that like to do jokes about, why would you're not going to survive, blah 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 blah, wearing a helmet. But I'm sure there's a lot of injuries that could be caused either
helmet-
mid-air or when you
That's
land.
what it is. That's what
Hey,
it
a
is.
helmet
When you're
saved
doing-
my life before, so I'm pro helmet. I will be till the day I die, because it almost was the day I died if I wasn't wearing that helmet. When a doctor comes and looks at you and tells you if you didn't have that helmet on, you'd be dead,
Oh yeah.
and you look
That'll-
at him and
that'll-
you're
that'll
like,
make
yeah,
it yeah, that'll make it pucker up a little bit.
yeah. Especially when it's a doctor that's not even working on you, that just came
Did
to
you have
see.
Did you have Nikki at that time?
No. I was
Oh,
only
Yeah, if you had a Nikki at that time, you
20
would have.
years
Yeah,
old,
you would have been
19,
scarred.
20.
Yeah, you would have been scarred.
Dude, I mean, I'm scarred. I got a big ass scar on the back of my head. It's not
That's
fun
fair.
flying head first like 40 feet downhill into a pile of rocks. I don't
Look,
recommend
buddy,
it.
It adds character to you. A little texture on you, you're fine.
No,
I
my
think the
fingers
top
still
bags- hold
don't
on a
bend the
minute.
right way.
That's what I think. What happened? Did you happen to hit your growth spurt just like Nikki did just now? And those tops bags 1 through 4 used to go and hold your weight, or no? Was this a failed launch? Day
Oh, it
by
was
day?
failed 100%. I dropped like a stone. The bags did nothing. We tested the bags on a GI Joe before I did it. That's how dumb we were.
No, you didn't go and get one of those joints from the arcade where you just tie the parachute around the guy and send him off the railing at the house. did you?
No, we couldn't
That was
afford
you?
those, so we just took a GI Joe that someone had and attached the same bags that I then used, and somehow thought, well, it worked on a 6-ounce GI Joe, so why won't it work on like a 75-pound kid?
Yeah, it's because we in the United States use we don't use the metric system. I think
Oh.
your numbers were a little off there.
I don't know
You
if
were
that's
looking-
the reason why, or it could be the power lines I grew up near as a kid. One of
That
them.
could be it.
Hey, it was a different time, man. It was, on a serious note, I always talk about that. The dumb stuff that we did as kids. That dumb stuff led to innovation that we'll never know. The curiosity of being a kid. That's one thing, and I don't think it's necessarily gone. but I feel like kids don't, because everything's at their fingertips and everything's essentially done for them now. You know what I mean? That's what I fear is that kids lose that kind of, I don't know, that forcefulness of just to create something out of nothing. Like that's what we did. Like granted, it wasn't a great outcome, but like, you know, we created a push a kid out of a window with a like, you know, we created good times. We created shopping cart.
Breaking your leg was a great time.
Well, we created shopping cart bumper cars. You know, we used wind power. We made sales on them, so we were innovating back then.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I think people definitely bought into that. Non-refundable. What's up, brother? While I had no internet and stuff, I managed to beat that high on life. And what an ending. What a humorous ending. What an enjoyable game. It really was. I played it on the easy level. I ain't going to lie. I played it on the story mode, But good times. Good times. And the special guest appearances at the end, I'm not going to spoil it for anyone playing that game that hasn't got to the ending. Hilarious. The two celebrities that they put into the game at the end. Absolutely well done. And my mom put the jinx on Derek Carr. Just so you know, she bought Nikki a Derek Carr jersey for Christmas. And sure enough, you know the rest of the story.
No, tell me again.
He was benched for Oprah's husband, Stedman. And we're going to see how it goes. No, definitely not the normal game. But it had a perfect mix of humor, just hard enough, like puzzle type stuff. And the shooting, I liked it that the shooting didn't dominate. So you don't have to be a first person shooter kind of person to enjoy the game. The shooting is kind of basic. But yeah, pretty cool game. I wouldn't be worried about Carlson, Caesar. I would be worried about Jacobs, though. I would be worried about Jacobs. I have to think that we're going to go with what the hell's his name? The kid we drafted last year. I got to think that we'll mix him into the backfield a lot too. So I wouldn't be worried about Carlson. They're still going to try to kick. They're still going to try to get points, but if anything, I don't think Stidman's going to be any better than Carr, so I would look at more field goal opportunities. But Jacobs, I would be concerned about. Jacobs may lack motivation at this point, and on a personal level, Jacobs is probably really looking to not get himself hurt. In these next two games, he's proved what he had to prove. He's in line for a big payday. The Raiders don't have to worry. They don't have equity in him, so they won't be trying to play him to boost his levels. Now, they may still want to play him, but I think I just think that if you see, he's been injury-ridden all year, Caesar, and he's fought through it. And I really think in the next two games, any sign of a slight injury, I think we'll see him out of the game on more of his own doing, unfortunately. And it's not just the Raiders. I think any other team in this situation would do the same way because people are considered property in the NFL, not in a slave type way, but like in a, how do you preserve this property? Is it good for you in the long term? Things like that. So I'd be careful with Jacobs. Yeah, I'm not gonna say what that track is. You know, I don't think a coach should be forced to be successful the first year, but I think a coach should also take some accountability, take some ownership. Doesn't seem like he's done a lot of that, placing a lot of the blame elsewhere. Um, I don't know. I don't agree with the decision. I agree with the decision if it's to not get Carr hurt in the next 2 weeks. If it's a decision to see what we have in Stidham, okay, we got exactly what we think we got in him. We traded like a 7th-round pick for him. You know. Yeah, I can't argue with that, Caesar. I can't argue with him being unbenchable. Junk Savvy coming in with those health, prosperity, and happiness in the new year. That's what I'm talking about. And I wish that on each and every one of yous. And I think it's going to be a good year. I think it's going to be a good year. Lots of new and exciting stuff to come, ladies and gentlemen. And hopefully you guys will all be along for the ride.
I just saw some news that
Lost you there after that.
I don't know.
So you just saw some news that what? Yeah, exactly, Nan. He wants him to be the Patriot. That was his same problem in Denver. That's why he wasn't successful in Denver. Still with us, Enzo?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Can hear you now. Yep, loud and clear. Well, clear.
They just banned TikTok from all U.S. The U.S. House and Representatives have banned TikTok and from all House-issued cellular devices.
Yeah, what I want him to do next. Now let's ban lying before elections and sleeping with Chinese spies.
Also, a 17-year-old softball player just collapsed suddenly for a heart failure.
How old? 75-year-old?
17.
Perfectly normal. Happens all the time. You guys just don't remember it. Healthy kids die of heart attacks every day, and it's perfectly normal, and we shouldn't question the narrative.
All right. Well, I was just
moving on.
I was just making sure that was normal.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah, everything, nothing to see here.
Good stuff.
Low motif. I've been hearing a lot about this low motif. Yeah, they got that TikTok thing handled. And you know what it is too, Hills, is the reason that they're really getting into it is because we're losing so much advertising. Companies like to walk a line and change their logos and do stuff like that to kind of adhere to some people. But when it's all said and done, they follow the money. And TikTok, we've talked about this at length, TikTok's ability to capitalize for advertisers. They're not just blindly advertising. They're not just putting ads that people are skipping every time. The ads that are working on TikTok are actually selling products.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, if you've
Yeah,
ever,
see, GTA knows there's plenty of 17-year-olds left, man. Nothing to see here.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nothing. Nothing. I mean, just like the 20-year-olds, and you know, I hate to speculate on anything, and I wouldn't do that, but you know, we seen a lot of young deaths during this blizzard here, and I think a big problem is, you know, people are immune compromised now from what's happened over the last couple of years, and I'm not pointing fingers at any, you know, just lockdowns and stuff like that alone will make your, you know, if your immune system isn't operating, it gets weaker.
I've seen it turn in Katie. Katie wakes up every morning like she smoked 40 packs of cigarettes. And it's like she's never smoked a day in her life, never, like, she's drank a few beers every once in a while, but like she doesn't smoke, drink, nothing. And she wakes up, I've been smoking since I was very, very young. I don't cough at all like that, and it's every morning with her. I'm just waiting to hear them say anything.
It's like Matthew McConaughey said.
Kazi's just sitting there like, all right, hey, I need a couple more here. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like, what are you doing?
That's back when it was socially acceptable, like Dazed and Confused, when McConaughey's like, you know what I like about these high school women? The older I get, they stay the same age, man. Yes, they do. So
Yes,
creepy,
they
so
do.
illegal. But
Super
it was
duper
okay back
illegal,
then.
man. Hey, but it's right. All right.
All right.
Get yourself a Mercury or a Lincoln. Whatever.
11:53, guys. We are coming up on Trader Lunch, market cooking. The question is, what are you guys cooking? You see what I did there? I'm working on these transitions.
I don't know
How you
what
like
you're
it?
cooking. BBIG is gonna go for it or what?
Why not? I mean, I think that's one good thing with Elon, and you know, even though it's not a publicly traded company, I think Elon's willingness to change Twitter could put Twitter into being a TikTok competitor. Now, I know it's not really a competitor right now in the sense of the style and the way that it does it, but Elon said that he wants to make, you know, Twitter way more creator friendly, give creators streams of revenue on there and stuff like that. So could be a move there.
Did anybody see the FTX employee that's flexing a $10 million yacht right now?
Hey.
Stupid ass. Oh, she's a risk management team member. Oh, you guys are great. You guys are like kind of like the same thing as Robinhood's risk management. So when anything goes wrong, just turn it off. Just turn the app off and you're fine. That's about as much risk management as these people know. I mean, that girl trying to explain a stop loss being a bad thing.
Yeah,
that's painful. I swear to God, I almost smacked her through my television. I've never hit a woman in my life. Woo!
Yeah, that was painful. But if you think about it, her risk management was brilliant. She managed to risk nothing of her own and everything of everybody else's. So
I love how the guys in the video with her looked at her when she said some of that and go, no, sweetheart, no, don't say that. Not in our video, please. Like, please don't. Like, they gave her this look like, did she just really say that? Dozens of years. Oh, I mean, I'll lock you in a basement for dozens of years, GTA, if you want me to. I mean, I'm just making...
Oh, the I like my women like I like my wine joke, huh? Dozen years old. Oh, God.
Right.
Those are terrible. Those kind of jokes.
Hey, look, leave the grandmas alone. They're fine.
That's like the old Epstein joke. What's the best thing about 28-year-olds? There's 20 of them. That's so bad.
No. Reverse split shot. My average up to the moon.
RSLS, so it's up 50%. When did it do this reverse split, Caesar? Did that just happen today? I'm out of the loop from yesterday. So is this not really up 50% today at 950? They found that girl up in Ohio, was it? That had been really locked in a basement for like 12 years? That was crazy.
Air fryer at Walmart for $25.
Air fryers at Walmart, $25. I bet you can buy an air fryer formerly from Walmart for at least probably a 20 spot somewhere in this city.
No, but if anybody ever likes to go to Walmart, look up Extreme Walmart Clearance on Instagram. They're actually kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
I've never gone and purchased anything on sale because I'm just too lazy, honestly. But that
I can't remember the last time I bought something that wasn't on sale. That's how I roll.
Yeah, see, I know people like that. I'm just more of like the, hey, I'm a convenience person. If I can buy it now, I'd rather have it now.
I used to be like that. It is, Caesar. That would have been my words too, exactly. This business is this music. I don't even know how to say that. You can't figure out your Roomba. It won't Roomba. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you on that. I don't trust those things.
Hey, here. This is how much I trust mine.
There you go.
It's literally on a shelf, about a foot off the ground, because I think that thing is dog shit. That thing is horrible. It wants to wake up in the middle of the night, and then it wants to graze over your toenail every 5 seconds. Nah, we're not having that. You need to learn me. This isn't how this AI thing's supposed to work. I sit in the same spot all day, every day. You don't run over my toes.
I've never used one. I'm old-fashioned like that.
No, you literally get it to learn your location. But like, it didn't like the Christmas tree. It said, what the hell is this thing? So it then started chasing after the dog at some point. When Enzo's here, it just sits in the corner because it doesn't have anything to clean.
Well, they need one that turns into full-blown robot. Like, I want one that can move my couch and vacuum underneath it for me. Stuff like that.
Oh, dude, you wanna see man, she's a cutie, dude. This is my troll doll.
That's cute.
Yeah, dude. She's fire. I told Katie I was gonna leave her for her. She's got a nice red hat. She's got the bow in the back. She's feeling herself, you know. She's got no junk in the trunk because, you know, she's a troll. But Grandma Central right here. This is what, if they don't look like this, you're not doing it right.
I like the troll movies.
No, if your female ain't looking like this, you need to go up a couple of years. You know what I'm saying?
Troll face?
Red Dead Redemption, red or blue pill from GameStop on Twitter just now.
That is cute, Caesar. Everything Enzo does is cute.
Oh, by the way, you were talking about this, I believe.
The Godfather?
Yeah, this is the,
I'm gonna embarrass you.
Where it gives you behind the scenes on all of it.
I'd like to take a better look at that.
I mean, you could have it. I have like 40 of them. I also have, I gotta get those things framed. I still have all those NFTs from the 50th. Tape your optical mouse to your Roomba. Oh, there you go. That's a little
work at home type hack. Good morning, Mr. Business. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Did you really do that?
What?
Did you really get a trumpet for the royalty?
I don't
know.
Did you, speaking of royalty, did you see when they asked the Boston Celtics coach about some royal family stuff the other day?
No.
I guess they were maybe at a game or something, and he was like, who? Jesus, Mary, and Joseph? Because that's the only royal family I know. Oh, it was great. It was great. They were
awful.
like, no, Prince, whoever, and sorry, Germ Corp, because I think it was actually some royalty
Royals.
from Wales that was there. But I thought the answer was great. He was like, oh, who? Mary, Jesus, and Joseph were in the house?
Anytime that I can go and smack GTA around a little bit, I must stop this. There's no way in hell you had a lawnmower room, but you're 25 years of age, not even. Somebody has gone and tied their lawnmower to a tether pole right down the street about 60 years ago. I guarantee it. There's no way that but they do have a new one that's actually really cool that I'm getting for Katie. That's it mops the floor, and it like takes the water out of the thing and replaces it and all kinds of cool stuff. By the way, I tweeted with that's
Piper
cool.
Sandler, by the way, too, just put out a official definition on the Santa rally and what to expect, and I'm not even lying.
What's he got?
It's just a bunch of crap. It's like, so it's not meant to be a technical thing, but it has been known to blah 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 blah. Blah. Like they actually took the time to define it and try to try to put it into words.
Market down. Send it. Lick the stamp.
Nice, Birdie. Tweeted with GP yesterday. Yeah, GP has a new love interest in his life. He looks to be doing fantastic. I could not be happier for him. That's a guy that deserves all the happiness in the world, and not saying that has to come in the form of a romantic relationship or anything like that, but I think that was exactly what he needed. And I've never met the young lady, but she seems amazing. He seems happy, and I could not be happier for him.
Nobody that deserves it more, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a very, 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 very good person, and
he is, and he's been through hell. He's that guy's been through some stuff, and you would never know it. Continues to be optimistic, and it's awesome to see people get what they deserve in life, and happiness is definitely something that guy deserves.
Yep. No, we definitely miss you, G, if you're hearing us. But hopefully you and your lady are doing well. Tesla's coming down to VWAP right now. Hopefully we break through that 121.14 to the downside. If we do, then I'm going to like this for the other short.
All right, we're 5 minutes into Trader Lunch, guys. Birdie's got an in-between week. Oh, book the trip to Madrid? Yeah, why not? I hope you're not booking on Southwest, Birdie. Or whatever your version of over there, Southwest. It's probably Northeast. I wouldn't touch that one either.
Hey, Birdie, if you open up the side compartment door and get MIA on the flight with you, suit up and go. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta jump. You don't want to look down.
Oh, thank you, Hills Bills. Stanley, good morning, Stanley. Hope you and Pauline doing well. Tiny boxes.
Speaking of, I gotta say, Stanley touched me last night, mentally, physically, on the poker table. He absolutely touched me last night.
And then I touched him a couple times. No offense, Stanley. I didn't enjoy it, but
yeah. But here's the thing: is he won the $50 first, so
I missed that one.
He was liable to get punched.
I missed the first game. I might have missed the first two games. I don't know.
Yeah, I think you were there for the second one. But no, either way, congrats Stanley, winning that 50 the other night, or last night, excuse me. We have Thursday night football tonight, which is gonna be in the Discord. at 8 o'clock. We might be in there hanging out prior.
Oh, then you're off to Lisbon on the 25th and the 27th.
What's up,
Okay,
Tiny?
Birdie. When are we gonna get New York on that trip, Birdie? And Tiny, once again, since I didn't get a chance to say it to you live.
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday.
I know it was last week. But had to give it to you. Hopefully, you guys, I know you were getting some weather issues out there too, Tiny. Hopefully everything's resolved.
Tesla's coming down like a rock. Broke through VWAP within 2 candles. Is hurling back towards that 120 flat area. What, 120.15? Hopefully it doesn't get saved right here. If you get saved at 120.80, I'm gonna be pissed. Just come on down and like close low, like 110 or 113. Let's do that. I don't think that's too much to ask. No, you're echoing, Caesar.
No, that's just me when I put when I turn my I gotta figure something out with that.
No, it's gonna be the audio. It's the way that you probably have the setting in your computer or something. Just something little easy fix. We gotta.
Oh,
figure
my
it out.
bad. I'm sorry, Caesar. Was that the expensive piece?
Yeah.
Caesar, you forgot your smoking lamp.
Right. Hey, yellow ladies.
You ladies been to Saskatoon?
All we do is work out.
Hello, ladies.
Pauline's out getting her treatment. What's up? What's up, Richie?
Anybody seen Richie? Anybody know why Pop Bobby Lupo?
I just saw Joey Bag of Donuts going by the bodega a second ago. You want me to go grab him?
Joey Bag of Donuts.
Right.
Well, Stanley,
Right next
thoughts
to
are
Pig.
with Pauline. I know.
Yes.
I know that treatment can do a number on you. But luckily, she's got you to come home to.
I'd
I know you'll be
afraid of
taking
her.
good care of her, my friend. And obviously, Stanley, if you need anything, we're always here, buddy.
Yes, sir. I'd be afraid of her if I was that treatment.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
That's a tough
Strongest
woman
of the
right there.
strong, them two right there.
Yes, sir. I'm still. If I can look like Harley at what, even 40, I'd be happy.
Oh, yeah.
But
Yeah, you're
so
not,
I'm
when you're
definitely-
40, you're not going to look anywhere near as good as Harley looks now. No offense.
No, not a shot.
I'm
No,
just
if they
saying.
cryogenically freeze me now, I might have a shot.
Maybe. Oh, last week, Birdie spoke with those Argentine people who were interested in buying their recruitment company. They do a lot of business with U.S. recruitment companies, too. So who knows? New York will come, too. Yeah, that's what I'm talking. It's meant to be, Birdie. It's just a matter of time. It's not an if, it's a when thing. I'm just waiting for the phone call where, yes, MIA, I just booked a deal with blah, blah, blah. And yes, I'll be flying into the area. And by then, you're going to be doing it so big, you can probably get your private chopper to bring you into this area. Interesting thing about private planes. If you guys seen Meet Kevin, recently bought one, but he broke down the reasons why. And, people can feel about him whatever they do. I think he's cool. I think he's all right. Maybe the FTX thing, whatever. There's a lot of people grouped into that. But he basically broke it down on how that plane basically how he'll save the money on it, and basically he's not getting paid to, but by doing it the way that he's doing it, knocked like $3 million off what it would have cost. Not saying anybody here is looking to buy a plane, but just some simple strategies that I think apply to other stuff. That's kind of out of my league, that you're talking about tax balancing and stuff like that, but worth a look. It was just a tweet. I didn't look too far into it, but
Hills, you're definitely not bad yourself. Gotta keep the snack pack smiling back. You know what I mean? It's gotta be a revolving door of snack pack. Nobody gets their sweet. Oh, IONQ, excuse me. Hey, no, Harley, you're crazy. You're 3 crazy guys.
We're just
You
a
know?
couple of wild and the crazy guys.
Right. Make sure you fly into. No. If I can't go and tell you where the hell it is in Jersey, I'm not going
No.
there. I'll go into LaGuardia and wide over.
Hello, ladies. You been to Tatawa? You been up to
Yeah.
Tatawa?
I'm gonna end up taking 14 ferries and a bus ride to get there, but I'll be there.
No, that's just due north of where the boss grew up, right? Rich? Due south, maybe east, right around the corner.
The boss.
The boss, Springsteen, man. We had this conversation last
good
week.
God. That guy sucks.
Hey, he might, but regardless, he coined the boss.
Yeah, but I can coin I can literally coin anything else.
It doesn't matter. That's like telling the Wiz you're gonna beat him. It's clear that he coined nobody beats the Wiz. So
What's the name of that game?
I win.
Right.
Yeah, I wanna know how this margin call works out. Because I have a feeling
well,
Elon
right now
Musk
it's
doesn't
working
get
out.
margin called the same way that you or I would.
No. It's a hey, can we get a couple dollars from you, please, sir? Hey,
I
if
mean,
you don't
our
have it,
margin
it's not that
calls
big of a
are,
deal.
oh, you just bought Twitter, F you, pay me. Oh,
Yeah.
business is down, F you, pay me.
No, I'll literally sell your shit if you don't get back here right now. Like, I will sell it out from under you right now.
I can't see that that's how it goes down with Elon.
No, but if you're looking at this right now, you can see that the SPY might end up getting top tier, which is, again, one of those weird levels at at the 389 area. But look what Tesla's doing. It's running down to this level of support that we've been using, which is this red line.
But why don't you pull your screen up so we can see this red line?
Oh, stupid.
Ah, stupate! Mamma mia.
I don't know.
Oh, north of the boss, one town away from Mr. John Bon Jovi. John Bon Jovi. He's not liked up here anymore, Stanley. He used to be a beloved. There used to be jean jackets and 80s buttons as far as the eye could see when John Bon Jovi would come to town. And then he tried to buy the Bills and move them to Canada, and nobody likes him here anymore.
Look at Tesla coming back. Woohoo! That's a nasty position there, bud. Ape might be doing the same. Giving a little bit back here. We don't want to break to the south side of 149. AMC is coming back through VWAP at the 404 area, but remember I said the $4 area was strong. If they're gonna come back though, I mean, maybe a 387. But right here on Tesla, see how Tesla right now has the ability to hold this support, but the SPY is also getting kind of rejected from this area as well. So I could see Tesla breaking down when it shouldn't be right now, going towards the 200, maybe 116, 115 area. So you could easily make a lot of money right now paying attention to the 116 area.
Yeah, that's all fine and well, Rich. You want to impress me? I need to know that you live near Richie Sambora. He was the real pride and joy of Bon Jovi, if I'm being completely honest.
Who?
Richie Sambora, man.
The guitar player?
Yeah.
There's no way in hell Bon Jovi survives without him.
Exactly. And I don't know. I always found it arrogant when you had to put the one guy's name, and maybe that's a Jersey thing now. You know what I mean? Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band. Bruce couldn't just be a part of it. And then you got Bon Jovi. They couldn't just come up with why couldn't they be Sambora Jovi? You know?
Tesla is apparently not liking that news of him getting margin called. I don't know why the hell I'm watching Ape right now, honestly. Looks like we tried to grab some support on the SQs.
Ah, Richie lived in Woodbridge. Okay.
Look at Meta, way too high. That needs to come back to 118.
Yeah, but I think Meta in the short term probably gains the biggest upside if they go
already.
to a full-blown TikTok ban.
Well, Meta right now is already up 4% almost, and it looks way too high to me.
Tiny gonna buy some more of that Tesla when it gets closer to that $80 gap fill. Was gonna pull the trigger 2 days ago at the 104, but gonna wait.
Yeah,
Sambora Boulevard, yeah, that's where I got my first real 6-string. Last Kazi bought it on Sambora Boulevard at the 5 and dime. Played it till my fingers bled, man. That was the summer of '69, actually, Rich. If I'm being completely honest.
I know how to play that.
What do you know how to play? Midnight Train to Georgia?
Devil went down to Georgia.
He's leaving on that midnight train to Georgia. Leaving on the midnight train. Ooh, ooh. I'd rather live in this world than live without him in my world. His,
what do I do?
His, hers, long. Don't even get me going. We can go into the Discord and have karaoke hour right now.
Don't play.
Threaten me with a good time. You know what? I got nothing to do mañana. Nikki's at his mom's because they're doing Christmas with her grandma tomorrow morning. So everything up today on very low volume. Yeah, that's how they trick you. That's how they trick you, Birdie. Because then when it's up on that low volume, they come in with the heavy volume and
watch us get rejected on the spy and watch Tesla not be able to hold
squash you like a bug.
Birdie, you tell them you get the 65 out and you spit on their coffee table whenever they're done, okay? Because this is boof. I'll let you know. Let them know, Birdie. Tell them it's not even close.
Yeah. And I often wonder what would have happened if Jimmy didn't quit and Joey didn't get married. Could you imagine what the Bryan Adams band would have sounded like with Jimmy and Joey? Instead, Bryan Adams had to venture out by himself. Yeah, and I don't think Bryan Adams was old enough either. I think we dug down into the time frame after we figured out what day was the good day that Ice Cube was talking about. I think when you crunch the numbers, 69, I don't think he was old enough. He might have been, though. Let's see.
The summer of 69. What about 69? It's a very, very, very sensual number.
So he was only 10 years old in 69. Maybe he did get his first real 6-string. But I don't think, that's where I think he's lying, because a 10-year-old wouldn't be buying a 6-string from the 5 and dime. Maybe his parents would have. Is Bryan Adams, is he a big phony? I don't know. Hills, can you tell us that? Can you tell us?
Let's get some fact checking on some Bryan Adams.
Fact check false. It's not about the year. Okay, I always knew that Bryan Adams. He was a little perv. When him and Sting and that other dude got together to make the Three Musketeers song, we do it all for one and all for love. One of the worst songs ever.
My question is, how did we get here, though? Because, what about 69? How did I say something about 69?
I don't know, man. It's 12:21. This is the kind of stuff that you find around Trader Lunch. Well, we break down misnomers about Bryan Adams and dig deep into symbology of numbers in 80s pop music.
Well, I said Devil went down to Georgia. You got to something, and then Kazi says, in 69, I was 40 like Enzo.
Hey, that's just the way of the world, man. That's the way conversations go.
I don't look 40, G.
See, Hills just cracked the case wide open. Canada doesn't even have 5 and dimes. You know what I call that? I say erroneous. Erroneous on all parts. I'm Bryan Adams.
That's plagiarism.
Yeah, I'm burning all my Bryan Adams LP when I get off here today. And you know what? I'm gonna completely forget all the lyrics.
Cancel him?
Yeah.
Cancel.
To the Robin Hood song. Birdie does
Yeah,
not
cancel him.
like Bryan Adams.
Birdie, you're not a Bryan Adams fan?
Oh, Lordy. Why do I love that statement so much, Birdie? I don't like Bryan Adams.
You got him, dude.
It's the simple things in life, I tell you. They do seem older in Canada. I'm not gonna lie, Rich, and they're bigger too compared to Niagara Falls. So my Niagara Falls has a lot of pollution and love canals and stuff that stunts people's growths. They don't have that so much in Niagara Falls, Ontario. So when we were in like high school and we would go to Niagara Falls, Ontario, there was like the dudes were like giants. I mean, we whooped their asses when we needed to, but they were big. Like, you know, you thought you were walking around like one of those Ivy League places, man. It was just like a bunch of blonde dudes, all tall and probably more handsome than us, but in the end, we got them. Oh yeah, you guys did away with pennies years ago, didn't you?
We don't have pennies.
Yeah, we do, don't we?
No.
We got pennies. We got pennies the store and pennies the stuff.
JC pennies?
Yeah. You're wrinkling my school clothes. Yeah.
No, I don't have JC pennies down here. They got closed a long time ago.
They still got the online, right?
No.
Or is that Spiegel? Would you say you read Spiegel once a month, twice a month,
Spiegel?
3 times a month?
I don't even know what that is.
Spiegel?
Yeah, no idea.
So you used to it was like and that's another thing. R.I.P. to East Bay. East Bay is closing up shop in a couple days. Us older people remember the days.
That's awful. I used to buy basketball shoes from there.
Yeah, that's where I got my first pair of Jordans from, man. Bought them at the East Bay online. You know, wore them till my feet bled. That was the summer of '87 or '89, maybe.
You could literally dial your watch into that magazine coming to your house every month. No bullshit. Yeah. I got the crispiest pair of Dadas when I was in like 7th grade. I had a size 13 foot at the time. No shit. I'm not kidding. And I was playing on the Nuggets, and I thought it was fine to go and have like a light blue shoe with like a really ugly gold in it. It did not work.
Yeah. Remember air raids? I remember those. Oh, so Spiegel's a German newspaper. Okay, it's also used to be a catalog here. I don't think Spiegel had real stores. I could be wrong. J.C. Penney's did. And yes, Ace Lee, I 100%. The hypercolor ones, were those the ones that the heat changed the color? Or was it water? They would like turn into a tie-dye if you did something with them. And those could be found at attractions or merry-go-round next to the skids and or IOUs. IOU, still one of the most brilliant clothing companies out there because they stamped the year right on the front of it. So you didn't want to be that kid in 92 rocking that 89 IOU because the world knew about it. It wasn't like, oh, maybe that's old. No, you knew it was old because they tattooed that right on the front. So you had to buy new ones. Get yourself an IOU and some Z Cavaricis and you're ready to hit the streets. 91. Whew. When I was in my prime, 11 going on 22, was ready to go. Yeah, and there's been a lot of talk about getting rid of them, Nunya, and it's crazy when you look at pennies of like the cost where it actually costs more to make a currency than it's worth, which was always strange to me. Wow. So now CNBC is calling. So it was 330, and so the Morgan Stanley cut it from to 250, and they're dubbing this as the call of the day. Tell me what makes that the call of a day. They reduced their price target, and Tesla's up. How does that equate to the call of the day? So just completely be wrong about something, and that qualifies as the call of the day. I'm not here. Pennies aren't real.
I think the reason that they're calling it the call of the day is because when they put the news article out, that news article just went and dropped right around the time of the market coming to the downside. So I mean, they did kind of call it, but we already had that news about 45 minutes earlier. So if you would have taken it there, you would have been fucked. You would have been.
Well, but it's like,
farly screwed.
okay, this isn't genius stuff. Tesla's down what, 20% in the last week.
Somebody's gonna cut price targets.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Buy
These
China.
folks at Morgan Stanley, they're putting in the work, knowing damn well the intern did that, because all the real paid people, they ain't working this week.
You gotta buy China.
I like China here.
I like how you do the beginning of it. I like. Yo, Jim Cramer's gas though. Jim Cramer is like the.
I should get a bald. I should get a bald, like one of those things that makes you look bald.
A bald cap? Oh my god, please! Oh my god.
And we should like make up a fictional character.
If you can do that, I will piss him off enough to get him to come on here.
You're gonna probably want to talk to a lawyer or something and see exactly what we can and can't do before we do that.
Oh, I think we'll be fine.
Parody does hold a lot of rights thanks to the 2 Live crew.
Yep.
But
Weird Al
still wanna
Yankovic,
probably
got to throw the legend in there. One of your favorites.
I like the 2 Live crew. They were a little abrasive, but you know, what I really liked about the 2 Live crew and what I respected about them is I think that they brought to the forefront the issue of don't judge a book by its cover. And at the time, Dee Snider kind of did the same thing in front of Congress. I think it was. Yeah, he was another one that was very influential as far as court proceedings with music, along with 2 Live crew with the parody situation. But people, I think, underestimated them, thought, okay, these thugs are going to come in here and not know what's going on. And they showed up with everything in order and got protection to parody.
You getting pulled over? Run, dude.
No, I don't know what's going on out there.
All ass, bro.
Maybe they found that guy with the gumball machine.
Oh, man.
Well, that was my favorite. Remember the one night during this storm? I think I might have been talking to you. I was talking to someone, and I'm like, wow, this is the update. When they were giving like live updates, we've arrested a 5th person. It's like, wow, well, why don't you go save the people that are dying,
right?
Instead of worrying about arresting people for petty crimes. Now, I'm not saying that looting was.
You were getting updates on things that you didn't even have cable for, or you didn't even have internet for. Yeah. Like, they're sending him invites after, like, hey, quick question. Tell me about this shit that's happened in my community after you fix my Wi-Fi so I can get that information.
Or how about DoorDash? That was my favorite. While there's a travel ban that they're giving you a minimum $300 ticket just for driving, I'm getting messages from DoorDash like, hey, we'll pay you an extra $2.50 a delivery if you go deliver in Buffalo right now. And it's like, what?
Look at the Tesla going through the shit house. It take poop. I short breaks. I absolute short breaks off of Tesla. Yes, I love it. I am from Norwegia.
Probably
Close
Tiny.
to Saskatchewan.
Tiny, we're probably getting shadow banned because I've been running my mouth on Twitter a lot lately.
Yeah, that is true.
Well, it was the only Twitter. I'll tell you what, and I'm not saying that this is Elon's doing or not, but Twitter, while my internet was down on this bull crap 5G that I have here, Twitter was the most responsive by far. Like Discord, I would try to send messages and they would just spin.
Technology-wise, you're trying to think about business-wise, like it's actually running well?
Yes.
Okay.
And again, this could be all coincidental. But as far as anything else that I was on, Twitter seemed to keep the best lines of communication open while my internet was down.
I knew you were like there was something wrong, and he had either there was something wrong, because whenever I see anything on Twitter of anybody's, much less yours, I know that there's a problem. But when you became my featured, like, oh, this guy is having a conversation with about 40 people right now.
Like, yeah, I go on there, talk shit to Rob Reiner just about every day. A couple other people.
I love that. Rob Reiner seems like he would give it back to you, though.
No, he wouldn't. Rob Reiner can't defend any of his positions on anything.
No, who am I
because
thinking about?
Rob Reiner's whole life is Trump's going to jail tomorrow. Finally here. Last week it was Trump's tax returns, and then yesterday he flipped it to Trump's tax returns. He had sex with a porn star. January 6th, he's going to jail. It's like, Rob, you're so fat and irrelevant. Go. You said you were leaving Twitter like a month and a half ago. Just go. Okay,
well,
you were on a good sitcom. He won't be
relevant anymore, though.
Yes. I mean, hey, if Trump broke a law, by all means, send him to jail. I'm all for it. I'm all for every criminal. But I call out both sides, and neither side likes me. That's why we're getting shadow banned.
I think Mitch McConnell stole some Girl Scout cookies back in the day. I still gotta get him
out of there. He should be convicted. Right. Get him out. Mitch McConnell should be kicked right out of office. So should that Santos guy. You come out and you lie about everything. So should Liz Warren. So should Biden. You know, that's the thing. Why can't anybody recognize it across the board? This guy lied about everything. Get him out of there. He should be forced to resign.
Quick question. Can I ask you a question? When I said, hey, I would love to see Tesla under the open of the day. That is about to happen. This is a nasty play. I was just telling everybody this was probably an hour and a half ago, maybe not even, about an hour ago. Yo, look at the 116s, or excuse me, 116 area, because there was a lot of money there.
Speaking of Hillary, I don't know if we're allowed to say that name. That's one that'll get you banned.
Yep. Lorena Bobbitt's
listen, dude, maybe I bet, you know what, if you guys would be interested in that, I could probably get him as a guest on here.
Lorena Bobbitt?
No, John Bobbitt.
Oh, good God, that sounds awful.
Well, hey,
I have so many questions.
He's around.
Look at the spy breaking down.
I'm friends with him on FaceSpace.
Oh, good stuff.
Yeah, he drove me around in a limo one time.
Oh, look at the spy coming on down. Yeah, just.
Birdie Hunter asking, can you show us on the Tesla chart? Show us where Elon touched you on the chart, please.
Tesla's breaking down right here. It's trying to use the support right here of 1869. I still don't think so. And I've been telling you, I still think we're talking about, I wanted to see it about 113, 114 today. I thought that was the move we were going to take off of like 119-ish right here off of open. I thought we might have got 119, 120. What did I say? I said short Tesla north of 122.10. Nvidia of 145.25, and the SPY I was looking to go down to 378 in the, I guess, quick, but it did not. It actually took a $3 move to the upside. So now we're looking to probably come back and try to finish even on the day. If we can get lower on the SPY, that'd be great. But Tesla's already way out in front of that. And if the SPY continues to come and curl down to the bottom and blow through its levels of support, the Tesla is going to go and do the same thing, just at a quicker rate. Tesla right here is looking to break this low, or this high of pre-market little wick area, and it was a place of resistance for a second. It's also now becoming a place of resistance again at the 119.35. If we go, we just went through, we got rejected off of the open right here, and AMC is looking like it might just kind of go north from here off that 100, or the $4 area, 403. But I'm looking for the SPY to continue to come to the downside and not get stuck at 382.60. I want to see the SPY to continue to, or excuse me, the Tesla to continue to come down. And as it's trying to go right about the 118.86, I want to see the SPY come right through here at the 383.21 at the exact same time and fall through its level of support. If we can get cooking and moving like to the downside in any way, form, or fashion, in a way that starts a landslide effect or what's the word? It's not consent. It's consecutive. If you can get them to
Caesar C coming in with that
with the $10 that make you holla.
super chat.
Yes, sirski.
Much
Thank
love,
you.
Caesar. Appreciate
Kiss
that,
your
brother.
mouth later. But you're looking at a huge place right here that you need to hold on the 383s. If it doesn't, that's why I'm looking at this being such a profitable area on Tesla. If it does, it'll want to go down to this bottom wick, 318. If it wants to go through that 116, we're going to go. If we drop through let's call it 1725, we're going to 1658. But we are rushing back with our 200. What happens if we get to a point of, let's say, the SPY wants to go and get to an area of like the 381, and all of a sudden Tesla has the ability to bounce right here 116, and then we just fall right through the one, or like let's call it 381 area that we were trying to use as support earlier. If it comes through VWAP, it comes to the downside, this thing could get absolutely cooking to the downside. It could also just sit here and trade sideways right here, but I would assume that after a move like that, you're gonna need to give a little bit back. So I want to see this come back to the 116.26 area. 116.26 is where I want Tesla in the next day or two, if not today.
Well, the market's so bad right now that on CNBC they're interviewing Al Davis about Thursday Night Football.
Well, that doesn't make any sense.
No.
I want to see the SPY right around 381, and I want to see it just slowly make its way down 382. I want to see it sub 382 personally, but I can see something huge coming along with that. Russia's been firing missiles off and stuff. Every time we like fire a missile off, the last one that we fired off in the middle of the day that they kind of grabbed news for was actually the the Iran drone that got, or our drone that got taken out of the air or something. I don't remember what it was, but Iran dropped something out of the air or shot a US. I don't remember what it was. Don't quote me on that. but it was something along the lines of whenever they shot a missile, it was just something very small in an article, and then it got blown up to a huge thing after hours. And I think the SPY dropped like $7 or $8 in the next few days. So, along with the fact that we're having to get margin called, we're having our richest man in the world for what, a couple weeks get margin called. That's not good. That doesn't seem like a good thing to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's more to this. I think there's a reason why he wasn't paying the bills on Twitter headquarters and stuff like that, and there's probably something that plays into this. And like I said, I can't imagine his margin calls being, you know, on anything being the same. I can't imagine like some debt collector from Western New York calling up, Mr. Musk, calling about that 1.2 billion you owe us. You know, so I'm sure he's protected the same way we've seen that same thing play out with MicroStrategy. To bring it back to that, when the margin call rumors came out about them, and technically they did get margin called, it didn't have the effect that some people thought it was going to at the time.
Can I point something out?
Can you? Yeah, you can. You have the ability
so,
to. If you're asking permission, you would say, "May I?"
All right,
when you
Dad,
say
thanks,
"Can I," you're just saying, "Do I have the ability to do it?"
Right,
If you're asking permission, it'd be
you,
"May."
Dad. I really appreciate that. You want to play patty cake later after like I'm done with my homework?
Hey,
Grammar's
English
not
101.
really my thing. Yeah, no, I'm dyslexic.
Hey.
Right here, go ahead and look at the ticker at the bottom of the screen. This was all done. I think the last time I made an edit to it was the SQ, or it was at the... No, it was mine. Yeah, it was the SQs. That was probably 10 o'clock. Sticking with your trade and being able to average into it is a hell of a lot better than just making one pull and hoping you get lucky. Start feeling out where your money, your support and your resistance is within other things and other stocks. While
I continue to support the resistance.
Okay, well, I continue to watch Tesla just go towards 115. If it ends up at 115 by the end of the day, I'm just kind of calling it like I see it. I was telling everybody 116s. Excuse me. I said it could make you a lot of money if you're paying attention to that 116.
Oh, mortgage rates back on the rise. First rise in 6 weeks.
Of course.
That's not good.
Nice. This Tesla option has moved. It was at what, $60 a contract? It's almost 100% at this point, and it's trying to break over its VWAP. When it does that, this thing's liable to go up 165 plus. Fill that gap, 170, get the perfect 170 gap. But it'll probably, I mean, if this thing decides to go to 17 or 116 today, this will be... Yeah, that'll be what, I could see it being a, what, 392 contract, even maybe a 319 contract, but this thing could get weird very quickly. And if you wanted to go and watch it side by side, this is how an option works. Right here, this is a put, watching it going to the downside, while Tesla has the ability to come back down to its 200. So as Tesla right here is dropping through the 118.50, you're gonna see this start to rise in value because this is getting closer to my strike price of 116 by the expiration date, all at the same time. the faster that this gets to 118, or excuse me, the faster this gets to 116, the faster that this goes up in value, and the more likely it will become in the money. So the more, the closer you get into the money, the more that contract's worth. If that contract goes in the money, you're gonna get a huge boost in what's called intrinsic value. Ooh. And if it stays in the money, and I mean, you can go on I don't ever recommend exercising contracts, but I mean, if you're holding like back in the day when I was exercising $5 and $10 calls on AMC. Like, yeah, I'll hold those $10 shares or $5 shares AMC instead of paying $35 for them all day long. AMC looks like it might get rejected from this, let's call it 404 area. It already did kind of go through it, and now this 403 came into play. Hopefully we don't get rejected from it again, but I would assume that we're going to go more downside here just because we're on the underside of this little flag kind of still. I was just using this from earlier, but we broke under that. If we go through 380, excuse me, 383.43, SPY is going to come to the downside, and Tesla will more than likely try to go find this 1705 area. So you can watch this contract right now. People are buying 110, 1. It's when you start seeing the big size of contracts. You can go and see them maybe a couple thousand at a time, or maybe 600 to 900 at a time. You're starting to see a little bit of a wall right there with 100, couple hundred. There's 4. So I'd be curious to see volume total on, by the way, is actually Tesla right now with 134.97 million. We're making a run up to 405 right there on AMC. I want to say that would be good if we ran, but I'd be careful with that, guys. That 405 candle at the top from this morning might just reject us. We might go and end up just hanging out 395 or so, just trying to find a little wedge kind of back towards 395, 394 area. Hopefully we hold that 393 into pre-market, or excuse me, aftermarket, close the day. And hopefully the Derek Carr gets himself some help with his mental issues he's going to be having, you know.
He's going to be just fine.
No, he's not. He's probably going to end up in the Steelers, and I'm going to cry myself to sleep every night.
You guys could only hope to have a quarterback of that level. He ain't seen somebody of that level since Bradshaw.
I could pull off. Hey, I will literally go get Alan Faneca off the bench or for 4 years. That'll
Don't care
throw
if
a
you
better
get Allen
pass.
sick. You ain't getting nobody that's on Carr's level. Ain't gonna happen. Carr's
Yo, go get me Tracy McGrady. Go get me any other sports star. Go get me go get me the lady off the street in Sheboygan. I don't give a shit. They're still throwing a better fade route.
Sheboygan's actually where John Candy's polka band sold most of their LPs.
What?
That's what Sheboygan's known for. Oh, Birdie Hunter in on that heist. We got heist.
Oh, you want a little
Okay.
touch, yes? Okay, Hunter reloaded. Hookadockies. Oh, Card of the Jets is what I'm hearing. Oh, that sounds like just he'd probably look stupid as hell in a green and white.
Listen, Carr and Mark Davis are gonna sit down,
No, they're
read a few Bible passages, iron this
have
whole
Kumbaya
thing out,
and have a Le Mans class. Are they gonna do water birthing? I heard that's
Listen.
cool, man.
Devontae is going to go talk to Davis himself and say, listen, I don't want Stedman. Okay, I came here
Carr
to
would be
play
a
with
good fit
Carr.
for the Jets, though. Now that he does have Watson. Isn't that the no? Not excuse me, not Watson. Yeah, it's Watson, right?
He'd
Or
be
is
a
it
good
Wilson?
fit for any team with a defense. The average, he's never had a top 12 defense, and our average throughout his career is 30th defense in the NFL. He's had
That
6
sounds good.
different head coaches, I think 8 different offensive coordinators. Had a new system every other year. Went through all the garbage with Antonio Brown that pretty much that cost half a season. And then when he was nasty, when we did have an offensive line, he broke his friggin' leg. Was on pace to have an MVP season. We were about to make a Super Bowl run. And then Christmas came and they were like, hey, MIA, you know your favorite team? Bam, watch this. And I'm like, man, did you see what God just did to us?
Made us lose by 14, or made us lose by 2 after being up by 14.
And then, what was his name at the time? The backup. You know, you start watching tape on the backup throughout the week. You're like, okay, you know, this is we're gonna be okay. And then New Year's Eve comes around and they say, hey, black backup, how about you break your leg too? So that now in the first round of the playoffs against the Texans, we got to start a 3rd string quarterback. That's right. Yeah, the coach is definitely using Carr as a scapegoat, no doubt about it. And don't get me wrong, Carr's made some mistakes. You know, big time turnovers. Can't take all the blame off of him, but being a Raider fan, you can attest to when you look at his interception numbers. You look at there's 2 big things. Has he thrown some terrible ones? Absolutely. Has probably 30% of those been catchable balls that were dropped or tipped and led to an interception? Absolutely. And then were some of those situations that we should have never been in if we had any kind of defense. Yeah, that'll be tough to swallow. I don't know. I don't know where they're going with this. I don't think that Carr's benching right now automatically means that he's gone. I think 100% the only reason that this was okayed by Mark Davis is to avoid the Derek Carr gets hurt and we got to pay him $30 million next year for a roster spot that isn't taken. You know what I mean? If it's to protect him, we're out of the playoffs. I mean, theoretically, I think we could still make it if Jesus Christ himself comes down and tilts a couple games this week. We might be able to slide in there. But the bottom line is he took a playoff team from last year, which arguably maybe shouldn't have been there, and he destroyed them. We on paper should have improved from last year. We should have stuck with Bisaccia. Look at what he's done over in Green Bay, with just the special teams. And people can say, well, that's not a head coach. I agree, it's not. But when a coach is able to have that much of an impact on a whole system, whether it's offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, special teams coach, when you can have as much impact as he has on the special teams over in Green Bay, the players wanted him. He led us into the playoffs in one of the biggest turmoil seasons in the history for the Raiders, with the Gruden stuff, with the Ruggs stuff. But Mark Davis did an Al Davis move, a typical Al Davis move. Go out and get a shiny toy in the offseason and then get a less shinier toy to ruin it. So we went out and got Devontae, and then we got McDaniel. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. 100%. I mean, he led the team to the playoffs that had no business really being there. And as we're starting to see, more non-traditional coaches are having success, you know? Oh, look at that, GTA. You got yourself 3 little baby dinosaurs. Okay. What does that mean for CEI is the question. I don't even know what the numbers should be on CEI GTA. So it's up 1% right now. Is it? They did a, what, 25 for 1 or 50 to 1? So they did a 50 to 1, was it? Or 1 for 50? So 50 for 1 at what, 11 cents? Roughly 10.5 cents. Shot it up to 543 right after the reverse split. And now it's lost roughly 60% of that value. Ooh. So you're looking at pre-split 4 cents a share right now, GTA? 4.5, maybe 4.5, 4.213, 4, 7. I don't know. GTA now might be the time to load the boat. What's the next price we look at? Under $2, boats get loaded. Get it down to that 3 cents pre-split a share. That's a big no for me, dog. Mullen's still holding 8% gains, just under 23 cents on Mullen. AMC hanging above that $4 mark, 408 on AMC, Ape at 151, up 4.5%. GameStop up 2.5% at 1836. Is CEI less than or equal to Jasmine? I'd put them both in the same boat. Wouldn't touch either of them. Yeah, Shiba Inu definitely greater than or equal to Tesla. And what happened? The Shiba Inu dog? Is it the Shiba Inu dog or the Doge dog? Isn't doing too well. And one of them come down with something?
No, I hit it with my car last week.
That's not funny, Enzo.
Yes, it is.
No, didn't it seriously? Didn't somebody put an article in Discord yesterday? Isn't the dog not doing good?
Oh, I didn't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the dog. Yeah, so prayers for, I think it's the.
Hey,
Doge
honestly,
dog.
it was a joke. I didn't touch the dog. Like, I didn't touch the dog. I don't live anywhere near that dog. I didn't even drive yesterday.
$48 degrees right now.
Yeah, it's 83.
Oh, the Doge original inspiration, which in fact is a Shiba Inu, has leukemia. Okay. Like that one kid. What? Who? Brian Piccolo? I love Brian Piccolo. Is that who you're talking about? Oh, you can't do that, Nan. You can't switch to San Francisco. I definitely can't because for some reason I got more Raiders stuff for Christmas this year than ever, so I'm stuck for another year. But I got some jerseys I'm gonna have to retire. My Jacobs jersey, my Abrams jersey is already useless. Yeah, okay. I'll let you get away with that one. Get it out, get it out. This could be a Raiders support group type situation, man. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. So where are we at? We got the Dow up 1.2%, the S&P up 1.87%, the Nasdaq up 2.6%. Let's check. Let's see that heat map one more time. See how we're looking. No, still pretty bright green. Maybe a little bit of maroon textures in there now. Kellogg's turns out they're not so great. Down 0.5%. Medical distribution down a little bit. Other than that, pretty green across the board. Pretty green. Yeah, except the difference is GTA, it's normal for 17-year-old dogs to die. Not kids. Yeah, I know the feeling, Nan. I know the feeling. You know, it's like a scorned lover. I could never leave the Raiders because there would always, unless I abandoned half my wardrobe and threw most of the stuff in my house away, there would always be something there to remind me. So, you know, I made a commitment to the silver and black at a young age, as well as the gold and blue for the Sabres, the orange and blue for the Mets, and the black and red for the Chicago Bulls, and I stick with it. It's there's been ups, there's been downs, there's been all arounds. They brought me joy, they brought me pain, a lot of sorrow, a lot of letdown, mostly bad, except for them 6 years when the Bulls won championships. My whole life's been a horrible as far as my sports fandom. Oh, see, they did the fruit ball swap after all. I thought the waffle swap was going to take heat on that because Propaganda 2.4 passed, I believe, with flying carpets, from what I heard.
I don't
Yeah, that's right, GTA, the old tomato thing trick.
Right. I don't know how you read that with a serious face. Like, you know, cheers to you, my good sir. I don't know how you do it. You make it look easy sometimes. You have for a very long time as well. So I know I appreciate you, and I know a lot of people on the stream appreciate you as well. But we don't say it enough. But yeah, cheers to you, my man. You're killing it.
Cheers.
This is the best one of the day, though. We gotta definitely display this one. Just had to give you a little sneak peek, you know?
As long as the burn gets approved, I think they're gonna be all right, man. I think they're gonna be okay.
Non-refundable. I need fake headlines that are hysterical. Like this, I guarantee you, he's got a couple just absolute bangers. Send them our way in the chat. If you're sitting there and you got time, by all means, send them in the chat. If we can make some fake headlines that just bang, I'll put them up on the internet right now. I'll go skydiving with Nun's grandma.
You want to do that? Should we just say the hell with real life altogether and just turn this into a straight parody satirical channel?
I mean, like, we might need to keep a little bit of somebody's got to understand when we're calling our safe word. You know what I mean? Like, we can't just be always joking.
The thing is, you can do that. What would be cool is if we did a segment either daily or weekly. Now this is me completely ripping off one of my favorite comedians, but the way that Kevin Nealon used to do the weekly update on Saturday Night Live, it was very.
You want to just trash on it?
No, it was very like dry, but it was like real. You know, obviously it wasn't. There was some satirical elements, but it was real news articles, just read with his humor. Like, you can find enough real headlines that are hilarious just for what they really are, because there's just so much idiocracy in this world.
Oh, I like whenever they go and they immediately contradict each other within like a 3-minute period. Those are the good ones.
Yeah.
I mean, how bad do you have to be at your job when you're the same editor, the same editors on the thing, the same publisher, the same writer? All of them are the exact same, but yet somebody doesn't look at it and go, hey, maybe we just posted that about 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
CEI's doing well, though, GTA. Yeah, you should definitely load the boat. Maybe a little small kayak or something. I don't know.
No.
Maybe get a houseboat, because you're going to need it. You keep buying CTI. I just said it wrong. CEI. That's how greater than, less than it is right now. It's like a Doge.
You mess around, you buy CEI, you're going to need a CTE to get that CP, whatever.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
need something. They're gonna have to scan your cat.
You're gonna be missing a chromosome. You're gonna
GTA is gonna get a knock on his door one day from the mental health department. It says here you've been buying CEI at a rapid pace. Is there anything you'd like to tell us, Mr. TA?
You keep buying CTI, you're gonna end up married to a girl named Eileen with one leg.
Next thing you know, he's taking one of those weird tests, the work, the thing when you look at blobs of ink and tell us what you see. You're gonna be putting you on all kinds of stuff.
No humor here, so if you could be constantly serious, that would.
All right, we could do that.
I mean, we could be. I think MIA in the serious of all seriousness is like, if you want him to just be an asshole, I promise you he.
I can give stern looks, GTA. I can give looks of confusion. We can change thumbnails to where I'm just like, you know. We can conform to mainstream. I'll come on tomorrow.
You can't
GTA.
get a put anything further than 0.
It's already down.
There.
GTA it can't go down.
What am I gonna get? 7 cents if I go to the perfect 1 cent? I already ran that. I already ran it up. Oh, by the way, the SQs are peeling up to the top side. The SPY is coming to the downside, trying to break through that 383.23. If it does want it, it'll go through that 382 and see about the 382.50 or 382.70 is what I'm looking at first on the SPY if it gets through. But we need to make sure we get through here right now. SPY has the ability, look at that green candle that it just wanted to say, ha, psych. Like that green candle might be what, $2 almost, in the matter of 5 minutes of time, and then it gets walked right back down to that area. If we get rejected again, that's not good. Oh, you're feathering the candles, yes?
No, I'm trying to find out. Oh, I was looking at CEI, why my charts are Back to the Future.
Well, hey, AMC keeps messing around. We'll be there in, what, a couple weeks?
405. AMC looking to mess around and get a triple-double. Tiny looking for Tesla to go down so she could buy some. Okay.
Yeah, Tiny, I was actually looking. I want to say it was Tiny, but correct me if I'm wrong. I want to say she was looking at an 81 area, and I wanted to go and speak on that earlier.
80.
Okay, yeah, I wanted to speak on that earlier. I saw that gap, and can anybody get me a Tesla weekly chart that was before the split that had that gap on it? Because I don't think that Tesla had that gap on it before the split. And if it did, then great. However, if it didn't, that's a manufactured gap from like, pull it, stretch it out. And it's going to be right about the $81 area before it even got over 100. Way back, yep. Like right there somewhere. If you stretch that out, there's a gap right there. Well, a little higher. See that? Right there, 79 to 86. That gap right there, like, it doesn't make any sense to me, but I could easily see them going to get every bit of that. Because it seems like they already filled the one that was about 7 candles to your right, up at the top, about 167. I think that area right there is where we just went to, which would have been sub 143.
So they ran that day. It was a real gap. They ran on news. Tesla shares soared after the automakers said it delivered about 90,650 vehicles in the second quarter, handily beating Wall Street expectations. And that was July 2nd, 2020. So that was assuming they beat those expectations when not expected, with COVID being kind of in 2020. July 2nd, 2020.
Let's get it. No, we're going. I want to see at least Tesla 97. And I think it was 94, 97, the first couple of places that I had. But I'm not. And that's the only reason why is because I'm not looking to play a month-long contract or something like that. I think it could definitely get down there, but I think for it to be, I would rather just play something closer to about the 115 area, and just let it run. I'd rather, if you have the money to buy that one contract, it is kind of expensive, but if you have the money to buy, let's say 30 of those contracts or one of them, I would rather buy one contract closer to the money right now, because you want it to go as far into the money as you possibly can. You don't necessarily want to be playing with risk when you don't need to be playing with risk, when you can get ripped to the top side here. If Tesla wanted to bounce, Tesla could go and end up at 150 tomorrow. Not necessarily 150, we'll call it maybe 138, something like that, something stupid, but like it could end up going and giving you a very, very, very rude awakening if you're on the wrong side of it.
Well, yeah, especially if tomorrow, that there may be some big money on the sidelines, just kind of holding off to see where this goes before the end of the year, and if it drops back down. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's a different ball game when you're dealing with these institutions. As far as I know, it sounds ridiculous to think of it as a one-day thing, but whereas if they buy today or tomorrow, they could potentially sell next year and still get long-term capital gains.
Can anybody confirm to me that they are running a Benzinga article that came out at 12:28 p.m. on the 28th on NVIDIA, saying something about short selling? Oh, excuse me. It would take traders a half a day to cover their short positions on average.
A half a day? I think I seen Sabrina drop something earlier. It was like 1 point something days. It was
1.6.
Like yeah.
That's NVIDIA then, but like, I just don't. It's only.
But I mean, all those numbers are bullcrap, because when you look at just, I hate to keep going back, but it's one of the best firsthand accounts that we've had of the shorting process and how the numbers get changed with the Torchlight CEO.
AMC might try to do something here.
You just don't know what those numbers are. And the example that he used, it was like, okay, we've got 25 million shares of our stock, right? We're a small company. On this short report, we had 2.5, I think it was 2.5 million or let's just say 3 million shares shorted, which wasn't that big of a deal. It's, a big short position, but it's not anything out of the ordinary. And then the following week or 2 weeks, I think they were done bi-weekly, the short report says that there's only 1 million short shares. But in the meantime, the stock didn't even trade 2 million times. So even if every single buy and sell was a short covering, there still wasn't enough sales. And that's where it was just, and FINRA told them, yeah, well, somebody took those shorts off the market into the dark pools and you're beat. And basically that's it, so those numbers have 0 degree of accuracy as far as there could be way more short shares than they report. There could be way less. It works both ways, and companies get screwed, investors get screwed, and the people that are playing with those shorts are the only ones that are able to profit. Oh, that was for INTC, Intel. Intel short percent of float has risen 9.2% since the last report. The company recently reported it has 73.24 million shares sold short, which is 1.78% of all regular shares that are available for trading. Based on the volume, it would take traders 1.8 days to cover their short positions on average. Yeah, and it's like they can manipulate those short reports any which way they want, by having the ability to pull shorts off the exchange and not be accountable for them. It can go both ways. It can go for a company, where shareholders and management think the company's doing fine because, say only 1 million shares are shorted.
I haven't looked at a video in about 2 hours, but it's crazy how that red line still comes into play.
Martin Apollo asking you, I think he meant Hoth. I'm going to go out on a limb.
Oh, okay.
Do you see Hoth testing highs of the day at Power Hour again?
I didn't see Hoth going over like $7, G. I'm going to be honest with you. I keep typing in the wrong number. Hoth, I thought that it was probably way overvalued this morning at 788 whenever I called it out and said, no, I don't think it's going to want more than like $8. I think that your best bet is to go find it at 715, if not 645. I mean, I'm going to call it $5 just to be safe, because I'd rather have my buy than your buy. I'd rather have something I'm comfortable with here. What I would be comfortable with is maybe the 545 area, but I still, I'd rather get the 5 break. I could even see a 540 just because that would go and kind of match, but I don't want anything sub 550. I'll take it to get that reaction back, but I don't know anything about it, so I don't want to go and say I'm going to hold it or anything. I'm good at 550, maybe to $8 or something. If it comes back down, you might be able to get a move like that, but that's kind of out of my ballpark. But I'd be okay to buy $5.
Oh man, D-Lo got a big gap to fill here, Martin.
Who?
D-Lo. What happened back here that it dropped? Was that an offering?
It took poop. It's completely fine though. Oh. Yo, my NVIDIA
I could see that I could get on board with that price target there, Martin. You know, my technicals are a little bit different, but I would agree with you right up to that $18 mark. And I think this was an offering, right? I'm pretty sure. I don't know why I don't have the
Wasn't he just trading DLO when it was like $4 like a couple
Yeah.
weeks ago? The fuck? What happened to that thing? Did it get touched or split? Wait, does that say Target on news? What happened to Target? Katie's gonna heads are gonna roll. You mess with their Target.
Target.
Yeah,
The company?
Oh, it might have said. I thought it said Target. Like it might have said Price Target or Target slashed or something like that in your news. It was up at the top.
Oh, okay, so they dropped all that on bad earnings. Or what looks like it. Earnings per share of 10 cents. Missed by a penny. Revenue of 111. Beat by 1.78 million. Not seeing why they... Oh. This is that crap. Oh, Muddy Waters announced a short position in the stock. Well, Muddy Waters. Okay, so if you guys are looking at the screen right now, this is key. This is key when you look at these bull crap articles. Make sure to notice this disclaimer up here. Okay, so this was published back on the 16th of November. Make sure, keep an eye on this disclaimer. When you see this disclaimer, know that you are reading pretty much something from the Babylon Bee or the Onion. Do not take it seriously. Okay, unfortunately, people do. So, back on the 16th, Muddy Waters wrote that management and directors dumped an extraordinary over $1 billion in shares within the first 5 months of DLO being public. A spate of recent high-level departure brings to mind the idiom about rats fleeing a sinking ship. Okay, he offers no evidence on it. It'll never be fact-checked. And I'm not immediately saying that management didn't do that. But this is the bull crap that they protect themselves by putting that this only represents the author's personal opinion. Although the author is presenting it like it's fact, it doesn't have to be fact. So don't fall for it.
Others get sued for it.
Yeah, well, and that's how they avoid it. That's how they avoid it, is by putting these disclaimers, putting it through a third party.
Making sure they take your 30%.
Yeah. Okay, and that seems a little extreme with a company with a market cap of around $5 billion. So you're saying that they sold off more than 20% of the company and nobody noticed until Muddy Waters did some investigative journalism? Get the hell out of here.
SATX.
Sabrina, that's funny but true. Funny but true. And what I find what's flawed in these price targets, Sabrina, is nobody gives a time frame. Nobody, like, how can you be wrong? I could literally give price targets on every single stock in the S&P 500 right now. And what would it matter? Like, what? Nobody says, take this Tesla one, for example. They're not saying, okay, we downgraded from $330 to $250, and we think it will reach $250 by, even give us a year. You know, it's so open-ended. How can you be wrong? How can you be wrong? If I tell you today,
Heartbeat Inc. Sitting at 517. Man, I like the sounds of that. I'm gonna up the price target to $12. At what point am I wrong? A year? 2 years? 3 years? You know, at what point am I wrong about that price target? Now, obviously, if you do deeper dives into stuff and you know, whether it's individual people that you follow or, you know, certain firms that put out newsletters, stuff like that. Yeah. You know, when you look deeper, there are quote unquote experts that do put out, you know, great price target, not financial advice and lay out time frames, but it's few and far between. It's not the mainstream. It's not the stuff that grabs headlines like this Tesla. Well, yeah, and you know what I think that the reason behind that is, Sabrina's. She says, I see more stocks run on lower price targets. I think it's almost a reverse psychology thing where we know that price targets from a year ago are null and void at this point, right? So when you see these analysts give a more realistic approach where, okay, say a stock that had a $20 price target that was trading at $10 last year now is trading at $3, and you see that $20 price target lowered to $7, people get the expectation, like what I just said with Tesla, like exactly what I said when we seen that Tesla thing is like, okay, they're downgrading it, but they still expect this thing to double in money. So maybe, you know, it's like it's exactly what I said about Tesla earlier, where you look at Goldman was the one I think that did that downgraded them. You look at it and you're saying to yourself, okay, they must have looked at the most up-to-date data and everything that we know now. And they didn't, they're not forecasting downside. You know, it's very, very rare for you to see a stock that's sitting at $6 with a company readjust the price target to under that mark. I mean, we do see it here and there, but it's rare. All right, guys, 1:30. I'm gonna go grab a little bit more coffee. We're going overtime today. We might as well go with it. Only 2 more days left in the year. We got to make the best of it. Plus, we got to make up for some lost times the last couple days. So
I gotta make a couple calls to a couple lawyers, and then I'm back.
All right, I gotta make a call to the Mr. Coffee machine downstairs and check on the dogs. And I will be back in just a few minutes. Let's get
Meet you back here in a little bit.
All right.
Go, 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 go.
Where'd the party go, Lobo? We're right here, baby. We're right here. We were just letting dogs out, and I had to put a fresh pot of coffee on because I burned through that last pot. We're going the distance. We're in OT, baby. OT at OTC. Let's go. It's Thursday. We got 2 days left in the year. We're going to finish strong. What do you say, guys? What do you say? This thing on? This thing on? Hello? 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 Today? Is there anybody out there? Oh, did he? R.I.P. Pele. Biggest name in soccer football. Sorry, Birdie. Biggest name when I was a kid. Never really knew much about the guy, but just my whole life, soccer as I know it. Soccer and Pele went hand in hand. Again, I don't know a lot about the guy, but it's a loss for everybody involved. Yeah, Birdie. Most of it's melting today. It's almost 50 degrees here today. Pretty crazy. So last night, Birdie, I was seeing, and you've been to America before, so you can understand the heights. There was pictures of people on snowbanks that were like hugging street lights, like stoplights, red, white, and green, or red, yellow, and green. Like snowbanks were that high. So I haven't looked. I've avoided the news today because I suspect with this thawing out, the number of people that passed away during the storm, I think, is going to rise. I think they'll probably find some people in more cars and stuff as stuff becomes unburied. And then that's not even taken into effect. They just lifted the travel ban today, so emergency vehicles are going to be finding people as families are able to, unfortunately find loved ones deceased in their homes, things like that. So it's going to be a dark couple of days here, but hopefully then we can put it behind us. But yeah, still a lot going on here. Yeah, Birdie, and do you think the guys that represent football internationally can carry those torches? I know you've talked about it before as far as like Messi's skills, things like that. And then even beyond that is the younger generation. I don't understand the rise to fame in soccer. I know it's a lot more complex than what I'm used to as far as major sports figures. Over here, it's a pretty easy path. Kids excel in high school. If it's basketball, maybe they go play triple ABA, stuff like that, go to a prep school. But it's a pretty straight path. You know what I mean? I know soccer, it's a different rise to stardom. Yeah, that's the first rule of snowbanks. Don't keep your money in them, Randy. Don't keep your money in them. What happened with this snow, Randy? It was crazy. The snow got so bad because of the way it iced that it couldn't even be plowed. So, like, instead of just plowing the way, where you plow into parking lots and stuff like that, they couldn't do that. They had to like scoop it into dumpsters and then take it. Like, there's I'll try to get it and put it in Discord. There's a really cool picture of the biggest building in Buffalo, which is, I forget what it is. Like, it's not anything illustrious, but just the snow, because that's where they had to bring it to, to just pile it. Just the amount of snow piled up is just incredible. And it wasn't even as much the storm that we had like a month ago, we got way more snow way quicker. My city got over 3 feet in a day. Some areas, Orchard Park, where the Bills play, they got taller than Josh Allen in snow. So they got like 6.5 feet of snow. It wasn't like that here, but the problem this time is you didn't get 6 feet of snow across the board, but you got that snow that, okay, here you would see pavement. Over here, you're seeing a 15-foot snowdrift. Like, it was wild. The wind was, I don't know. Bullfrogging, what's up, brother? Appreciate you, my man. You are in the exact same boat as my man Rich, last Kazi standing. I tried to reply to both of you guys and got nothing but the spinny wheel. It was when my internet was down. So my apologies in that, but appreciate the hell out of you, my man. Appreciate you checking up on me. And just know I did try to respond. And yeah, it's good to be back. It's good to be back. Lobo. I mean, the toughest part for me personally, in a selfish way, was like I didn't get to have traditional Christmas Eve and Christmas morning with Nikki. And then Christmas Day, I was able to get him, but it was a journey. I never put I can't say that because in the end it did, because a car almost hit us or a truck almost hit us on the way home, but I wasn't breaking a travel ban. My city didn't have a travel ban at that point. I did have to walk pretty far in some deep snow to get Nikki from Nicole's house. I had to park some streets over and walk. He was a little trooper about it. But minor inconveniences when it's all said and done. I mean, I was bummed about it. I'm not going to lie. But when it's all said and done, I consider myself pretty grateful. The power outages here were minimal. We had prepared food-wise, stuff like that, because that was the toughest part. Was grocery stores closed kind of unexpectedly quick early Friday morning, and some of them still haven't reopened. But they immediately, put out announcements. We're not opening back up until Monday, and people panicked, and Okay. Great point, Birdie, and I love the insight, because I will be the first to admit that I don't understand soccer on a global scale. But Birdie says those three were heroes in a different time. Nowadays, players get hyped by marketing companies. Those three built their own heroism. I like it. So it was more organic, I'm assuming, Birdie. And that's unfortunate, because I think we see that in everything nowadays. And it's hard to judge character nowadays, because athletes are recruited at such a young age, are hyped up at such a young age, almost corporatized at such a young age. Hard to say, well, I would act differently, but it's like when at 10, 11, 12 years old, you have people telling you how great you are. And, a lot of times there's exploitation, whether it's through the parents, coaches, people that are looking to, just kind of get a piece of the action, agents, things like that. Thank you, Tiny Boxes. I was never really worried, but like it was, I don't know. It was just heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking, like hearing reports of 20-something-year-old kids being found dead in their car. And it's like in 2022, that shouldn't happen. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not saying, whatever. It's just sad. Randy saying the soccer world owes Pele a tremendous debt. Yeah, and with my minimal knowledge, Randy, I would agree with you, just on the sense of, as somebody that didn't follow soccer, like I said, he was always the face and the name of soccer.
and he had a smile that could light up a room. You know what I mean? His smile always reminded me of Magic Johnson's. Just that kind of contagious. You know, some people have it. Some people you could be around and they can tell you the worst news in the world, and their smile will make you like not be able to be sad. It's crazy. Magic was one of those people for me. Magic Johnson's smile, I don't know, something about it. It was comforting. I know, I'm strange. Whatever. I is what I is. So all the talk now on mainstream media, both things I'm watching here. Looking forward to 2023. So all about positioning, but what's funny is, you know, you'll see not necessarily the markets move, but as they compound this advice going into tomorrow, I think there will be a little bit of a buying frenzy on certain stocks tomorrow. I don't know which ones, but I think end of the year, not just tax wise. I think we always talk about psychological barriers, psychological walls. I think end of the year trading, there's a psychological aspect to it too, of where you start. It's the last time, you know, people will be looking at things that are down in their portfolio. Is it worth taking the loss this year? You know, lots of decisions to be made. Most of them probably have been done already. It'll be mostly, I would think, just algorithm trading tomorrow. Oh my Lord, Tiny. That is horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. I am so sorry. Yeah, a friend of my sister. So the couple that had went to the Bahamas, AMC spiking too here a little bit. Big green candle up at 413. The people that we had went to the Bahamas with, good friends of my sister, her cousin, I believe, young kid in her 20s, ended up freezing to death on the porch in Kansas. And I guess it wasn't even like too cold, but it was by Kansas standards. I don't know the weather down there. And she just had forgot her keys and like fell asleep on her porch. And that was that. It's just... Yeah, that's... Well, and you know the worst thing about that angle of it, Tiny, having never met her personally, is sometimes that makes it even harder. You know, it was your mother-in-law's stepkid, and you know, not to put a damper on things, but it's like when it's a family member or something like that that you never got a chance to meet. Now that opportunity's gone, which makes it even worse. That was like the case when my father passed away. It was a I don't give a crap kind of one feeling because he was a deadbeat my whole life. But there was a little bit of sadness of knowing that father-son reunion was never going to happen. You know, it kind of, not that I had any kind of hopes on it, but I like long shots. You know, there was always like a Mac from Always Sunny in Philadelphia type thing of like, yeah, you know, maybe one day he'll come back around, apologize, whatever. He'll sit me down like Danny Tanner. The music will lower. He'll tell me why he was a piece of shit for 20 years and we would move on. So that was kind of one of the sad things about it, was that, you know, the realization that moment would never happen. I don't know where that came from. I'm sorry, Tiny. You know, it's a bad situation. Birdie, I'm not even going to try to say that guy's name. I know how to say Maradona just because Stanley said it in an episode of The Office.
Johan Cruyff. Either way, Birdie had the pleasure of meeting him once at an Amsterdam celebration of the city champions, Ajax and VRA, which is the cricket club in Amsterdam that Birdie played for. Totally normal person, no attitude at all. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. We've got we actually got two right now, Birdie, Buffalo Bills. That are absolutely amazing. Actually, there's a whole bunch of them, but two very highly paid and well-known in Josh Allen and Stefan Diggs. And both of them are the same way. I've never met either one of them personally, but I have friends that have, and, you know, just said the exact same thing. I mean, I've seen many examples of stuff that they've done throughout the community that's real down to earth, but you never know what to believe as far as, you know, publicity stuff. But personal accounts of them just being, you know, being so mature on the football field and their leadership skills, but almost being like happy-go-lucky kids that know that they're so blessed to be making the money that they are, and they really give back in many ways. Rob Gronkowski, another one. He's from my area. He does so much good for this area. I can only imagine what he does in the New England area, in the Tampa area, everywhere that he's kind of been throughout his career. Hey, you know, you ain't got to explain, Tiny. All you got to do is say she's family. You know what I mean? That's all. That's all. Doesn't matter. The ins, the steps, all that stuff's irrelevant except maybe in a court of law. You know, Tiny, family is blood you don't get to choose, but family you do get to choose. You know, and it's family's family regardless. But yes, like you said, either way, so sad. Anyways, a happy story. I don't know. The happiest stories, like I said, it's just a lot of small stuff, Tiny. A lot of I didn't watch them on TikTok. I always but TikTok videos that of good going on during this whole mess. Like I said, probably a lot more people helping people than the looting and stuff like that. And it's a shame because that's what makes headlines, is the looting. And I'm not saying that story shouldn't be told, but a lot of people coming together, and it's I don't know if it's good or bad to see the community rally around each other and see, if you want to call it the government, municipalities, however you want to call the people in charge of keeping everything the way it should during a storm. They kind of failed the people, but the people outside of the looting and stuff. And, you know, when you look at the grand scheme of things, it really was metaphorically a handful of people when you look at all the people involved in this. And it's a shame because a lot of businesses were destroyed, a lot of, I don't know, but a lot of good people. Like I said, a lot of good people doing good stuff. And, you know, that's the stuff that should be front page of the headlines. That's all. That's all. I mean, I got a whole, as far as blood, my family is small, but I got plenty of people that I consider family that no way, shape, or form actually related. Oh, they're doing a post-holiday consumer check now, saying shoppers tap savings and credit lines. Thank you for the update there, Captain Obvious. Ay, ay, ay. Heat map still cooking with grease. Lots of green out there. Lots of green. All right, what I am going to do now real quick. Wow, Pele was the only player to win the World Cup 3 times, huh? That's crazy. That's some skills right there. I'm always emotional, Hills. That's that menopause. That's that menopause, you know. But I'm going to play this real quick. So this was yesterday. I just want to see what you guys think of this. Let me know if you think it was accurate.
AMC Entertainment CEO Adam Aron said he has asked the company's board to red circle and freeze his target cash and stock pay for 2023. The stock has plunged in the last 3 sessions after AMC announced another equity sale and plans for a reverse stock split. In a series of tweets, Aron said companies will grant large salary raises because of the surge in inflation, but he didn't want more when shareholders were hurting. He said he also asked most AMC senior officers to forgo an increase in salaries. Now, remember, at the beginning of the year, the stock was 26 and change.
Right.
It's now $4.
He also made $50 million in total comp for the last 3 years. So,
I mean, his pay
probably
has been
sucked some away.
Right. It's smallest violin right now for him. It's a nice gesture, but a stronger gesture would have been to take a pay cut after your company loses $10 billion in a year in market cap. You ask what happens to him.
But what happens to him?
You think something happens to him?
I don't know. Do the shareholders love him? Do they hate him? I'm not sure what they think. I think they still like him.
I think that they still like him. He definitely listens to them.
I think he would also tell you that the valuation. I mean, he wouldn't say this, but he would. I think if he were able to say it, he knows in his head the valuation made no sense a year ago.
Probably.
Right? I mean, this is the conundrum that he was facing, though. You can't come out and say. I mean,
my stock is overvalued.
Elon Musk used to say my stock. He used to say all the time, my stock is overvalued, and now people are upset. Of course, it was overvalued, and he said it was overvalued. Adam Aron, I think, knew it was overvalued too. So, do you take a pay cut based on the valuation? That's actually an interesting question. Or do you take a pay cut based on the operations of the business? I mean, which version of the world are we supposed to live in? The sort of fairy tale, Wonderland version of the stock market,
I'm thinking more of in order to placate a retail shareholder base who are paying more for gas, more for groceries, more for rent, and they're seeing that stock they've been loyally holding for however long, 2-3 years, go down to $4 a share, and that CEO is making $18 million.
Oh, I'm not arguing for him to make more money.
I'm just saying the perspective of that.
What did we decide his actual salary was, though? When he says he's going to, when he's saying freeze my compensation,
I'm not sure what the
salary
division is between salary and stock.
And also, if stock is a huge component of it, one of the things that happens all the time is we talk about some number, but that's oftentimes based on grants that have to hit numbers.
Right.
And so
it may never hit. It may never be.
And well, it works
so his
both
base salary
ways.
in 2021 and 2020 was in the $1.5 million range, and then the rest of that was equity bonuses, additional.
So when we say 50,
on top of that, but not necessarily all of that is tied to hitting certain benchmarks.
But the 50 question
is over 3 years.
But was it really 50? I mean, it was 50 based at that time. It was 50 based on these numbers. And this is the problem with just a lot of these calculations.
Right, they're eye-popping numbers on purpose.
But sometimes it's the opposite. So sometimes it's 50 and turns into 100, and nobody talks about it afterwards at 100. And sometimes the 50 is really like 10.
But also a lot of times when
they
they get these equity payouts, they have scheduled sales every single quarter.
Right.
So it's almost impossible to calculate what the
That's the
real
great
value
conundrum
of yeah.
Stock compensation.
stock.
So yeah, I thought that was interesting, just in the sense of number one, with talking about kind of dropping a little bit of truth when talking about CEO compensation, and these like she said, these numbers that are designed to be eye popping. And she used that. What I liked was she used that at the beginning to be eye popping when she said, well, he made $50 million over the last 3 years. So we're, playing the smallest violin for him. Well, and, I like Sorkin's question. I like two of his questions, do our shareholders still on board with Adam Aaron? Do they love him? Do they hate him? I don't know exactly what he meant as far as something going to happen with him. I don't know if he meant as far as just apes turning on him and trying to get him to step down, something like that. But I also like that he pushed back on the way these incentives are structured and to put that number out there. Like they said at the time, it was reported he'll make $50 million throughout this. Now, it's easy to say, well, that's overpaid. CEOs with the bonuses, that's across the board, the way that these people rack up bonuses. Let's see what you got, Bertie. I don't know why I'm not seeing it, Bertie. I can't find it, Birdman. So yeah, that's going to be a problem moving forward, Tiny. Grown adults can't finish Mad Libs because no one knew what an adjective was. That's going to be tough. that's going to be problems. I mean, hey, let's get this music back on. Sorry, guys. I like that one, Bertie. Mullen on the move. And then Mullen's earnings dropped yesterday. Sorry, guys. I was out of the loop yesterday, the last couple days. I hate this about Mullen. I'm not going to lie, Junk Savvy. I'm holding Mullen. I like the company. But I hate this because I've seen this right here 20 different times. Mullen holders, mark your calendars. and it always doesn't turn out well. But I'm not seeing any earnings data, so this might be. Oh no, it must have came out, but I'm not seeing any information on it. Maybe it didn't. This was from the 26th. Just says soon. Oh, Sabrina dropping some of that North Tonawanda action. Walmart on Niagara Falls Boulevard. Whoop, whoop. Has lost power. In addition to much of the surrounding area's estimated restore time is 3:30 p.m. Cats are probably wildin'. They're not going to like that. That's like the, that one services like 5 or 6 little towns or cities around it, and some of the other ones are like completely shut down because they literally, like, I seen pictures yesterday, and I don't mean shelves are bare, like there's not a lot on them, like just nothing at all. Yeah, that volume came in pretty hot and heavy here over the last 10 minutes. I mean, look at that on the minute chart. Yeah, it could be shorts covering, and like I said, Junk Savvy, even for a company like Mullen, because we don't know 100% what they have in the works as far as with help me out here, the company that they bought, the OTC utility EV play. They could have something cooking with that, you know. Is you piqued my interest with these tax breaks, because I think they're uncapped, which is the big difference. So I think Tesla, what was it, 80,000, 75,000, something like that they could claim that that tax break. So, like I said, both sides are going to want this. And Bollinger, there you go. You have so many different companies in play. You got Amazon. You have, like I said, I think you have to put Walmart in that conversation, FedEx, UPS, all this, everybody that uses utility vehicles, delivery vehicles, going to be looking to capitalize. So, and just think for a company like Centro or a company like Mullen, what one massive order could do for the stock. You know, not saying that's guaranteed to happen, but it could be something. And with the first of the year, with those tax breaks going into effect, you know, I would be willing to bet that on some level, you know, there's deals that are all but finalized now, just waiting for the tax break to go into effect. Okay. Birdie read some posts on social media about T plus 90 being today on short positions at 1400 hours New York time. Okay, so we're just past that. We're about a half hour into it. That would line up right in play with Mullen. Started moving at 216. Never know. Meanwhile, the market staying pretty much where it is. After this initial run up, we never really pulled back, just been up there. NASDAQ up 2.6%, S&P up 1.8%, the Dow up 1.1%. So we're still cooking, Ah, yes, Lobo, the good old Jerky Boys. One of my favorites. All right, 2:30, guys. We got an hour and a half left. Big red candle on Mullen now coming back.
What's that, Caesar? On Mullen? Yeah, it was up in the pre-market, and then boom. But like that volume, that's something strange. I mean, it went. You look at all this volume over the last, I don't know, 20 minutes, half hour. Strange, man, strange. Oh, okay. So see, this was what they were pushing out earlier, and I just can't understand how. I can't understand what's changed. And let's see, maybe they'll give us a. So Apple shares look to snap 4-day losing streak after report of improved iPhone Pro production. So shares of Apple moved higher on Thursday after 4 straight days of declines after a report indicated that iPhone production capacity in China was improving. So China, okay, in one hand you have them loosening restrictions, so I think that's probably a good thing, but I don't think the outcome is anywhere near known, and I don't think that accounts for the lockdowns that already existed. But either way, even as reopening from COVID-19 lockdowns leaves that country facing rising rates of infection. Apple stock was more than 3% higher in Thursday afternoon trading. The shares fell a collective 7% in their 4-session losing streak and are down just under 27% year to date, which is on track to be the worst year for Apple since 2008. S&P 500 is down 20.6%, blah, blah, blah. So the move higher came after a Wall Street Journal article, so always keep that in mind, consider the source, on Thursday suggested shorter wait times for Apple's premium iPhone Pro models and a rebound in production capacity at Foxconn. And that's the plant in the city of Zhengzhou that is primary producer of these phones based on reports from people involved in the supply chain as well as analysts. Apple relies on its more expensive iPhone offerings, such as the iPhone 14 Pro Max, to boost revenue when demand for smartphones overall starts to cool off. The recovery in production follows a COVID-19 outbreak that resulted in a lockdown at the factory in October, as well as harsh travel restrictions and worker protests that hampered production. And this carried right into the end of November. So they're kind of misrepresenting this as this was a thing that happened back in October. Foxconn lifted that lockdown earlier this month, meaning December. But as the Chinese government ends most of its stringent COVID restrictions, the infection rate has soared, threatening the health of factory workers. Supply for the iPhone Pro models continues to improve slowly, with lead times moderating further in China, and a majority of SKUs are now available for in-store pickup across all geographies, including China for the first time since product launch. This is what JP Morgan analyst says. So this isn't from Apple. This isn't. And again, I have a different opinion about this, not financial advice. I think that they're not being forthright about the slowing production. I could be wrong. But again, just consider the source. This isn't that Apple produced numbers, sales numbers, we're seeing figures. This is a Wall Street Journal article. So, not to sound nefarious, but it's wild that the media as a whole has that much influence on the stock market. Hoth, what's that Hoth doing, Mr. Apollo? Night at the Apollo? Where you at, Hoth? Hoth up at 10.55. Yeah, this one, Martin, like I said, I could be wrong on this, but if you're not already in it, being that this news is just on
the approving of a clinical trial. It's got a lot of ways to go. As far as Nuellis, now Nuellis come back down, but I like this as more of a multi-day runner as opposed to Hoth. But again, Martin, being that there's only 2 days left in the year, I think a lot of that could play into it too, for as far as where either of these could go in the immediate short term. DWAC down there at 1502. So 12 cents off the 52-week low for DWAC right now. And again, I think it could be lights out, but you never know. I thought that Trump NFT stuff was ridiculous, but it sold out. So obviously there's still some interest, but I think even past the Kala Pharmaceuticals, Kala. That one's blowing up there, Martin. 1878 up 50.6% now. Hit 19. Yeah, hit 1999. 1999. So back over that $19 mark. Gonna make another run at that $20. $19.12. Yeah, I agree. I agree, GTA. You know, that's kind of the conundrum for me with Apple, and that's why I probably wouldn't touch it one way or another, but it's got such a loyal fan base. You know, I think that's something that you can't, it's so tough. You have to look at that and everything. But I think the fan base, I think it hinges on what I said earlier, GTA. I think the only way that Apple declines more is if they lose that market share on the iPhone to distributors, not to the people. And like I said, that would be if Verizon, AT&T, if they have to deal with shortages. But maybe they don't. Maybe, you know, maybe they aren't lying about this, and maybe they did handle the Foxconn situation okay. I don't know. I would say I would classify myself as a fan. Some Rammstein. I wouldn't say I know a whole lot about them, Birdie, or about the band, I should say. But I've definitely heard a few of their tunes. I'm familiar with them. I know Lobo can get down with some Rammstein. All right, guys, 20 minutes before Power Hour here on this extended version of Outside the Charts. Happy Thursday, everybody. Thank you for sticking with us on this long Thursday. Second to last trading day of the year. And again, guys, just a reminder, the market is closed on Monday. So a chance for everybody to recover. I know Nikki goes back to school on Tuesday. So that'll be his last day of Christmas vacation. I'm not sure what all those pops are. Are you guys hearing that? I'm not sure if that's Enzo's alerts or something along those lines. Beautiful, Birdie. Beautiful, beautiful.
That's another great point too, GTA. But do you think at some point that they put the clamps on that? I know there's been talk of it, and they've probably had to pay some fines. They can release updates that will kill old phones, chip systems, so to speak, and it forces a whole new generation of iPhone sales. Yeah, I seen it, Birdie. I seen it. I will check that out. And Birdie, I mean, I don't know what you're doing out there, if you're working today or just hanging out, if you're around the house or anything. Obviously, you got time for Ramstein videos. There's always an invite on the door. Just throwing it out there, Birdie. You know, when we go the distance like this, it's always fun to have company. Hoth back under that $10 mark. So $9.89 on Hoth. Still up 124% on the day. We got AMC up at $413. Ape at $151. So really the first, and again, I may be speaking wrong because I was out of the loop, like I said, the last 2 days. Trading apps are one thing that don't operate good on crappy non-Wi-Fi. But I believe this is the first day that we've had both AMC and Ape running towards the upside on the same day. We had Ape run last week on the news of the conversion and then the reverse split, that kind of stuff. But the days that Ape ran, we seen AMC to the downside. So seeing both with some upside today, we can look at it as a good sign for those, or we can kind of disregard it and say it's just moving with the rest of the market. Because it's tough to get too excited, although I it's nice that they're both up. But when you look at the heat map like we did earlier and you see everything kind of where it was at. Perfect, Birdie. Perfect. Enjoy some dinner, and then yeah, we can get you for the last half a power hour. That would be amazing. I think that's a good question. If you were able to pick up X amount of Ape or AMC today, which would you pick up? I mean, I guess I would have to say Ape. I mean, it's tough because on the surface, it seems like a no-brainer. If you think of it of, okay, eventually these are going to converge and be one price, right? And and you would think of it now, at the very least, okay, you can look at it like that Ape would then be worth $414, or you could look at it like that Ape would be worth AMC plus the cost of Ape. And then that's the other side of it, is if you look at it like maybe the safer buy is AMC, because AMC is already AMC. It doesn't need to be converted. It doesn't need nothing. You're already owning AMC with it. And then I guess the hope would be GTA, if you bought AMC, would be as if Ape gets converted, it's not necessarily it's not necessarily like a split type situation. It would be a merger. So you would think, in theory, if it merged right now, that $1.51 of Ape would carry on to AMC and then make it worth a combined $5.64. Now, is that how it's going to work out? I don't think anybody knows at this time. So I would think if you were looking for more of a moonshot, I would probably say Ape. I would say if you're looking for something with upside,
and I hate to say AMC is a safe investment, not financial advice, but I think if you're looking for something a little safer, maybe AMC. But the downside of that, Hills, is that there's always the chance that they could do what we were talking about and converge in the sense of Ape shoot up, AMC come back down to Ape's level. Because Adam Aaron said, you know, one of the reasons behind wanting to do the conversion is because of the big discrepancy between Ape and AMC. Just a thought, but you know, Hills likes AMC there. Birdie likes AMC. Ape will be gone after the conversion. There were 20 or even 40 billion synthetics before Ape was introduced. I've been buying AMC since last week on every dip. Yeah, I could see that. I could see the hesitation. I'm holding Ape because I got it with my AMC. I could understand the hesitation of not wanting to get into it by itself. Like I said, I think there's more risk in Ape, but I think you're looking at potential more upside, I guess. I don't know. I see AMC as the safer investment, Ape as a more Hail Mary type thing. Well, that's kind of exactly how it would work in one sense, GTA. But so the problem, I get it's going to be 1 for 1. But it's not a combination. All right, so the shares of AMC, and this is why it wouldn't go. This is why it's not going to be a combined value. And again, it is very maybe misunderstood, and I could be misunderstanding it myself completely. But let's just say, let's round it off for whatever reason. You got 500 million shares of AMC, right? Those shares aren't going to be matched up. It's not like, okay, you own an AMC and an Ape, so now you own one together. It's going to be taking the Ape, adding them to AMC, and essentially diluting it. But then the reverse split, if that's to take place, would bring the shares back down. So it's 1-to-1, but you're just getting one AMC. So that's where it gets confusing. But see, I don't think it has to do with the number of existing AMC shares, Birdie. I think that's where we might be wrong. And myself included. I think those will be newly issued AMC shares because there's more, because even without the synthetics, there's more Ape than there is AMC, because originally the exact float of AMC was issued in Ape, but then Adam Aaron sold more Ape since then. So all that Ape has to be accounted for. That's why I don't think when we talk about conversion, it's not that one share of Ape is going to go into another share of AMC and make it this dynamic big share. It's going to be every share of Ape creates a new share of AMC and dilutes it. Kayla wants 30. Oh boy, does it. 2050. And again, I would love to hear more about it. And Birdie, when you come on, we'll get your thoughts on it a little bit later.
Yeah, exactly, GTA. Then again, I'd wonder why AMC has not been plummeting since conversion talks announced. Yeah, that's a great question. You would think that everybody would just be piling into Ape if it was just on this, you know? Yeah, and like I said, it's still got to pass the vote. The vote's going to be, I don't know, a lot of FUD out there. I mean, you seen that FUD earlier when Sabrina talked about it, like the first 3 articles just, oh, they added a 4th one. AMC still overpriced despite plans to knock down debt. AMC will likely flop in 2023. Tactics fail to entice investors. Analysts calling for 48% price drop from here. And then you have a few decent articles, you know what I mean? Chipping away at the debt. I mean, like I've said before, I tip my cap to Adam Aaron just for being able to make any dents in debt in the climate that we're in right now. Kayla just absolutely ballooning. Martin, I hope you're in on this, buddy. 2163. We hit a high at 2235 on Kayla Pharmaceuticals, KALA, in Chicago. I mean, the thing about Ape, too, that people have to remember, Adam Aaron never said that Ape was being issued to catch the shorts. As much as we would like to believe that that's the case, and again, it's not his responsibility to do that. He said, and it was out there, if you took the time to read it beforehand, he said Ape was going to be a way to raise money. And we knew by that there had to be an offering, that they had to sell some off because it was what it was. So Adam Aaron, whether you think the strategy is going to be successful or not, I don't think you can ever say he misled investors. Martin, you're a hell of a guy, man. I tell you what, much love, brother. Called it for others. I love it. And you know, it's your name, Martin. It's what's cool about it is you've got enough credence. You know, people know exactly around here. People know exactly how you trade and know exactly what to expect. And when you call something out, we know exactly what we're looking for. You know what I mean? We know we're looking for something quick, a momentum play, not a long-term investment necessarily. I know you've been looking more into getting into some long positions like that, but yeah, appreciate you, my man. All right, Birdie, enjoy, my friend. We will talk soon. TGTX with FDA approval of multiple sclerosis treatment. That is TGTX. TG Therapeutics. So ran up to $11 on that news, still up 18.5%. Now at 10.02. And this article just come out a few minutes ago. Wednesday, the FDA approved TG Therapeutics Briumvi for relapsing forms of multiple sclerosis or RMS. Briumvi is the first and only anti-CD20 monoclonal antibody approved for RMS that can be administered in a 1-hour infusion following the starting dose. TG expects to launch it in the U.S. in Q1 of 23 commercially, so that's nice. Then you get some price target increases.
Now that's something that looks, even though this is already up 18% today, these may be the type of things that you look for if you're in the market, guys. And I understand a lot of people with portfolios are tied up. I'm sure expendable income coming off of Christmas, things like that, aren't out there, and I'm not by any means telling you to take a chance on TGTX. I would look more into it, but I think these are some of the plays that you might be able to find value in if you're looking to stash some money in something. We've talked before about the strength of the U.S. dollar, things like that, what's going on with China and Saudi Arabia. Gold is one way to go. I find it kind of funny that Mark Cuban said that people buying gold are suckers, and reference basically Bitcoin being the gold of the future. I don't know if I agree with that 100%, but yeah, after the conversion, it would just be AMC, correct? Kayla's still moving, 23.20. And what was this? What was the original news on this again? Yeah, I mean, it's the same type situation, Martin. Man, this thing just hit 24. So this one's a little bit ahead. The Kayla one, they're on track to initiate phase 2B trial of the product candidate in the first quarter of next year. So I think they're a little bit ahead of Hoth as far as where the R&D is. But it could be a multiple day runner. Like I said, I like, if I'm looking for anything outside of it past tomorrow, Martin, I would be looking more at the TGTX and the what's the other one? NUWE. But I think it's kind of a double-edged sword, Martin, because I think the ones with the more longer-term upside, these big, massive runs that we see, the ones I know you like so much, you see them more on this stuff where people are looking to get in and out. You know what I mean? So you see the, even though I think both of these, Kayla maybe will settle in a little higher. I think when it's all said and done, Hoth settles in much lower than we're at right now and will probably gradually decline in the next, month or so. But that's not to say that it won't go back to the moon tomorrow. I'm just very skeptical of these biotech plays, Martin, and not because obviously I'm always cheering for anything you're in on, my man. Bio plays, I would like to think at least, and maybe I'm just sounding arrogant here, and I don't mean to, that I've picked up on these patterns as far as these big runners, how they react, where they're at along the R&D process, where the trials are at, what becomes profitable, and how they react to this big news out past the couple days of running. And consistently, it always brings me back to it runs, lose interest all the way into the next catalyst. And then, when you zoom out and you look at it long term, it's great for the stock typically because you're still making higher highs and higher lows. It just takes more time. And I would really like to know what all those alerts are. That's got to be something Enzo's got going on. 22.88 now on Kayla Pharmaceuticals. Hoth making a little run again. 10.94 on Hoth. HYMC up 6.5%. What is the state of HYMC as far as compliance? Let me take a look at that. Shouldn't be an issue as of yet. We're only going back to July. Good afternoon, my lady. Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for letting us keep Nunya up late last night. Appreciate that. Now, Martin, are you in Hoth, or are you planning on getting in Hoth, or are you just peeping that one too? I know you said you weren't in Kayla, you just called it out for us. Are you in Hoth, or are you looking to get in Hoth? Cheers, my lady. And AMC just quietly up at 417. Quiet, coming up on those daily highs of 419. Ape now sitting at 151. Up 4.5%. It's 3:03. We're 3 minutes in the power hour. Welcome, guys. How's everybody feeling? Good to see you. Good to see you. We're back here with Martin Apollo on Power Hour at Outside the Charts. All in Hoth. Okay, I gotta really cheer for it then, Martin. See, that's all. I need to know how much energy I gotta put into cheerleading, Martin. You gotta let me know these things. Kayla's for the fam. Okay. The Kayla you could have, but the Hoth, she's a mine. I got you, Martin. Let's go, baby. Hoth up at 1067. What's your target, Martin? Let me know what you're thinking. Let me know where you're looking. I know you're talking about tomorrow, so I'm having a feeling that you are that you're thinking about holding it overnight, looking for the run tomorrow. Delilah. Welcome back, Lobo. Good to see you. Good to see you. We're here with Caesar's C in the first 5 minutes of Power Hour. Welcome, guys. Welcome. How's everybody doing? Lobo, we need to make one of those things that takes up like 30 to 60 seconds of airtime that just says like a bunch of ridiculousness. You are listening to MIA in the morning and all day long, coming in strong. You are listening on YouTube radio. Something like that. Be happy with 1250. Okay. All right. I don't normally do this, Martin, but it's the end of the year, and I love you, brother. So I'm gonna do some Mecca Lecca High, Mecca Heiny Ho type ish up in here to try to push this thing up to the 10.7 or to the 12.50. Okay, well let's get 12.50 one at a time, Martin. Let's get that 12.50. Then we'll shoot for 17. Okay. All right. 55 minutes left, guys. 55 minutes, and we got the Dow up 1.14%, S&P up 1.85%, NASDAQ up 2.62%. Looking across each sector, communications up over 2.5%, energy up 1.34%. So energy, even with oil prices, dipped a little bit on this Chinese COVID scare. Tech sector up 2.5%. Basic materials up 1.3%. Consumers, cyclicals 2.5%. Healthcare 1.33% gains. Real estate up 1.89%. Utilities up just under 1%. Consumer defensive up 0.5%. Industrials up over 1%. Financial services the same. And consumer non-cyclicals up 0.6%. And what is Southwest Airlines doing? I gotta see. How? Okay, so I mean, can somebody explain this to me? And I'm not being sarcastic. I don't understand almost 4% gains when you've completely demonstrated that you're not good at running your company in the last week. You have stood out head and shoulders from the rest as being not only a good company for the consumer, but also not being a good company for the employee. And yet we're up 3.7% today. Again, we knew coming into this, low volume trading tends to not do what you think it would, because a lot of times we think, okay, low volume, it's going to be sideways trading. Not always. Not always. Just does not make any sense to me, but we got Mullen up 24% now through that 26-cent mark. I mean, it's still almost a $20 billion market cap, GTA. 20 billion, okay. And I mean, I don't get it. I mean, you have to look at the money that they lost this past week and then look at what does this mean moving forward. I mean, you don't get me wrong too. Money talks when it comes to who you're booking your flight with. I'm not somebody that travels a whole lot, but I'll tell you what, when I do buy airline tickets, there's one thing that I look at, and it's the price. Now, with all the bad publicity that Southwest got this past week, how do you recover from that? Do you have to slash your prices so that, you know, to stay competitive? I love some Laszlo. If we could get a full-time Laszlo around here, that's kind of my goal, Lobo. I don't want to be rich. I don't want to be famous or any of that crap off of YouTube. But if we can at some point get a live action Laszlo on here, we'll be good. We'll be good. And anyone that doesn't know who Laszlo is, if you've ever played any of the GTA games, not to convolute it with GTA IRL, who is our good friend right there. I don't know. It's just crazy to me that there could be such a blatant example of a misran company. You know, I think people understand weather. You can't control the weather, you adapt. But they canceled more flights than anybody. You know, if you read the stories of what was going on with the pilots and the airline the flight attendants and things like that, it was just ridiculousness. What I'm seeing right now, GTA, and again, this is kind of anecdotal, but they're kind of balancing off of each other in the sense of, so I've got two of my best friends are both going on cruises, both with their families in February, and both of them kind of had both they're paying way more for the airfare than for the cruise. But do you see what I'm saying? It was kind of both situations where
the offer was too good to turn down for the cheap cruise, relatively cheap for what they're getting. You know, they're going on a top-notch cruise at a discounted rate, and then at the same time having to spend a lot more on airfare because they have to get there to go on the cruise. So yeah, sad, Martin, very sad. Very sad. Pele and when we have the Birdman come on, I'm sure he'll have some words to say about Pele, obviously being the much bigger soccer fan than I am. But yeah, it's kind of strange as an American, like, just because I feel like I know Pele even though I don't, and I never followed it. Like I said, he was just such a household name when it came to soccer. Those two went hand in hand. So tremendous loss. Tremendous loss. Yeah, how much money did they make in the last week, Hills? They're going to be in the hole probably millions. I mean, I get it. You know, airlines, it's limited. You don't have all the options in the world. You kind of have what you have. But I don't know. Allegiant Air Trading. Trading at 66.64. I'll one up you, Hills. I'll say go look at their balance sheet 6 months from now when they have to upgrade all their systems, which is going to cost probably half of their market cap just to do. But airlines get big bailouts. Airlines have been getting bailed out for millennia. So I'm sure they'll get bailed out of this one. I'm sure they don't lose the money on the flights that were canceled strictly due to weather. I'm sure that they get some kind of compensation, whether it's insurance or whatever. I don't know, though. Like I said, I haven't seen this kind of bad publicity. So maybe I'm looking at it in a biased way. Just the way that they've covered the travel, and even locally, like it being not hey, the airlines handled this storm and handled things wrong. It's almost like they're all pointing the finger at, well, we did better because look how bad Southwest handled it. You know what I mean? So maybe it's just a media narrative against Southwest for some. Maybe it's just to deflect it from everything else and make it seem like a one-off. And who knows? Yeah, I mean, they're insured, but again, I didn't have internet for a lot of days, so I was forced to just see what the news was telling me. And from what I seen, employees aren't happy, pilots aren't happy, customers aren't happy. When the three things that your business relies on aren't happy, that would be a big no for me, dog. Let's get that after party Hoth party, that after hours Hoth party going. I'm down with it. Allegiant Travel Company. So what is it that they do? Are they like a middleman? Look at even this. Southwest goes, should the CEO resign? They're even fudding it up here.
Yeah, I don't know nothing about this. Low volume on it. GTA 104,000. Got to be a low float. What's the float on this? $15 million float for that high of a price stock. That's pretty high. So are they an airline or are they a booking company? I don't know why I don't have the corporate stuff up here, but I don't want to throw it all off. Worst travel company in existence? Yeah, I mean, again, like, is it if you're just like booking.com, they had the CEO on CNBC earlier today. They're still doing good. I mean, if you're hey, we got a guest. Hey, good afternoon, bada bang.
Hey, Mitch, or MIA. How are you?
Wow, look at Enzo. Was like, man, we got guests. I'm coming back. I'm back, baby.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Perfect. We'll be able to hear Enzo any second now, too.
Hey, Enzo.
What's up, baby?
Yeah, I'm chilling.
Cooling out, Maxim.
I'm
Relaxing
listening
out, cool?
to too much American YouTube channels. I'm picking up their language.
Yeah, when you're chilling out, Maxim, relaxing, all cool, shooting some b-ball outside of the school, that's when you know you're really doing it, bird.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of an in-between week, and I decided not to go into the office today.
Beautiful.
Just do some work
I'm
from
sure you
home.
still got some work done at home. You know.
Oh yes, plenty. Yeah. In fact, probably more than driving an hour and a half to the office and back. So,
Oh yes.
yeah. No, but it also gave me the opportunity to see you guys from the start, or listen to you guys on the background, and yeah, follow some market action.
So
No.
Let me ask your. I think it was GTA posed the question earlier. If you were to buy one, and I seen your answer that you would go AMC over Ape if you had. And
Yeah, I've
Enzo,
been doing
we'll
that.
ask you that too. I don't know if you were here. So the question was, if you were to invest in one of those right now, which would it be? Would it be Ape? Would it be AMC? You know, because I think there's a lot of people thinking, okay, Ape is going to be converted to AMC and convert to that price. So people look at that upside, or people look at AMC is already AMC. It doesn't need to be converted. It's already holding its worth. So I'll leave that to you too.
Birdie, you're up.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, obviously, I was buying more AMC in the days before Ape came out, in order to get as many apes in my account as I wanted and as I could at that moment. I'm still holding those, and we saw what happened, of course. And since the announcements on Twitter and on the AMC website about getting a conversion back, Ape back into AMC, we saw what happened. They tried to convince everyone to sell their AMC and buy more Ape. And over the last 2 days, at least, we've seen the Ape price not move up anymore, and instead AMC move up. And I was trying to be clever since last week, so I didn't buy more Ape. I'm still happy with the amount I've got. And I waited for the hopefully bottom of AMC to start buying more AMC. because it's not only people on social media are only talking about the squeeze on Ape, and there's reason to that, because we have seen what they have done to the stock, to Ape, and I believe there's a lot of synthetics involved in Ape. But I'm also aware, as a long-time Ape, I've been in AMC for 2 years now. I'm aware of the possibly billions of synthetics on AMC. So my question, the question I ask myself is, how do you get 530 million shares of Ape back into the 530 million shares officially out there for AMC, when that doesn't, the numbers doesn't add up? And there's a good point made. I think you made that point, MIA, that yes, Adam Aaron sold into the market extra apes, and that's an issue. But I'm also convinced that he is still sitting on a lot of apes. So how they will convert it, say Adam Aaron sold 100 million, I should say, apes into the market. So that would be 630 million, and you have to get that back to one entity in AMC, and that's only 630 or 530. Sorry for confusing all those numbers. It is a misfit. Anyway, it is a misfit.
But now the question is, are those those will be newly issued? Those will be converted though into newly issued AMC shares, though, right?
Yes. But still, there's a misfit. You pointed that out correctly, because of the extra apes sold into the market recently.
Nick DePrima saying, "What's up, Birdie?"
Hey, Nick DePrima, GameStop.
Yeah.
Do I see that correctly? Yeah, I'm also buying GameStop at this time. Not a lot, only a few a day, because I still believe in the squeeze.
Yeah, and GameStop, you know, whatever goes on with them, they're still debt free. They're still, you know, they might be losing money. There's still room for a turnaround. The NFT thing, I don't know if it's going as planned, but
yeah,
you know, I'm still holding. I'm still. Well, it's gonna be 1-to-1 in the sense of GTA. Your one share of Ape is going to be converted to one share of AMC. But what you have to understand is that's adding one share of AMC to the float of AMC. So right now, if it was to convert, now the float of AMC goes from 517 million to 1.5 billion, depending on how many Ape has to be. And that may be where the accountability comes from. You know, it's like I said earlier, I'm not saying to blindly trust Adam Aaron, but it's like, if you trust him, you have to trust the process. I know that sounds so corny and so cliche, but it is kind of one of those things. I think you have to put a certain amount of faith in what he's doing.
Yeah, and I still have that faith. And Nick Prima is still holding his GME. You are still holding your GME, I suppose. Same here, and I'm even buying more GME at these low prices.
Nick said he's buying Meta. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, you can telegraph plays here, and you can see that TikTok is on its way out. You know, it's a process. Maybe enough politicians get greased by some of the corporate entities that are profiting off of TikTok, and it slows the process. But I think eventually, and then after learning, Birdie, I'll find this video. I'll send it to you, because I know we've talked about this before of where the fines go. So that was, and maybe you can let me know if it's kind of the same way in the EU, because Facebook or Meta just got hit with with some big fines over there, and then they got hit with bigger ones over here. But I went down a rabbit hole last night on where these fines kind of go and how they don't benefit the people of the country or the shareholders or anything like that in any way. They basically get railroaded into these corporations at the DOJ's choosing at a discounted rate. So, for example, for every dollar back after the 2008, 2009, and I'm not going to go into specifics because I don't want to misquote it, but you guys can figure out the companies that got billion-dollar fines levied against them after the housing crisis. And the way that they had to pay those fines was at discounted rates to companies handpicked by the DOJ. So, okay, you owe 1.5 billion in fines, Bertie, but if you, for every dollar that you put into this company, we're going to give you a $2 credit on what you owe.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it doesn't seem really fair, does it?
No,
I
but
think fines should go to the people who were losing money because of bad behavior.
Well, and especially in the case of Meta, Birdie, what it is they got fined $725 million because they sold. And when I say I mean just the general public who have signed up for Facebook. I understand when you sign up for something like that, you do waive certain rights. But obviously those rights were violated and they sold your personal information. Now, I agree. You got to watch what you're signing, what you agree to on terms and conditions. But those clearly weren't in the terms of conditions, didn't include them selling your data to, I forget who it was. So 725 million were the product. Basically, they're saying you stole this product, you sold it illegally, you profited off of it. But we're not going to make you give the product back. We're not going to make you reimburse that at all. We're going to make you pay $725 million worth of fines, which will probably get reduced to around $300 million to things of our choice that they also don't have to pay taxes on. So then there's going to be kickbacks that come back to Meta anyways. And it's a vicious cycle. Sorry, end of rant.
No, you're perfectly fine. And Enzo is enjoying cleaning his desk, so you are fine.
I'm putting a new monitor up.
I really like that. Every time I come across some of my colleagues' office desks, I compliment them if they have a clean desk, and I ask them for extra work because they have a clean desk.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah.
I got all the work going, baby. I'm whipping the bass over here.
Yeah, no, I'm looking for some extra special effects.
Your ass.
After you are done. You're installing some mega stuff, I guess. We got some fireworks on the screen.
MAGA.
But GTA, to get back to the story, GTA is asking or stating, I'm just thinking if I could get 25 more AMC or 65 more ape, if there's a one-on-one. In the end, what's the better choice? That's basically what you're saying. But the one-on-one is still on because that's in the filing. And how it plays out, I think there will be a lot of questions in that meeting or before the voting meeting comes in because of the different numbers of AMC and ape. In the meantime, I'm sticking to my case, and that is that I'm still sure that there are a lot of short positions, failed to delivers, probably even synthetic shares out there in the market that have to be bought back on AMC.
This is ignorant.
And this is why I'm sticking with AMC at this moment.
This is just ignorance, Birdie.
I think MIA is walking his dogs.
Nah, I'm here. I'm just listening. I'm waiting for Enzo's take. I thought he was going to say something.
I mean, my take on it is they're both shit right now. And I'm not trying to be negative. I think that they're the fact that we can't go and put we should be able.
I believe they do, Nick. Real quick, does Ape have voting rights for the conversion vote? I believe they do.
Yes, that's what I believe too.
Yeah, no, I would be buying. I'd be buying Ape.
Okay. Tell us why, please.
Just because I think that if you have the ability to hold something because we've already tried the AMC thing. The AMC thing basically is gone where they have the ability to screw it over and over again. Ape, however, has the ability to kind of fit in where I feel like there's a grander plan with Ape. I think that I'm going to stick you in a very difficult spot with the shares and the failure to delivers and synthetics and all kinds of stuff. If they short AMC to a point where it's like a Goldilocks spot of sorts, and then they drop all of that Ape and then give you the ability to vote on it, I would rather have my ability to vote and vote more times.
Yeah, that's a point.
I'm buying Ape, but I'm buying Ape shares. I don't usually buy shares of a lot of things, but I have AMC calls. I have a bunch of Ape shares. I have GME short, and I think like BBBY and stuff like that. I've messed with those a couple times, but I'm looking at I can't even figure out what the hell's the SPY is doing right now, so, it's really anybody's guess.
Hills, it was created to fundraise 100%, but I think that's why it's not a scam, is because Adam Aaron let that be known beforehand. So I think people that didn't look at it that way, that looked at it like the move was 100% to trap the shorts or to expose this or to, I think people like that can reasonably in their minds look at it like it was a scam. But Adam Aaron laid it out. The fact that he said anything about raising funds with it, we knew that had to mean selling more shares. There was no way that they could possibly raise any funds just issuing the shares, because those were AMC shares that were already owned. You got one share of Ape. So we knew, and he put that out beforehand. Now, could he have been a little clearer about it? Probably. But I don't know as far as legally how much clearer he could have been about it, but it is a tricky situation. It is I don't know. I think we have to, what we always take out of play, and I think Ross Sorkin, that's a legitimate question. When Adam Aaron started the process of doing all this, did he know that the company was overvalued? Did he know that the value that right now, and I think everybody in a realistic way, if we're not talking about synthetics and everything like that, I think we could probably agree that the evaluation on both AMC and GameStop, at least at a time when they were up there, that it was an unrealistic. Now, I don't think it was any more unrealistic than Tesla's evaluation or other things like that. But I think that's an honest, legit question of, did Adam Aaron know that eventually this had to come back down? The market cap was too high. It was too big of an evaluation. And did he figure that he could do the best with that come down that he could and kind of make something out of nothing, which he did with Ape? I think it's something that has to be considered. AMC couldn't keep going up in this climate. In the climate throughout the world, the climate for AMC theaters, not because they're going nowhere, but that's extra spending. Going to the movies, spending $50 for you and your significant other, whatever, to go out, that's a luxury nowadays. And as much as we can support the stock, we have to look at the realities of those are kind of things that people are cutting out of their budgets. So for him to just keep the company afloat during this, I think is more than commendable. Everything else from there, I think, is just a bonus at this point. And I know it sucks to say that, and it sucks to hear that. And we've all been waiting for so long that saying wait it out would be asinine. But I think we do need to still get through this period of macroeconomics holding us down until we can see any kind of upside.
Very shallow and pedantic. Very well spoken.
Enzo,
Yeah.
can you turn up your mic a bit? I need to get very close to the computer to hear you.
So another quick question at both of you guys, and then I'll stop rambling. What about, and if you guys remember this, when Ape first came out, two big hedge funds, not Citadel, not any of those ones like that, but one of the original ones that had shorted AMC, shorted GameStop, the ones with no shame, they came on the air and they publicly talked about going long on Ape and short on AMC. And do you think that if those kind of people held those positions, that we could have them in trouble with long positions on Ape?
That's a good thought.
Yeah, but it's all thoughts at this moment, and what I've learned in the last 2 years is not to go with the flow in GameStop and AMC or other meme stocks. If everyone says you should buy, it goes down, and if someone shouts you should sell now, and I'm doing this, and I do the opposite, and this is exactly what I'm doing. And so far, I'm not disappointed. My average on AMC is close to where the price is at now.
And I think Nick makes a great point that was kind of one of the theories against Adam Aron, was that when Ape came out, and don't hate me for saying this isn't my theory, this was just kind of what was being floated out there, was this was just a workaround to dilute the stock. And when you look at it playing out like this, like Nick just pointed out, AMC holders are most likely going to vote against conversion, because why would you want to convert a $1.50 stock into a share of your stock that's worth $4 and dilute your stock? And then the other side of that is Ape holders will absolutely vote for it, because why wouldn't you want your $1.50 stock to now be worth $4? But you're going to have a misappropriate number of Ape shares because there are shares out there. So that was kind of the theory, that Adam Aron was going to do this, sell a big chunk to some kind of insider, and people were pointing out the Mudruck Capital move and stuff like that. We all remember that. And whatever. I thought that was a good move. I don't think it hurt AMC. I think Mudruck Capital were the clowns in that. They sold way too quick, but
but even if this were to be the case, that Ape is going up, and the people holding Ape are voting yes.
And that was what I was trying to get at, was in the end, is it the ends justify the means? Because I know people hate that word dilution, but at the same time, how many stocks have we seen have to do that? If would you rather have a stock that now you own a smaller percentage in, but the company is going to continue to operate, the company's, bringing down debt as opposed to taking on more debt? It's not the worst thing in the world. I'm not saying dilution is good for a company. It's always. But
what we need to realize is that people who are now thinking about taking a position in either AMC or Ape, and GTA is more for Ape. Okay, if plenty of people do that, you will probably see before the voting takes place that Ape will be more expensive than AMC. And how will the votes then turn out?
Great point.
And that's what you need to realize. If the thesis now is put out there that you should all buy Ape, why is that? Because that will move the price up. And yes, I believe there have been naked shorts on Ape, of course. And if they will cover, why would they play by the rules this time around? I'm not sure. Hopefully they do. Then AMC will, or Ape will squeeze, of course. But maybe it will go to $10, $20, and then AMC is still at 5. And how will the vote then take place?
That's a great point, Bertie. Great point. And obviously, you would think the vote would go the complete other way, where Ape would be voting, to. Yeah, that's one of those simple things that I overlooked. Like I didn't even consider that angle.
No, but then you come back to the original, AMC play. I still believe there's a lot of shorts that have to be covered on AMC. And that amount has not fallen since Ape, especially with the lower prices. All the matured apes over the last 2 years, they've been seeing these prices and they've been buying.
Well, and do you think as far as the shorts going, is it, because I mentioned this earlier, and this is something that it's a bit of a pet peeve of mine with all stocks right now, and I could be way off on this, but when I hear these terms, we're squeezing the shorts, we're doing this, we're doing that, I always have to wonder, well, where are these short positions? Because if you went short on AMC at any point during this year, you're up money. You're in a good position. But so my question is it not a matter of shorts covering because of greed, but simply because they can't, because there's not shares for them to get to cover?
Both. They don't have the cash because of the markets dropping 30% this year. They were over leveraged to begin with, even a year before this. Margin calls occur regularly nowadays, and I'm quite convinced that they are just being let off the hook because it will crash the markets.
Okay.
This is going on. I mean, the money printer has been. Yeah, the money printer has been working overtime over the last 3, 4, 5 years. Yeah. Around. That sound. And then boom. At some point it will be boom. Money printer is broken.
I just wonder how much FTX is going to take a hit. How much is going to be pawned off on them? How much can be, because some entity is working on a way to railroad stuff through FTX right now as much as they possibly can. As many scandals, as many synthetics, all the bull crap that they can squeeze into one and put it under. FTX did it. It was all, and maybe those tokenized shares, maybe they turn out to be nothing. Maybe it turns out, well, they were all fraction, whatever. Maybe they were pulling some kind of office space type scheme where they were whatever, because when you talk about quadrillions of shares, and people have told me, well, those they're not all shares. Some of them are fractions, this, that, and the other thing. Either way, if 1% of that is true, then it's a big deal. But will it ever be addressed? We watched Congress. We watched them have the FTX hearings. Another one I think should be coming up, once they come back from their vacation. Never mentioned the tokenized shares once. And ironically, the little fat kid with the curly hair, whatever his name is, HBK, SB, whatever, he was able to be out free until the day that he got questioned about the tokenized shares. And when he said, as far as I understand, we were going through a third party, and as far as I know, they were all 1-to-1. So for every tokenized share, there was a real AMC share. Yeah. And I don't know if he said AMC specifically or if they just asked about the stocks in general.
but is it a coincidence? I mean, sure, he said that he was supposed to testify the next day, so there was a lot of strange timing, but that never came up once in the congressional hearings. We haven't heard much about it outside of, independent media.
No, it isn't spoken about, and that's the whole situation. I mean, if there's a connection between FTX failure and tokenized AMC shares, why isn't it a big deal in the mainstream media? Well, we have seen several topics being a big issue in people's minds and not being televised on mainstream media over the last 2 years, and this is the biggest problem. I mean, over the last month, I've been talking in the chat and talking to you guys about the situation in Brazil, for instance. We know there has been an election, and we know the people of Brazil were not happy about the outcome of that because they think there was fraud in that election. And two days ago, the sitting president, Bolsonaro, was supposed to have a speech on national television. And since then, there's radio silence out of Brazil. No one seems to notice, no one seems to care, especially mainstream media is not reporting anything. And if you search Twitter, you need to understand Portuguese language to understand what's going on. And this is the most bothering part. And to go back to the markets, I mean, this FTX, not even if it was directly a concern to AMC tokenized shares or not, but the liquidity that has been pulled out of the market by the failure of this exchange will have an impact, and we did not see that yet. There's hundreds of millions of dollars just vanished.
Oh, yeah.
And there's no impact in the markets. How can that be?
I wish I had an answer for you on that one, Bertie. That's like a
No,
trick
but
question.
that's basically my point. We just don't know. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. And that's worrying. I mean, we should be informed by some government or New York Stock Exchange on what's going on. And yeah, how can you invest in an exchange without knowing what's happening?
Well, and it can't be too comforting to have.
I know the way Enzo is doing it. He's just looking at the charts and making his moves based on the charts on the daily
You're
basis.
goddamn right, Bertie.
Yeah,
You know?
you're not
Bring
worried
God
about
into this.
Huh?
Don't bring
fundamentals.
God
no?
into this.
Don't bring God into this. I'm feeling godly.
Yeah, and over a year ago, I
See,
was
Bertie
watching
understands.
people.
Yeah, of course. See, there's no question in Bertie's mind. He goes, yeah, of course.
Yeah, but a year ago, I was watching people telling me how to read charts and do stuff that you do on a regular daily basis. And I thought, well, okay, that's a small part of doing trades. Nowadays, I look differently. Fundamentals don't make any sense anymore. I mean, if a company files for bankruptcy, the stock moves up. How's that
Yeah.
trading on fundamentals?
Yeah, it's.
Dogecoin
I don't know. I
drops.
think you need a good mix of everything. I don't think anything is 100% reliable. Like I think I might look at at things too media based because I follow more news and how stocks are trending that way. So I don't think going all that way is good. I think mixing that with charting, and I mean, sure though, there's such outliers, Bertie, that like it makes you lose faith in fundamentals. Like you said, when you see bankruptcies running stocks up, and what concerns me with those, Bertie, is
it's not for people like Martin Apollo who get it for exactly what it is. You see something that's running because of bankruptcy, and people understand, like, okay, we can pile in this, make some money, and get out of it. It's when people start buying into the like, and nothing against anybody that did this, but like when Redbox was running, when Revlon was running, two companies, you know, Redbox maybe going maybe a little bit different direction, but two companies headed for a downfall. But people tried to convince themselves that fundamentally these things made sense, that Redbox could make a recovery, and that Revlon, don't worry about the Citibank stuff. You know, we're gonna beat the banks in court. Yeah, right. You're not.
I watched somebody get 32,000 deep in Revlon with a blink of an eye, and I still don't know how they did it.
Well, it was a wild play. It was a wild play, and if you take it for what it's worth,
if your portfolio is $45,000 and you're $32,000 in a play like that, you should vomit all over yourself and kick yourself out of your your entire portfolio.
Yeah, hey, who the hell am I to judge? But yeah, I agree.
I mean, that's ridiculous. That's just not good. That's not using your brain.
And Nick De Prima is still holding on to his GME, and I agree. GME is, to me, is still also, a squeeze play, and that's why I'm holding GME as well.
Yeah,
and make no mistake, Nick De Prima, I made really, really good money out of AMC myself. I sold around $60, I think. And I cashed out a lot, and I just rebuilt my my position, and especially lately.
Well, that's I'm glad that you bought them where you liked them there, Bird. That's what the goal. That's the goal.
We got 7 minutes left, guys. 7 minutes.
Not you, Bird. No.
I could be down. I'll let you know in a minute.
All right, now I'm thinking though. Now I got the it's thinking up here. Now we get Birdie.
I would love to see Birdie play Call of Duty.
Do you understand how mad this man? His cholesterol would be 5,000. He would literally get somebody banned off their voice chat, calling him some wild. Yo, Birdie, can we get banned for saying Dutch shit?
No, you cannot.
Fire it up, dude. Let me know. Hey, let me know.
I can say whatever I want in Dutch, and your YouTube.
Right. So how do I go tell? How do I tell someone?
I'm not sure if that's how that works. I don't.
Can you tell? Explain to me how to tell somebody in a very, very rude way that I'd like to take their mother out to dinner.
I could give that a go.
I could give that a go.
Here you go. Hey, vuile klootzak. Ik vind het ongeveer wel eens tijd dat ik met je moeder uit eten ga. Ik weet niet wat ik er daarna mee ga doen, maar hey.
Let's go! Yes, sir. Clip it. Clip it. I'm gonna need to run that back for just for linguistics reasons. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna need to perfect that. Oh my god, it was
very,
beautiful.
very rude. So I did. Hey.
No, that's great. Oh, so now you're having to explain to everybody in your house what you just said?
Exactly.
Cool. Yeah.
Exactly.
No, it was an Enzo project. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Yeah. My wife just said, you cannot say that. You cannot say
no,
that. That's what she said.
I was giving you the Lee Trevino look.
Of course.
She's a lovely lady, so I'm assuming you went abrasive with it. I love that.
Yeah,
we got 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Caesar. What time? If you're still here. And I'm eating mini M&Ms, dude. I got a whole bag. Let's go.
I haven't ate a thing all day.
Neither have I. These M&Ms are doing it though.
I'm on my 2.5 pot of coffee.
Oh, that's it?
Still coffee? What time is it? It's 10 o'clock in the evening here. So
5 to 4. 5 to 4.
Birdie, you act like I'm gonna sleep tonight. We go into Friday.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, we just We outwork the market. We stay up while it goes to sleep.
Birdie, any indoor fireworks planned for the New Year's Eve or
Saturday evening. I didn't even think about that yet. Could all for a sudden happen, of course.
Wait a minute. Indoor?
Yeah, why not?
Hey, I'm not even gonna question that. You know what I
I
mean?
did it last year.
Yeah, he did.
Right. Now
He
you
did.
find one of those big mortar shells.
That's better
Roman
outdoors.
candles. Those are Roman candle fight. That's a good time.
Well, my New Year's Eve plans are located in this house. It's just me and the boy. We're making tacos and nachos, and so yeah.
I think that's what we're doing.
Hey,
Something
tiny
like that.
boxes. Nice that you caught the three of us just before market close.
Yep, 3
Yeah,
minutes.
well, I have some explaining to do, Lobo the Welfare. But yeah,
Context
no,
is everything.
I'll manage.
Hey, Bertie, can you tell Caesar he's getting his ass clapped this weekend?
Caesar, you are getting your ass clapped by Enzo this weekend.
God damn it, Bertie! It sounds so elegant when it's coming out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's a beautiful thing, isn't it? I mean, Bertie, Jesus. If you get any better looking, I'm gonna come through this computer and kiss you on the mouth, huh? Jesus Christ. Woo! Somebody save me.
Yeah.
Market's looking like hot ass. We got 383 on the SPY right now with a whole two minutes left. SPY looks like it's getting rejected. SQs look like they're trying to gain support, but they did fall underneath that support level. Hopefully we can regain that 200 EMA. Tesla is looking like it's gonna probably come to the downside into aftermarket, along with Nvidia. Hopefully, I'm hoping that Nvidia ends up like 145.90 by the end of the morning. AMC is looking to make a run here at the end of the day. So I'm gonna be very interested to see what happens next week or tomorrow.
Last trading day of the year tomorrow.
Is it closing early because of that or not? I heard you say Monday is
we don't
day
have
off.
we don't have any Monday.
Yeah, Monday's closed. I don't think anything closes early tomorrow. Possibly the bond market, maybe might close early, but I don't think anything with the stock market.
AMC
All
trying to
right.
get over that 200 EMA. That thing is gonna move if it goes.
It is. What's the volume on AMC at this moment?
Volume
Just
on
under
AMC.
21 million.
Okay, well, it's just below average even.
And ape
That's
at
what
30
she said,
million.
but it's still, hey, the motion of the ocean, Bird. That's what they tell
Yeah,
you.
it's not always the size of the volume. You got to take girth
No.
and other stuff into play as well.
I mean, we hear it outside the charts. We don't have any problem here, but we like to go and delegate to all size portfolios, if you will. Giggity.
This one's for you, Caesar C.
Ooh!
He just asked me to hit him, so I.
Markets closed, ladies and gentlemen. That is Thursday, December 29th. AMC closed up over that high, 414.
I like it, and I like a big move in the after hours.
I mean, and it's gonna give it to you, Bertie. Because if they don't, they're gonna respect it.
That's right, Lobo. Personality and sense of humor counts
Speaking
as well.
of, I have not opened it yet, but I did want to say, I believe
Sorry, guys.
I want to say that Lobo de Welfare. Did you send me something? Because first off, I gotta kill you now that you know where I live. It's how it works. So I'm gonna need you to probably meet with me sometime pre-market, so you're not in the way. you know. But no, I did get a package from somebody. I have not opened it yet, but Lobo, I really, really appreciate you. Whatever it is, it's too much. You're just showing up every day is all we ask for. We love hanging out with you guys. You're the man, Lobo. You can't be doing that, and like you can't be sending me like the cute stuff through my phone and then say, like, are they real? Never mind, I'll talk to you later. I feel like they're the negatives, you know, the original, the ones with some style on it, you know what I mean, where you can see the graininess of the pic. Never mind. Anyway, AMC goes over 414 and wants to keep going. That thing is gonna find some support. Hopefully VWAP will catch it. Everything in the market just all around looks like caca.
It's not the size of the portfolio, Hills.
Right. HOTH has no breaks apparently. $10, 10 to 12. Yeah, things moving. It needs to break up of 1248. Might get.
Oh, let's go. Here's that 1250, Martin. Let's get that 1250 that you needed. Let's go, baby. Just hit 1225 a second ago. 1199 right now.
No, we weren't we weren't comparing portfolio sizes. We were comparing girth of market movement.
Mm-hmm.
Right. We got to get all the statistics. That's why they call us outside the charts. We're in a little bit of everything.
I'll be bringing that big portfolio energy. Yeah, not like that dude that was messing with the How Dare You chick. How about that one? I ain't gonna lie, I'm not a huge Greta Thunberg fan, but that shit was funny.
Everything you saw today was not financial advice, but I'll kiss you on the mouth. If you need any help, you know where to find us. Birdie, I appreciate you coming and hanging out with us.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's nice that I've got some time on my hand this week.
Well, you're looking good, man.
Tomorrow I think we'll get started early again tomorrow. Maybe even a little earlier. We came on at 8 today. Maybe we'll start around 7 or something tomorrow, last day of the trading year. Oh, there's that pop, Martin. There's that pop. Come on, you. Sorry, Martin. I was having too much fun.
1230 is the max out of that. You need to be out unless it holds 1173.
I know he's looking at 1250.
Oh, he can get it. I'm just saying, like, for the minutes. You're looking at like 1170. Or at least a retest of 1150. But I can see more support being 1120, Orrin.
She did, man. She did. And you know what? Like,
she bang.
I don't know. I don't really know much about that dude. I think that whole listen, I can debate climate stuff all day long in a respectful way, this, that, or the other thing. But like the flaunting, like you're just as bad. You claim to not be part of the problem, but I think you're just as bad when you do dumb stuff like that. Like, oh, I'll send you my emission report or whatever the hell he said. And like I said, I mean, I question everything about Greta, but again, you always got to give credit where credit's due. And I thought she put him in his place. I thought it was funny. I thought it was pretty hilarious. And it's I don't agree with some of her attacks on capitalism and stuff like that, but I thought that stuff was good. Did you see that, Birdie? You like that little Greta Thunberg, right? You guys have adopted a lot of her policies.
That runs around running her mouth about global warming and shit.
Yeah, but she's grown up now. Now she doesn't like capitalism.
How's she looking?
This Greta girl.
Yeah.
She's still looking homely as shit, like she came out of a knapsack.
She kind of changed her mind on certain issues, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, doesn't that come with age?
But either way, what's the guy's name, Lobo?
I think it comes with money.
I forget the guy's name that tweeted something, and it had like his Lamborghini or something. It was like, yeah, I got a bunch of other ones, and my emissions are this, that, and the other thing. And she tweeted him back and was like, because he was like, give me your email address so I could send you my emissions report or something like that.
Oh, he was trying to prove that he wasn't like.
And then, although I will say it was misplayed because she said email me at, and then she used the email address as a shot at him. It was like littledickenergy.com at whatever, you know what I mean? Like something like that. And it was hilarious. Like it was a little bit misplayed, but she's a
Andrew Tate. Oh no, she didn't do Andrew Tate, right? Oh,
yeah.
That's brutal. Yeah,
but I think he got it. Like I said, you know, it's fine and all to maybe not believe all the hype about stuff like that, but actively, like kind of saying you're doing your part to destroy the environment is kind of a jerk thing to say. Like you're just as bad as the other side when you're that, and you're trying to troll, and he got put in his place. Like I said, like her or not, I thought what she did was great. I thought she put him in his place. Andrew Tate, there you go.
MIA, do you think our co-star host Enzo likes his Rammstein?
Yes.
Oh, I like whatever you just said. I don't know what it is, but Rammstein is
yeah.
If that's a good time, a party, a chemical, a female.
It's a German band, right? They're German, Rammstein.
It is a German, really hardcore rock band.
I'll spell that.
I'll send you that
Bertie,
video I sent earlier.
You need to be the next lead singer of Guar. Do you know who Guar is?
Nope.
You should look them up. I feel like that's just on speed for you. It's like a little polka music, a little sachet here and there. Anybody else know who Guar is? I think that's right up Bertie's alley.
Yeah, Guar, you've probably seen them, Bertie. They wear like big costumes and stuff, and they yell real loud, stuff like that. Lobo, I'm sure that's right up your.
Yeah, Lobo enjoyed this little video. It is about real men, Enzo. So if you are in doubt of changing your gender anytime soon, this is not a video for you.
So this is really hardcore music.
Mm-hmm. And I agree,
Bertie.
Lobo. But again, you got to give credit where credit's due. You can't always have biasness. You know what I mean? Like I said, I don't agree with her at all. But
card. That guy's got glaucoma out the ass.
Now, guys, it is past 10 o'clock, so I'm going to say goodbye to you guys now.
Hey.
I have one more day of a bit of concentration ahead of me tomorrow.
Yes,
but I'll be joining the party early.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if you wrap up and have time, don't ever feel any pressure. But it'll be the last day of the year tomorrow, so if you want,
there's plenty of time. I plan to be at home early and enjoy you guys and enjoy some trading.
Awesome.
Oh, I enjoy you every night, Bertie.
Okay, have a great day, and I'll see you later. See you tomorrow.
Yes,
all right,
sir,
Bertie.
Bye for now, all. Thanks for listening. Bye-bye.
All right, it is 4:10, 10 minutes before 4:20. I think that's perfect time to
bang.
I like this one better. I like the wide angle.
It should be with this in the background.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Yeah, I'm going to be touching Caesar C here for a little bit. Just to let you know, Martin, you got 4,000 shares over the top of you at 12.24. That thing is scary to me, man. Be careful holding that overnight. If you are, I know you got eyes on it. It just seems like it's a very volatile one today, which might give you like a 12% rip back to the downside or something crazy. Just don't want anybody getting any touch. I also have to go and fix the curtain to get this glare off the screen. But other than that, yeah, I'm gonna be touching Caesar in the Call of Duty department. Just went to McDonald's and ordered 3 double cheeseburgers. The kid in the drive-thru was like, "Man, did you reach into that window and slap the shit out of him?" I have no time for that stupidity. I really don't. I really don't. I still think that the 500% Lunatard fall was definitely what brought the market down today, though. What do you think?
Yeah, but I think long term with the burn and the omelet swap all coming together within the next T plus 90, culminating into what some would call a quad witching hour on February 30th. I think it's probably there's never been a better time to be a Lunatard.
Right.
If I'm being completely honest.
The bouquets constantly, you'll never get short.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're in good shape. I'm not personally invested myself, and as always,
not financial advice.
Yeah, when we talk about Lunatard and Lutatardency around here, it's not financial advice. Yeah. You know, enter at your own risk.
If you don't get some of that wax on though, and you don't go and convert it with the fruit bowl salad or whatever they call that swap, you got to keep it moving. You got to definitely get to the Mr. Miyagi 1-up coin.
Yeah, but just remember, there's no mercy in that dojo. So enter at your own risk. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. No, that's that's a looker there. I'm definitely gonna be piling into that coin. I feel like a huge upside to that one. Maybe 100x.
All right. Well, anything you'd like to add?
Oh, yeah, just absolutely tingling with anticipation. I'm torqued up like a 4x4, ready to go mudding. You know, okay. I'm ready to see that Friday. I'm ready to see that last day of the week. What says you?
Yeah, I'm ready. Tune in tomorrow. We'll do it all over again.
There you go.
All right, guys. Thank you for joining us. It was a long day today. We'll probably do the same tomorrow. I might get some lunch, though, tomorrow because I'm hungry now. But, yeah, probably hit it early tomorrow, so make sure you got those notifications on. And if you haven't, this is your last chance to hit that like button.
Yes, sir.
We'll take you out with some lunch, Ladyland.
Make it a sensual one, you know what I mean? Like
Sloppy Joe, sloppy Joe, yeah. Sloppy Joe, sloppy Joe.
What is that?
That's lunch, Ladyland, baby.
No, I'm asking what's a sloppy Joe? Is that a euphemism?
No, it's a friggin' sandwich. What, did you never go to school? You never had sloppy Joes at lunch? Just the way you like them, extra sloppy.
Something different.
No, they don't. There is nothing different. It's sloppy Joe or manwich if you're upper class.
Is that the same as pulled pork?
No, it's a sloppy Joe. You don't know what a sloppy Joe is? You're fooling me right now too, aren't you?
No, is it the pulled pork, like a brisket, like chopped brisket? What is it?
I say good day to you, sir.
I say good day.
Oh, that's sad. Huh? Just cut him off. All right, guys. Thank y'all for coming out. Remember how Russell Simmons used to do it at the end of Def Comedy Jam?